Chapter 1. June Parker hadn't realized how much she had missed the vibrancy of Paris until she stepped off the train at Gare du Nord. Luggage bag clutched in one hand, hat box in the other, and a familiar excitement began churning through her. As she exited the station, drinking in its grand facade with ornate statues and large arched windows, she merged onto the city streets jammed with luggage porters, street vendors, and Parisians on their way to work. The smell of coffee and fresh croissants wafted out from nearby cafes, mingling with the crisp fall air. June loved to travel, and the world was filled with wondrous destinations. But Paris had a special place in her heart. And she wasn't the only one who felt that way. Recently, Le Figaro had run an article marveling at how Paris, la ville lumière, the city of light, was the place to be in 1922. As June navigated the busy streets, she soaked in the hive of activity swirling around her. An artist, planted at an easel by the news kiosk, was capturing the magic of the city with each stroke of her brush. Jazz music spilled from vibrant, smoky clubs, as if unaware, or unconcerned, that the night had morphed into day. Bustling cafes overflowed with patrons, and June knew that if she wanted to see a fashion show, all she had to do was stroll down the Boulevard Saint-Germain, where chic women in dropped-waist dresses and cloche hats would be gliding past. Or, as was June's preference, women in high-waisted trousers with silk blouses. A new era wasn't just unfolding. It had officially arrived, and what a spectacular era it was turning out to be. June's time on Orchid Island in New York had been well spent, catching up with friends and family, reinvigorating her for this next chapter. And given she had left her previous nursing job, she had decided to take some more time enjoying Paris before finding another position. Sometimes one just needed a little joie de vivre. She couldn't help but notice that her new hat was garnering appreciative glances. She would have to write her sister Claire and pass on the compliments. It was such a lovely gift. A stunning magenta cloche hat with a teal ribbon and green peacock feather. Everyone mentioned how it complemented her black hair and blue eyes, not to mention her stylish bob. June was madly in love with the hat. It embodied her inner sense of adventure. Only someone who recognized that in her could have given her such a perfect gift. "Regardez où vous allez, madame," an approaching man huffed as his luggage bag collided with hers. "Watch where you're going, lady." "Je m'excuse," she called out cheerfully. But he was already striding away, hurrying to wherever his destination may be. Her French was proficient, but many Parisians switched to English once they heard her accent. A mix between her London upbringing and New York, likely influenced by her move to Orchid Island as a child. During the Great War, she had worked in field hospitals with British, French, American, and Canadian nurses. Their conversations shifted seamlessly between English and French, but most often it was a mix of the two. At the next corner, June waited with a clump of others to cross the street, as horse-drawn carriages jostled for space amongst automobiles, trams, and bicycles. There was a kind of beauty in the chaos, music in the clatter of hooves and footsteps, and hum of voices. Apart from settling into her flat and resting up from her long journey, June had a free day ahead of her. Her dear friend, Amelia Dumas, was the only one who knew of her arrival. June had written her with the details, and Amelia wrote back straight away, expressing her delight. They had first met in Paris at the joyous moment it was announced that the war had ended. Amelia had graciously offered June a place to stay until she found her own flat, and they had been fast friends ever since. June was looking forward to catching up with her. Just as it was clear to cross the street and June had made it safely to the other side, a gust of wind kicked up, threatening to blow away her hat. Instinctively, she reached up to steady it, which is when a tall and lanky man suddenly appeared beside her. She had barely registered his presence when, to her great shock, he snatched the hat clean off her head and darted off. "Hey!" she yelled, sprinting after him. "Stop! Thief!" She was grateful for her trousers. They made chasing him much easier. But her cumbersome luggage bag slowed her down. "Arrêtez!" she yelled. "S'il vous plaît, please, stop!" If he heard her, he gave no indication. In fact, he sped up. Before she knew it, he had rounded the next corner and disappeared from sight. June was not about to give up. She would never forgive herself if she lost her sister's precious gift. Buoyed by a burst of adrenaline, June careened around the corner, nearly crashing into the hat thief. He stood, motionless, his head tilted slightly, as if bemused by her pursuit. Her magenta cloche sat at an absurd angle atop a closely shaved blonde head. The stolen trophy displayed without an ounce of shame. June paused to catch her breath, willing her beating heart to settle down. But before she could chastise this stranger, she heard a deep, familiar laugh spilling out from somewhere nearby. Her stomach flipped. She would know that laugh anywhere. "Avery Jackson Hayes," she scolded, peering around the stranger. And there he was, Jack Hayes, leaning lazily against a doorway, peeling an apple with an elegant pearl-handled knife. He looked at June in mock surprise. "Why, if it isn't June Parker," he said, flashing his trademark grin. "Fancy meeting you here, Junie." June couldn't help but laugh as she shook her head. As he drew closer, the knife caught her eye, especially the monogram. Fancy black print with the initials AJH. Jack noticed her gaze and grinned. "It's a gift," he said, gesturing to the stranger. "From my friend, the hat thief." "And whose idea was it for me to snatch it off this innocent woman's head?" the hat thief asked with a grin. June listened as the two continued bantering. She had hoped Jack was still in Paris, but one never knew at any given moment where he might be. As a pilot, he had the freedom to fly wherever his heart desired. Even though their brief romance had not worked out, her heart still skipped a few beats whenever he was near. Yes, he was handsome, objectively so, with his wavy brown hair, warm brown eyes, and infectious grin. But that wasn't the only reason people, especially the fairer sex, were drawn to him. Jack Hayes exuded a magnetic energy that was hard to resist. They had met during the war, when June was having a turbulent day at the field hospital. Tragically, one of her patients had just died. He was only 17. She needed a moment, and left her tent so she could find a quiet place to reflect. She'd been passing another tent when she saw Jack, getting a tattoo of all things. The instant their eyes met, she felt a connection. "What's your name?" he said. "I'll get it tattooed right next to my heart." And then, to her surprise, June found herself pouring out her woes to this handsome stranger, spilling all the details about her patient and her sorrow. Jack listened, to every word. And although it would be several years before they would meet again, looking back, this was the beginning of a bond that could never be broken. To this day, June was ever so grateful for their friendship. As they hugged the side of the nearest building to stay clear of pedestrians, June set down her luggage bag and tilted her head. "How did you know I would be here?" Jack flashed a smile, exposing a dimple. "A little birdie told me." "A little birdie named Amelia, no doubt." She smiled as she imagined Amelia plotting this encounter from her art gallery. Jack winked and clapped the stranger on the back. "Nate, meet the friend I was telling you about, June Parker. Junie, this is my friend Nate Sparks, or Eagle Eyes as we called him during the war. He was always the first pilot to spot an enemy plane, no matter what direction they flew in from. This one was no slouch either," Nate said. "With mad flying skills and unmatched loyalty, Jack always had your back." Nate lifted June's hat, gave a playful bow, and gently placed it back on her head. "I apologize for the thievery, mademoiselle. It was just a bit of fun." Like Jack, Nate was an American, and charming. "No harm done," June said, straightening her hat. "Although I was seconds away from clobbering you with my luggage bag." "It suits you," Jack said, gesturing to the hat as he reached to take her bag. June raised an eyebrow. "Don't tell me you came all this way just to carry my luggage bag." "That, and to convince you to join us for a celebration this evening," Jack said. "What are we celebrating?" "The fact that we're alive," Nate said. "Isn't that enough reason to celebrate?" Jack smiled and shook his head. "Old Nate here is a bad influence. I need someone to keep me on the straight and narrow." "I won't deny it," Nate said with a grin. "I'm here for a good time, not for a long time." June had to admit, it was hard to resist a night out with Jack. "What exactly did you have in mind?" "A surprise," Nate interjected. "He's kept even me in the dark," Jack said. "But knowing old Eagle Eyes, it will be a night we won't soon forget." "I probably shouldn't," June said. "I've had a long trip." Then again, she was bursting with adrenaline, especially after seeing Jack. "But it does sound lovely." "It will be lovely, and you have all day to rest," Jack said. "We can escort you home and return to collect you an hour before sunset." Why not? They were young and in Paris. She could sleep the rest of the week if she wanted. "Yes," she said. "I would love to join you." Jack brightened. "Yes." His eyes gleamed with mischief, as if the entire night ahead was hidden up his sleeve. "Wear something fancy," Nate added. Jack nodded. "And don't forget that hat." Chapter 2. La Sirène de Fleuve, the river siren, was a magnificent steamboat, a showboat if there ever was one, more decadent than any June had ever seen. Docked on the Seine, the grand vessel did not just garner attention, it commanded it. Although many of the street lamps along the quay were now electric, those in the section where the boat was docked were still gas, and the soft flames bathed the remarkable vessel in a golden glow. Its wooden trim, with intricate carvings and brass railings, gleamed above a white hull. Every detail was pristine, from the deep red paddle wheel to the elegant smokestack sending puffs of steam into the starry night. Its evening passengers mingled on the quay, showing off the latest fashions. The men looked sharp in their expensive linen suits and Panama hats, but they were outshined by the women, who sported the latest and greatest fashions. Their attire ranged from elegant ball gowns created by top Parisian designers to intricately beaded flapper dresses. It was a cornucopia of ornate headbands, feathered hats, and long silk gloves, an explosion of style and colour. June drank in the lavish designs, happy she chose one of her best evening dresses, a shade of teal blue that matched the ribbon in her hat, a beaded belt, and a strand of maroon beads. Anticipation and excitement rippled through the crowd, and the crisp air infused the party with the earthy scent of the river, mixed with tobacco and powdery perfumes. A captain appeared on the upper deck, a tall figure in uniform, casting his shadow on the ground. His head swiveled as he scanned the animated crowd. Voices and laughter rang out over the rhythmic chug of the engine. June knew with a sudden clarity that this was going to be a night to remember. A penny for your thoughts. June had been so immersed in the sights and sounds, she'd nearly forgotten Jack was beside her. He was making a splash of his own in a dark red suit, framing a crisp white shirt, topped off with black cuffs and lapels. It was no surprise that female heads swiveled when he walked by. "It is absolutely stunning," June said. "You took the words right out of my mouth," Jack said, staring at her, his voice low and teasing. "But what do you think of the steamboat?" "You are certainly full of yourself this evening," June teased back. It wasn't often that June and Jack saw each other so dressed up, and it added a bit of zing to the surprise Nate had arranged for them. Before they could continue their banter, they were interrupted by Nate, tugging at the collar of his white shirt as if it were choking him. The blazer of his tan suit was thrown casually over his shoulder. "Did I promise you a night to remember, or what?" His grin was infectious. "How in the world did you pull this off?" Jack asked. "This is far from your usual haunts." June raised an eyebrow, and Jack leaned in. "Gambling dens and dingy nightclubs." "A man can grow," Nate said. "Save that thought." He slapped Jack on the back and strode away, making a beeline through the crowd as if on a mission. "Let's not lose him," Jack said. He took June's hand, and they were forced to do double time just to catch up, keeping their eyes on his back as he weaved through the well-dressed folks littering the quay. "Where is he going?" "One never knows with eagle eyes." Just as June was starting to tire, Nate finally came to a stop behind a plump elderly lady in a purple dress, hat, and shoes. She was positioned near the entrance ramp to the boat, no doubt waiting for the boarding to begin. Whatever this was, one thing was for sure. This was no ordinary boat tour. June was just wondering what exactly the occasion was when a couple strolling by provided the answer. "What a unique setting for an engagement party," the woman exclaimed. "Quelle merveille! What a marvel! I would bet the Picards planned this outing. I cannot imagine the Eau Clairs having such notions." "What do you expect from the nouveau riche?" the man replied. "Ils ont de l'argent, mais ils n'ont pas de goût." They have money, but no taste. "It is a shock, is it not?" the woman continued. "The Eau Clairs of all people, with their impeccable lineage, one would think they might have chosen a more elegant family." "It is a mystery," the man said. "A mystery shrouded in money." The woman's laughter rang through the air. "I will say Picard Parfum is without equal. Their scents are absolutely divine." "Divine enough to cover up the stench of new money." Their laughter trailed off as they disappeared down the quay. "We're attending an engagement party?" June asked, gobsmacked. She looked to Jack, who shrugged, equally perplexed. June tapped Nate on the shoulder. He whirled around and grinned. "What are we doing here?" "Surprise!" Nate winked. "Have you heard of the O'Clairs and the Picards?" June nodded. Picard Parfum, and thus the Picard family, were the talk of the town. Parisians couldn't stop themselves from purchasing their exquisite scents and spritzing themselves silly. And of course, everyone knew the O'Clairs. The family had been in Paris for generations, excelling in the import-export business. Old money. But that was where the extent of her knowledge ended. "Are you actually invited to this gathering?" "Me?" Nate asked, still grinning. "Define invited?" Exasperated, June looked to Jack. Jack pulled at his tie and addressed his friend. "What's the plan, Nate?" "We're young, we're in Paris, we're free," Nate said. "Why not sneak aboard? Have a little adventure." He stared at June, his eyes aglow with mischief. "Or are you not up for adventure, my lady?" June could feel both men staring at her. "I have been known to take part in an adventure or two." Slipping onto this boat and mingling with these prominent families would make for a glorious story, and in the end, what harm could it do? "Fantastic," Nate said, rubbing his hands together. "Now, how are we going to pull this off?" Jack groaned. "Is that why you've dragged us here? You're at a loss at how to accomplish this little bout of fun?" Nate flashed his teeth. "I got us this far. Am I to do all the work?" June laughed and shook her head. A little pulse of excitement thrummed through her. "We just need a little help from someone with clout." Her gaze landed on the elderly woman in purple, standing just ahead of them. From her outfit to her posture, it was obvious she was someone. June edged closer and raised her voice loud enough so the woman would be able to hear her. "Who's the bride and groom?" At this, the elderly lady pivoted and flashed a shy smile. "Why, mademoiselle, the groom is my grandson, Reginald Picard, and the bride-to-be is none other than Elizabeth O'Clair." Apart from a rim of white lace on her hat and light blue eyes peering up at June, the only thing on the woman that wasn't purple was a large diamond brooch pinned to a purple scarf around her neck. She looked adorable, like a walking, talking violet. "Of course," June said. "I was just telling my friends, Nate and Jack, that we are so fortunate to have met your grandson recently." "Oh?" the woman said. "Where did you meet?" "What is the name of that club?" June turned to Jack. "It was such a whirlwind, I'm finding it difficult to remember the name. But what a night! We certainly celebrated, didn't we?" "It was something to behold," Jack said, his eyes planted firmly on June, a smile playing at the corner of his lips. "I cannot believe the name has slipped right out of my head." June placed her index finger on her chin and appeared to concentrate. "The Starlight Club?" the woman asked. June snapped her fingers. "That's it. The Starlight Club. But of course, my grandson must have recognized you as kindred spirits." "Your grandson?" Nate said in mock surprise, placing his hand on his heart. "Why, madame, it cannot be." The elderly woman tilted her head and frowned. "Mais oui, monsieur. I speak nothing but the truth." "Pardon me if I'm overstepping, but you look far too young to be a grand-mère. Surely you're pulling my leg." Nate shook out his leg and grinned. The elderly woman let out what could only be considered a giggle and half-heartedly waved him away. Nate took her gloved hand, kissed it, and gave a little bow. "Nate Sparks, at your service, madame. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance." "Flora Picard," the woman answered, sounding delighted. "Reginald will be thrilled to see you again." "I cannot wait to see his face," Nate said. "I am looking forward to meeting his lovely bride." His accompanying smile did not reach his eyes, and for a second June thought she saw a flash of anger. But just as quickly as it came, it vanished. "This is Jack Hayes and June Parker," he said, gesturing to them. "Jack and I were pilots during the Great War, and June was a nurse on the front lines." "Comme c'est merveilleux," Flora said. "How marvelous." A horn sounded from the boat, and soon the crowd began to form a line. Nate offered Flora his arm. "May I?" The giggle returned. "Oui, monsieur." She took his arm, and they proceeded onto the boarding plank. June's idea had worked. They were actually getting onto the boat. They followed closely behind. "How on earth did he come up with this idea?" June whispered to Jack. "Beats me," Jack said. The captain, June had noticed earlier, now stood at the entrance. A bald and burly man with hanging jowls. He checked invitations from each person who boarded before ushering them through with a slight bow. When it was Flora and Nate's turn, June could hear Flora telling the captain they were her guests. The captain looked a bit flummoxed as he waited for Nate to present an official invitation. Nate patted his pockets. "I had it right here," he said. He looked back at June and Jack. "By any chance, do either of you have the invitation?" June and Jack stared at him for a moment. How were they going to get around this one? "We do not," Jack finally said. "Reginald told you to keep our invitation safe," June said. "What a pity." "You're right, June," Nate said, shaking his head. "This is all my fault. I am such a fool." "Mais non, you are far from a fool." Flora blinked and looked up at him adoringly. "You are a kind and gentle man." She stared down the captain. "They are with me," she repeated. "Personally invited by Reginald. There is no need for a silly invitation, no?" Hesitation gripped June. Although she was up for adventure, attention was already being called to them, and she didn't want to overly involve someone as adorable as Flora Picard. "Perhaps we should go," June whispered. "Nonsense," Flora said. "I will not hear of it." For an elderly lady, she had excellent hearing. Nate turned and gave June a stern look. He was determined to get on this boat. A prickle of apprehension ran up June's spine. She was starting to think that Nate was spinning some kind of web. And adventure aside, she for one had no wish to be caught in it. But there was little she could do about it now. Flora seemed nearly as determined as Nate to have them aboard. "What is your name, Captain?" Flora asked the burly man. "Captain Guy Fontaine, at your service," he said. "It is my pleasure to welcome you aboard, Madame Picard." This time he gave a full bow. "You know who I am, then?" "Mais oui, the matriarch of the Picard family and thus a very special guest." "Merci. And these are my guests. So I shall repeat myself. We need not bother with a silly invitation, n'est-ce pas?" Captain Fontaine looked stricken as he glanced around. I would love to accommodate you, but Madame Sylvia Picard was quite clear. My daughter-in-law will understand, Flora said. The matter is settled. She strode forward, and Nate followed with a sheepish grin. Jack grimaced, took June by the arm, and hurried after them before the captain could grab a hook and pull them back. As they made their way onto the main deck, June could feel the captain's eyes boring into their backs. It gave her the shivers. Fancy, Jack said, looking around. Indeed. The decorations surrounding them left little doubt that no expense had been spared. Grand floral arrangements were displayed on tables, clad in crisp white linens, bookended by elaborate crystal candle holders. A small stage was set up on the starboard side of the boat, facing ribbon-covered chairs, hinting at entertainment to come. A brass railing leading down to the cabin and salons was polished to the hilt. In the seconds it took to take it all in, Nate Sparks had disappeared into the crowd. "What did we just do?" June said. "I have to admit, I'm starting to have second thoughts." Jack scanned the crowd. Nate has always been a bit of a wild card. "Is this really all about having an adventure?" June asked. "Or is there another reason Nate wanted on this boat?" Jack shrugged. "I truly have no idea, but I intend to find out. That is, after a glass of champagne." He looked to June for confirmation. "Lead the way." They began to explore the boat, and June had to admit it was thrilling to be here. The skies were dark, but string lights glittered overhead, illuminating a pristine deck. It was a feast for the eyes. There was so much to take in. Lush palm trees in ornate pots adorned the sides of the boat, and elegant lounge chairs were set up at evenly spaced intervals. A spacious walkway wrapped around the circumference of the ship, lined with white wooden columns and decorative iron railings. And despite that distinct chill in the air, steam pipes and radiators were there to wrap everyone in a cocoon of warmth. A tuxedo-clad server paused in front of them, holding aloft a tray filled with glasses of champagne. Jack plucked off two and handed one to June. "To this and more adventures ahead," Jack said. "I could not have put it better myself." They clinked glasses. The boat horn sounded once more, and the passengers cheered. Soon they pulled away from the quay, the giant wheel churning through the river as the deep horn continued to bellow. People milling about the quay stopped to wave, their faces stamped with envy. A jazz band took to the stage, and soon lively music filtered through the air. "Let's find Nate," Jack said. But before they could take a single step forward, they were blocked by a chubby man held captive in a light blue suit, straining against its buttons. A top hat resting on his head seemed at odds with his boyish face. With a flourish, he produced a silver coin. "Welcome aboard," he said. "My name is Henri Auclair, magician extraordinaire." He leaned in, his breath in need of a mint. Or 12. "But most people know me as the brother of the bride." "June Parker. And Jack Hayes," June said. "And most people know us as new friends of the groom." Jack gave her the side-eye and smirked. "Now, observe closely," Henri said, lowering his voice to a conspiratorial whisper and twirling the coin between his fingers. "A simple coin, is it not?" It took June a moment to realize he was expecting an answer. "It looks simple enough to me," she said. Henri nodded. ordinary in every way. Like Flora Picard, his accent was French, but he spoke in English. It always amazed June how quickly locals could ascertain they were not native. "Concentrate on this coin, for I shall make it disappear in front of your very eyes." His chubby fingers moved to palm the coin, but instead of vanishing, it tumbled from his grasp, landed on the polished deck with an audible clink, and spun like a top before rolling across the deck. Henri let out a cry and began to chase it, bumping into people left and right. Just when all hope seemed lost, the coin came to a halt in front of a short and bemused man, grasping a cane and smoking a cigar. With great delight, the man lifted the cane and stamped it down on the coin, torturing poor Henri, who by now was crouched at his feet. "Mon papa," he pleaded, "s'il vous plaît, lift your cane." But Arthur Auclair simply grinned down at his son, his eyes sparkling with glee as his cigar sent puffs of white smoke curling through the space between them. "S'il vous plaît," Henri said, gesturing to June and Jack. "They want to see it disappear." "Frankly, I would rather see us disappear," Jack whispered to June as he grabbed her hand and pulled her away. June felt bad abandoning the bumbling magician, but when she looked back, Henri had retrieved his coin and was already making a beeline for another pair of victims. "Welcome aboard. My name is Henri Auclair, magician extraordinaire." "There he is." Jack pointed to a far corner of the boat, where Nate stood in front of a beautiful young woman. She wore a sparkling cream dress topped with glittery beads and a matching headband, from which long blonde hair flowed. "Is that the bride-to-be?" June asked. "She's gorgeous." "Elizabeth Auclair, I presume," Jack said with a nod. As they drew near, it became clear that she and Nate were in the middle of a heated discussion. June grabbed Jack's arm. "Wait," she said. "Does Nate know her?" "It certainly looks that way." "This is my engagement party," Elizabeth was saying. "You cannot be here." Nate's face was a portrait in desperation. "If it's a matter of money," he said, his voice rising, "I can help." Elizabeth stilled as a fearful expression flitted across her pretty face. Did the Auclairs have money problems? But just as quickly she tilted her chin. "You cannot be here," she repeated. "S'il vous plaît, what will they think if they see you?" But Nate could not be dissuaded. "Elizabeth, please listen to me. You do not need to go through with this wedding." June gasped, and Jack grabbed her hand and squeezed it. "I knew nothing about this," he whispered to her. "I swear." "I believe you." What on earth had Nate dragged them into? This went way beyond causing a little mischief. "Is this man bothering you, darling?" A tall man in a cream suit, the shade of Elizabeth's dress, strode onto the scene, his polished shoes clacking. His ginger hair was slicked flat against his head, drawing even more attention to his handlebar moustache. "Reginald," Elizabeth said, her face instantly turning red. "Everything is grand. Nate is an old friend." "Nate Sparks!" A middle-aged woman in the most outlandish outfit June had ever seen gathered up a heap of her magenta and orange checkered dress and barreled her way toward them. Her face looked severe, mainly due to her silver blonde hair wrapped in a bun and tightly wound atop her head. It was completed by a magenta and orange band from which sprouted an enormous orange feather. "The audacity to show up here," she sputtered, her plumes shaking along with her head. "You, of all people!" Nate held up his hands and backed away slightly from the woman. "Madame O'Clair, I can explain." "There is nothing to explain, young man. Not when you have broken the heart of my daughter." "We broke each other's hearts," Nate said, glancing at Elizabeth. "But I'm not here to rake over the past." "What is your reason, then, for barging into our celebration?" Reginald demanded. "This is most inappropriate," he said to Elizabeth. "She is not to blame," Nate said. "Enough!" Elizabeth chewed on her bottom lip, and a bead of sweat trickled down her cheek. Madame Auclair stomped her orange heel and squared up with Nate. "I did not spend a whole year creating a wedding dress for my daughter just to have you swoop in and fill her head with ideas." At the mention of the wedding dress, Elizabeth grimaced. "Lillian, please," Reginald said. "There are no ideas in Elizabeth's head." Elizabeth shot him a look. "I would argue there are a few." She turned to Lillian. "Maman, permit us to handle this." "Arthur!" Lillian shouted, ignoring her daughter's request. "Fais quelque chose! Do something!" Arthur stepped into the fray, pounding toward them with his cane. "What is it you want me to do?" he replied, still puffing away on his cigar, despite it being whittled down to a stub. "Toss him into the Seine." Arthur pulled back his cane, causing everyone to the left and right of him to duck as he swung it in the direction of the river. He laughed as he clunked it back down, raking his eyes over the crowd with great satisfaction. "What do you say, good man? Feel like a swim?" He threw his head back and roared with laughter. "Useless," Lillian said, rolling her eyes. At his wife's utterance, Arthur seemed to sober up. He eyed Nate. "You are not welcome here, and the minute this boat docks, I will throw you off myself." "I am not here to cause any trouble," Nate said, holding up his hands. "I assure you." "I do not know about you," June whispered to Jack, "but I for one do not feel the least bit assured." The sharp staccato of heels rang out across the deck, silencing the murmuring crowd. A ripple of movement spread as the guests parted, revealing a striking woman draped in an emerald silk dress. The material clung to her curves, shimmering under the golden glow of the overhead lights. A matching feathered headpiece arched above her long black hair, framing an exquisite face. As she twirled a strand of pearls around her finger, her green eyes sparkled. She looked like a cross between an empress and a showgirl. Even June recognized the singer. Genevieve Delacroix. You could hardly walk a mile without seeing her poster. "Reginald," Elizabeth said, stepping toward her fiancé. "I see you invited Genevieve Delacroix." Genevieve tilted her head and studied Elizabeth. Elizabeth did not make eye contact with the showgirl. Reginald's gaze ping-ponged between the women. "I did not invite her, darling. But what a treat!" "What a treat!" Elizabeth clasped her hands near her heart as if she were thrilled. An impressive diamond bracelet dangled from Elizabeth's wrist, glinting under the string lights. Elizabeth caught June staring at it. "A gift from my wonderful husband-to-be," she said, directing her comments at Nate. Nate's jaw tightened, and he shook his head. "You never cared about such things before." "And how would you know what she cares about?" Genevieve asked teasingly. Once more her fingers wrapped around her pearls. No doubt she just as easily wrapped men around those fingers. "Will you please stay out of this?" Elizabeth said, fixing her gaze on Genevieve. "Moi?" Genevieve said. "Is something the matter?" "Darling," Reginald said, "there's no need to be rude. We're extremely lucky Genevieve has agreed to sing for us this evening." "Luck had nothing to do with it. This was all your doing." Elizabeth gave Reginald a look. "Me?" Reginald said. He shook his head. "I am just as surprised as you are, although it's a wonderful surprise." Genevieve smiled and wiggled her fingers at him. Reginald stared at her cleavage. "A much better surprise than your ex showing up to cart you away." Elizabeth's face flushed. "At least we agree on something. There have been way too many surprises already this evening." "Good things come when you least expect them," Genevieve said, her lips parting in a grin. Lillian inserted herself into the mix, folded her arms, and squinted at her daughter. "I do hope you are appreciative. Miss Delacroix turned down at least half a dozen invitations to perform for us this evening." "More like a dozen," Genevieve said. "But who is counting?" "We are honored to have you here," Reginald said, his mustache twitching. "Honored," Elizabeth mumbled. "Elizabeth," Nate said, "would you like to give me a tour of the boat?" His eyes silently pleaded with her. "I would not," Elizabeth said. She stared into the distance, and then suddenly waved at someone on the other side of the boat, although June did not see anyone waving back at her. "Excusez-moi," Elizabeth said. "I must say hello." She took off without another word. Lillian Auclair crossed her arms and stared after her daughter. Reginald Picard continued to gawk at Genevieve, and as for the starlet herself, a look of amusement played out on her face as she watched Elizabeth leave. "I cannot believe I fell for Nate's ploy," June whispered to Jack. "Nor can I believe he came here to stop a wedding." June must have spoken louder than she thought, for she soon received a reply. "Not just any wedding," Genevieve Delacroix said, sidling up to them and matching June's whisper. "When old money meets new, it's a killer combination." Chapter 3. "Reginald, my darling boy, your grandmère lost her brooch again. Whatever will we do with her?" The comment came from another middle-aged woman who, dressed head to toe in a bright yellow dress, covered in sequins, sauntered up to the group. Like the sun, it was hard to stare directly at her, and she brought with her a cloud of perfume. Her dark hair was cut in a fashionable bob and topped with a wide-brimmed hat that matched her dress. Diamond rings gleamed from multiple fingers on both hands. Before June knew what was happening, the woman's gaze fixed on Jack and Nate, and suddenly June was being nudged out of the way so she could insert herself between them. She placed a hand on each of their arms and batted her eyelashes. "Oh la la, what do we have here? Handsome stowaways?" "Maman," Reginald said, shaking his head in disapproval. "Do not take that tone with me," the woman said. "I am simply greeting these marvelous specimens." "You were saying," Reginald said, "about Grand-mère." Reginald's mother waved her hand with a roll of her eyes. "She is missing that diamond brooch of hers again." He turned an accusing glare on Nate and Jack. "How curious," he said, eyeing the men. "Would either of you know anything about this thievery?" "Thievery?" Nate fixed him with a glare. "Your mother said she lost it again." "Your point?" Reginald's voice was that of a man looking for a fight. "We have no knowledge of a missing brooch," Jack said in a calming voice. "It sounds as if she might have misplaced it." "Sylvia!" A man in a grey suit called out as he strode into the group. Soon he was at the side of the woman in the yellow dress. Jack and Nate took the opportunity to move out of her reach. She must be Sylvia Picard, June thought. Flora's daughter-in-law. That explained the perfume, and thus the man beside her must be her husband, Martin Picard. He was tall and slim with a white handlebar moustache, but a shiny bald head. There was something comical about the contrast. He looked like a man on the verge of giving an important speech. A server approached and Sylvia swiped a glass of champagne. Just as quickly, Martin snatched it away. "That's quite enough of that." "Did you hear that?" Sylvia cooed, searching the crowd until her eyes landed on Jack and Nate. "He worries that if I am tipsy, I will end up with the wrong husband." She wiggled her fingers at Nate and Jack all the while, fluttering her eyelashes. "If you are tipsy," Martin said, "I think that ship has sailed, right along with ours." Undeterred, Sylvia once again positioned herself between Nate and Jack and resumed pawing at them. Martin played with the edge of his moustache. "This is not the behavior of a politician's mother." "Maybe that is because I am not a politician's mother." Sylvia's smile looked as slurred as her speech. "It is only a matter of time, and you must start acting the part." Martin lifted his chin and addressed the crowd. "My son has ambitions of a political nature." "Does he?" Sylvia slurred. "Or is it just you?" Martin closed the gap between himself and his wife, his moustache twitching. He lowered his voice, but not enough to keep their conversation private. "He is going places, our son. He will be a deputy in the Chamber of Deputies before we know it. And then an undersecretary, and before we know it, a minister. And dare I say one day, our son shall be President of the Republic." "Father," Reginald said, "let us not get too far ahead of ourselves." "Mon fils, that is precisely what we need to do. We need to see it before we can grab it." He reached into the air with his hand and grabbed a fistful of nothing. He brought his fist into his chest and pounded it for a moment. "You must believe." "I believe in grabbing so many things," Sylvia said. Martin shook his finger at his wife. "In the future, I shall keep a close eye on your alcohol intake. Tu comprends?" "Maybe these two could keep a close eye on me," Sylvia said, one hand on Jack's chest and the other on Nate's. "Maman," Reginald said, his neck flushing red, "you are consorting with the enemy." "No, thine enemy," Sylvia said, placing a finger on her lips. "I shall undertake that sacrifice and get as close to them as possible." She patted their chests. "The enemy is strong, I might add." She winked. "We will discuss your decorum when you have sobered up," Martin said. "We must behave as if Reginald is already a respected politician." He removed his wife's hands from Jack and Nate and yanked her away. June had only been around this group a short time, and she was already exhausted. "I don't think we've made ourselves scarce enough," June said. Nate and Jack nodded their agreement. The crowd was growing curious and beginning to close in on them. "Perhaps we should head for the lifeboats."
"Captain Fontaine!"
Arthur Auclair bellowed as he tossed the nub of his cigar into the river.
"You must turn this boat around and ditch our stowaways."
Captain Fontaine was soon at their side, his eyes wide and his lips quivering.
"Mais non, a steamboat cannot just turn around."
He embellished the proclamation by swirling his index finger in the air.
"C'est impossible."
He eyed Nate before turning to Arthur and Lillian.
"This particular stowaway, he is one of your daughter's previous entanglements?"
He threw a look at Elizabeth, who had returned to Reginald's side. "One of?" Elizabeth sputtered. "Exactly what are you trying to insinuate?"
"Yes, my good man, you had better watch that tongue."
Reginald wrapped his arm around her waist and pulled her into him as he shook his finger at the captain.
"Speak no more of my bride-to-be and her many entanglements, unless you wish to go down with this ship."
"I do not have many entanglements," Elizabeth said.
"I only meant to say that Madame Picard said these interlopers were her guests, but now it seems they are here under false pretenses."
Captain Fontaine explained, removing his hat and wiping his brow with a handkerchief, before placing it back on his head.
"Please forgive my tongue. Sometimes it trips along on its own. I meant no offense, mademoiselle."
He bowed to Elizabeth.
"Madame Picard said they were her guests?"
Lillian Auclair asked.
"And by this you mean Flora Picard?"
Captain Fontaine nodded. En masse, both sets of parents whirled around and fixed their gaze on Flora, who was standing a few meters away, running her hands over a crystal candle holder. She picked it up, and then, sensing eyes on her, looked back at the group. "Quoi?"
"Grand-mère," Reginald said. "Did you invite these interlopers to my engagement party?"
Flora blinked, thunked the candle holder back down on the buffet, and squinted. "Je sais pas. I don't know." She edged closer, nervously patting the silk scarf around her neck. A look of confusion came over her face as she continued to pat the scarf, her movements growing more and more panicked. "Something is missing," she said. "Quoi?" Realization dawned on June. Mentally, Flora was not all there. If she had known this earlier, she wouldn't have chosen her to help them get aboard.
"Your diamond brooch, grand-mère, do you not remember?"
Reginald whirled on Nate and Jack.
"You came aboard to steal my grand-mère's diamond brooch?"
"No," Nate sputtered. "I came to—" "I think it was clearly established that she misplaces things," June interjected. Reginald grew red in the face.
"You just happened to glom onto my poor old grand-mère, and we are supposed to believe it is a coincidence that suddenly her diamond brooch is missing?"
"Reginald," Elizabeth said. "Uninvited as he may be, I assure you, Nate Sparks is no thief." June wasn't about to mention the pilfering of her hat from this morning. That had been in jest.
"Thank you, Elizabeth,"
Nate said. "I am not speaking to you," Elizabeth said. By now their audience of curious guests was glued to the unfolding drama. "This is all a big misunderstanding," June said. "We're so sorry."
"Speak for yourself,"
Nate interjected. Did he not realize June was trying to help him? "I think Nate meant well and now regrets his decision to come aboard."
"I certainly do not."
But I promise you, Jack and I had no intention to cause any kind of disruption."
"She speaks the truth," Jack said, glaring at Nate. "A heads up would have been nice." "That is rich coming from you."
Nate crossed his arms and returned the glare. Jack frowned.
"What do you mean by that?" "It wasn't my idea to bring your friend June along. You sprung that on me at the last minute." "That's because I thought we were going to have a normal night out. A celebration. You said we were celebrating."
Nate gestured around the boat.
"If this isn't a celebration, what would you call it?"
"A shipwreck," Genevieve suggested, followed by a throaty laugh. Jack leaned toward Nate and lowered his voice.
"This was never about a celebration, and you know it."
There was an edge to his voice.
"We should have known it too." "There's no point in giving out to me. It's too late now," Nate said. "Although you're free to jump into the river and swim to shore."
Jack shook his head. From the tension in his jaw, June could see he was really upset.
"We'll talk about this later."
Tempers were flaring in both men. No doubt they were both embarrassed by their predicaments, but their egos were pretending otherwise.
"I've blindly accompanied you on a number of foolhardy endeavors," Nate said to Jack. "Is it really such a burden to return the favor?"
Jack fumed.
"I said we can talk about this another time."
Nate threw a look to June.
"I could tell you stories about our Jack here that would curl the feather in your hat." "Now you're just embarrassing yourself," Jack said. "Stop." "That's funny," Nate said. "I don't feel a bit embarrassed."
Jack shook his head.
"That figures."
"Let's all calm down." June stepped in between them. "For the time being, we're stuck here whether we like it or not. And arguing like schoolboys will hardly improve the situation."
"If Jack wants to have a go at me, he can have a go at me," Nate said.
He opened his arms.
"Here I am."
"Nate," Jack said, "you crossed a line." He turned to June.
"I could just strangle him."
All eyes were glued to the men as they waited to see how far they were going to take this argument.
"Geneviève,"
Captain Fontaine said in a voice that was too cheerful for the matter at hand.
"Maybe now is a good time to take to the stage."
"Maintenant? Now?" Genevieve's gaze traveled around the group. "I would argue there's already plenty to entertain us." Captain Fontaine shrugged and dabbed his forehead with a handkerchief.
"I think it is a brilliant idea, chérie,"
Lillian said, clapping her hands.
"It would bring us great pleasure to hear you sing."
She turned to the crowd to gather support. "Oui?" People began to nod and murmur their consent. Elizabeth's mouth set in a manner that suggested she took no pleasure in Genevieve at all, but she did not speak up. "Very well," Genevieve said. "But all of this," she indicated the group in front of her, "is going to be a hard act to follow." With that, she turned and began swiveling her hips back toward the stage, with Captain Fontaine on her heels.
"What are we going to do with these stowaways?" Lillian said.
"Do you think the good captain would be willing to lock them down in the cabin for the duration of this cruise?" Flora Picard was now amongst them, and she wedged herself between Jack and Nate. "They are not stowaways," she said. "I remember now. They are my guests."
"Your guests need to be locked away," Lillian said.
"That will not be necessary," June said. "As soon as the ship is docked, we will be well out of sight." Lillian glared at June. "However," June said, "until then, we will make ourselves scarce. Will that do?"
I would prefer it if you were out of sight altogether. Lillian stuck her chin up. But I suppose that will have to suffice.
Yet, moments after June led them away, Nate broke free and tried once more to approach Elizabeth. This time Reginald was prepared. He cut in front of him, forcing Nate to peer around him to speak to her. "If you change your mind and want to hear what I have to say, come find me."
"You will not say another word to my bride-to-be,"
Reginald said, blocking her with his hand in case she was contemplating running off with Nate.
"If there were not so many eyes on us, believe me, I would not be so restrained."
From the tight set of his jaw and the flush of red up his neck, June believed him.
"My offer stands, Elizabeth,"
Nate said.
"Please, think on it."
"Your timing has always been terrible," Elizabeth said quietly, shaking her head. "Let's have a little stroll, shall we?" June took Nate by the arm. Jack took the lead, and they followed behind him. Nate's head swiveled back to Elizabeth several times, but soon they were far enough away that he was forced to give up.
"I am sorry,"
he said under his breath to June.
"I had to try. Can you imagine dear, sweet Elizabeth married to Reginald Picard?"
He shook his head.
"Pompous buffoon."
"I understand you feel strongly about her," June said, "but crashing her engagement party is quite the dramatic gesture." Outrageously inappropriate, she thought, but also slightly romantic. June kept this to herself. Nate's shoulders slumped.
"It wasn't exactly how I planned it."
Sorrow crept into his voice. "How did you plan it?" June was genuinely curious.
"I didn't even expect to get on the boat, to be honest with you. I was simply hoping to catch Elizabeth before she boarded."
"Why do you think Elizabeth needs to be rescued?"
"Because, rumor has it, she is only marrying that man because her brother gambled away the family's fortune."
He scanned the boat until he spied Henri Auclair. The magician extraordinaire was moving from server to server, filling a large plate with appetizers.
"Elizabeth would do anything for her family. Mark my words, she does not want to marry Reginald Picard."
He spit the name out as if it was distasteful. "Be that as it may," June said gently, "I still think that's for her to decide." Jack was silent beside her, no doubt still trying to calm himself down.
"How can she decide if she doesn't know there are options?"
Nate said.
"I simply wanted her to know there are other solutions."
He had a point, although that still didn't excuse barging into her engagement party. This evening had to be costing these families a fortune. "It can be hard to let go of someone we once loved," June said. "But there is a right way and a wrong way to go about it." Nate's jaw tightened. He crossed his arms.
"She's only marrying him for money, and I'm in a position to help her out."
At this, Jack whirled around.
"You keep saying that, but I've never known you to be Mr. Moneybags. What's changed?"
Nate refused to make eye contact with Jack.
"That is none of your concern." "You made it our concern when you dragged us onto the ship under false pretenses,"
Jack said. They had navigated close to the stage now, and people were beginning to fill the chairs, awaiting the entertainment. "Why don't we sit for a minute?" June gestured to a nearby table with 4 chairs. She led the way, and the grumpy twosome had no choice but to follow. The wind was beginning to pick up, and the boat heaved as it went over choppy waters. Several people let out startled cries. June looked to see what the commotion was all about. A small group standing by the rail had just been sprayed by the agitated river. The boat jostled once more, and this time water sprayed as far as their table. The last thing June needed was a droopy hat feather. She carefully removed the cloche and set it in the center of the table, closing it in with a small vase of flowers and a napkin holder. She had no intention of chasing it down again. A server approached with 3 glasses of champagne and a few bowls of nuts. He set them on the table and walked away. Nate snatched a glass first and thrust it into the air. "Bottoms up." June and Jack each took a glass. "Bottoms up," June repeated. Jack refrained from cheering, but at least he clinked glasses. A jazz band had assembled next to the stage as Genevieve stepped into the spotlight. They began to play, and soon Genevieve's sultry voice filled the air. She was captivating and bold. Ironically, it was an upbeat song about a woman torn between 2 men. The message, if indeed that's what it was, wasn't lost on Elizabeth. The young bride-to-be glared at the stage, vibrating with barely repressed anger. But everyone else seemed to love it. Guests took to the dance floor, and soon the entire boat was alive with movement. "Go on and dance with June." Nate nudged Jack. "I'll hold down the fort." Jack stood and offered his hand to June. "May I have this dance?" "That would be lovely." He led her out to the area folks had designated as the dance floor, and soon she found herself lost in the music and the company. Jack was an excellent dancer. It felt natural to be in his arms, and it didn't take them long to find their rhythm. June allowed herself to enjoy the moment, convinced the worst was behind them. By the time the song was over and they made their way back to the table, Nate's seat was empty. "Nate?" Jack called as he looked around. From the expression on his face, he was having the same thought as June. He'd better not be anywhere near Elizabeth O'Clair. Did he have a death wish? "Here I am," Nate called. June turned to see him striding toward them, juggling 3 more glasses of champagne. Jack's shoulders relaxed. Soon they were all seated again, their attention on Genevieve. She performed 3 more love songs, each one cheerier than the last. When the set was finished, she grabbed a glass of champagne from a passing tray and toasted the happy couple. "Merci, merci," she said to thunderous applause. She took a bow and promised to return toward the end of the evening for another set. The band switched to light jazz tunes as she exited the stage. "I'm sorry about this. All of it," Nate said. He looked at Jack. "Will you forgive me?" "It's a bit too soon to forgive," Jack said, grimacing. "But I will drop it, under one condition." "Can't wait," Nate said. "Let me have it." "Next time. Warn me." "There will be no next time, I assure you." Nate's voice was friendly, but his expression darkened. "You should have told us what you were up to. You know I would have had your back." "You would have agreed to sneak onto the boat?" Nate raised an eyebrow. "No, but I would have distracted you with a bottle of whiskey. Or 2. "I knew it." Nate stared down at the bowl of nuts. "So much for having my back." "Why are you so stubborn? That's always been one of your problems." "One of?" "Yes. Would you like me to list the others? Because that would take a while." "I think we've beaten this subject to death," June said. "Let's just keep our heads down until we're off this boat." "Lillian O'Clair never did like me." Nate lifted his head and scanned the crowd as if trying to locate them. "Neither did Arthur." He suddenly grinned. "But As long as I pretended to be fooled by his magic tricks, I was always a hit with Henri. He leaned in. I can't help but think I came into some money for a reason. To help Elizabeth. He gave Jack a look. Maybe you do deserve to know how I came into my good fortune. Jack held up his hand. I no longer want to know. Perhaps it's for the best. Nate grinned at Jack and winked at June. But I should have known you'd come into some money when you gifted me that fancy pearl-handled knife, Jack said. He reached into his pocket, but came out empty-handed. A strange look came over his face as he began patting himself down. What's wrong? June asked. My knife, he said, surprise ringing out in his voice. It's gone. Chapter 4. June stared at Jack's empty hand as if willing the knife to materialize. Are you sure? She asked. With the personalities roaming about this boat, the last thing they needed was a sharp knife making the rounds. I'm positive. He patted the pockets of his suit jacket. It was right here. Come to think of it, where's your hat? Nate asked, studying June. Right there. June pointed to the spot on the table where she had left her hat. It was no longer there. Well played, she said, wagging her finger at Nate. You're a better magician than Henri. I'd say anyone is a better magician than Henri, Jack quipped. I'm not playing a trick, Nate said. When I left to get the champagne, your hat was right in the middle of the table. She never should have taken it off. Where could it have gone? Perhaps your hat ran away with my knife, Jack said. They make an odd couple, but who are we to stop true love? June shook her head and looked to Nate. Nate held up his hands. I swear, he said, I didn't touch either your hat or Jack's knife. Someone must have snatched it when you left the table, Jack said. A missing hat and a missing knife? June thought of Flora's diamond brooch. Perhaps she hadn't misplaced it after all. Could Reginald have been right about one thing? Was there a thief amongst them? Nate looked stricken. He tugged at his collar. I wasn't gone long. Someone must have been lying in wait. It's a fantastic hat, but I can't imagine why anyone here would take it, June said. Jack looked around. We know one thing. Whoever the thief is, he can't have gone far. Or she, June said. At this stage, they couldn't rule anyone out. Just then, a crewman breezed past, looking harried but focused, followed by Captain Fontaine. I thought you said you polished the banister, the captain said. Martin Picard asked for a tour of the engine room. Will I find it in disarray as well? I don't understand, the crewman said. I swear, I polished it myself. His pencil-thin moustache twitched, and he ran his hand through slicked-back hair. Then what do you make of this? Captain Fontaine held up a white-gloved hand. At least it used to be white. In the center of his palm was a slight stain. Is this grease? He gave it a sniff. Why is there grease on my banister? It must be polish. You wanted the banisters polished. This does not smell like polish. It smells like grease. I have no idea. Perhaps a guest snuck downstairs. And what? Played with the generator? Their conversation faded as they strode toward the stairs leading to the cabin. Let's have a stroll around, June said. Maybe we'll spot my hat or your knife. Perfect, Jack said. I hate sitting still. They began to make their way toward the bow of the boat. I suppose it fell out, Genevieve could be heard saying. She was coming their way, followed closely by Lillian. I didn't count them, but I certainly don't notice any missing. Lillian jabbed her finger at Genevieve's feathered headdress. There were 25 ostrich feathers. I should know. I dyed every single plume myself. A remarkable shade of jade to match your dress, and now there are only 24. Her lips trembled. It is considered bad luck to lose a feather. Bad luck? Genevieve looked put out. I promise to hold on to all the luck I have left. The headdress was a showpiece, and the jade ostrich plumes did indeed complement Genevieve's emerald dress. Exquisite detail had been paid to every aspect, including the band, which was adorned with emeralds and pearls. Given the soaring height of the plumes, June wondered how Genevieve managed to keep it balanced on her head. The sheer glamour of the headdress befitted the glamorous performer wearing it. Genevieve sighed and spread her arms open. What do you want me to do? Search the entire ship for a lost ostrich feather? I'm afraid this is coming out of your pay. Mais non. It is my same voice whether I sing with 25 feathers on my head or 24. Genevieve's head swiveled around, and she caught June's eye. Before June knew what was happening, Genevieve was striding toward her. Let's settle this once and for all. She stood in front of June, Jack, and Nate, and gestured to her headdress. Do any of you notice that a feather is missing? As if she were a siren, and they had been summoned to her side, Reginald, Henri, and even a crewman appeared and began marveling at the feathers, reaching up as if to touch them. There are so many of them, Reginald said. Are you sure one is missing? I certainly know that one is missing, Lillian said. And paws off. Why can I not touch one? Henri asked, once more reaching toward the headdress. Lillian slapped his hand away. Try it again, and you will lose a hand, she said. Henri smirked, but he did put his hands down, as did the rest of the men. You wear them so well, Reginald said. No one would ever suspect that one is missing. Genevieve let out a gleeful cry. You see? Lillian chewed on her bottom lip. Have it your way. But if you lose one more feather, it's going to cost you. With that, she strode away. If the engagement party is causing this much stress, I can only imagine the wedding, June said. Wedding? Nate repeated as if the word were something distasteful. Next week is the pre-wedding soiree, and then the wedding the following week. I still have time. He began to pace a small section of the boat. I still have time. Nate, June said, gently placing her hand on his arm, you have to stop. She does not want to marry that man, Nate said. He looked at June with pleading eyes. I know it. If that's true, why hasn't she taken you up on this dramatic rescue attempt? Jack said. Nate scoffed and shook his head. She's embarrassed, that's all. She'll come around. Sometimes you have to know when to quit, Jack said. June gave Jack a look, wary of another argument flaring up. He sighed, but nodded. But what do I know? He added. Meanwhile, Captain Fontaine took to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, he called out, the Eiffel Tower will be coming up, along with a little surprise afterward. Until then, continue to enjoy this beautiful evening. The crowd murmured and cheered. And please,
Keep your eyes peeled for Madame Auclair's missing diamond brooch."
Polite applause rang out as he nodded and left the stage.
"We're also missing a pearl-handled knife and a lovely magenta cloche hat," Jack added, "with a peacock feather."
"And an ostrich plume," Lillian cried out. "My earrings!" Sylvia suddenly cried, her hands touching her earlobes. "They were pinching me, so I just set them down for a moment."
"Has anyone seen a gold pocket watch?"
an old man called out.
"Or a cigarette lighter?"
Another chimed in.
"Mon Dieu!"
Captain Fontaine cried.
"A diamond brooch, a pearl-handled knife, a lovely magenta cloche hat, an ostrich plume, earrings, a gold pocket watch, and a cigarette lighter."
He looked as if he wanted to jump into a lifeboat and float away.
"If anyone else is missing any other items, please come to me. I need to start a list."
A wave of people headed toward the captain as a sense of unease spread through the crowd. Genevieve reappeared. Sultry music began to play, and her rich voice once again filled the space around them. June was scanning the boat, taking in the faces around her, when frenzied movement stole her attention. Henri Auclair was making a beeline for one of the chairs near the stage, nearly tottering under the weight of yet another plate piled high with what seemed like every appetizer on offer. He set it down on a chair, then removed a small blue vial from his pocket that matched the shade of his suit precisely. He sniffed it, looked at it for a moment, then took a nip out of it before making a strange face and slipping it back into his pocket. Was there some particular alcohol in it that they weren't already serving on the boat? From a short distance away, Reginald Picard was simultaneously reaching into his pocket, but instead of a vial, he produced a small black leather box with a gold bow. He opened it, shut it, and shoved it back into his pocket as he strolled away. Nate made a beeline toward Elizabeth. Jack turned to June and sighed. "Not again. I don't suppose we can leave him to his own devices." June nodded. "We certainly cannot." They were nearly at the rail when a loud groan rang out. June whirled around to see Henri Auclair bent over, clutching his stomach. "Henri!" Elizabeth said. Alarm stamped on her face. She ran toward her brother, trailed by Nate. "What's wrong?" she asked him. "I'd say he ate way too much," Sylvia Picard said, coming up from behind and gesturing to the chair where his plate sat. It was still piled with food. Henri shook his head and groaned. "We need a doctor," Elizabeth cried. "June's a nurse," Nate said. Everyone looked at June expectantly. "Is there a first aid kit on board?" she asked as she approached Henri and Elizabeth. "Let's gently lie him down on the deck with his knees up. That should relieve some pressure on his stomach." Henri allowed them to assist him to the deck, but as he went down, the blue vial from his pocket dropped out and began rolling across the deck. "What was in that vial?" she asked. "What vial?" he moaned. "The blue vial. It just fell out of your pocket." "Je ne sais pas." His head thrashed back and forth. "I only took a nip out of it, but there was no smell or taste." June frowned. "Why would you drink out of a perfume vial?" "Perfume vial?" Henri flushed. "It didn't smell like a perfume. I thought it was a fancy flask." "A fancy flask? That someone just happened to slip into your pocket?" "Oui. I assumed one of my many fans must have slipped it in there.
Why would anyone slip me a perfume bottle? Fans are much more likely to give me a drink.
Fans? Henri looked outraged.
I am a magician extraordinaire.
It took so much energy to make the statement that by the time he finished, he was wheezing and gasping for breath. Of course, June soothed. My apologies. How could I have forgotten?
If I felt better, I would show you another trick, he moaned. Maybe it was the oysters.
But we have all been eating the oysters, Elizabeth said, and no one else appears to be ill. Henri was starting to sweat profusely. June's concern amplified. She gently pressed on his stomach so she could rule out any kind of ulcer. Is the pain spreading out from your stomach? Say, down to the right? That would indicate appendicitis. Henri shook his head.
It is, how do you say, just a burning sensation.
In addition to the perspiration, his lips were turning slightly blue at the edges, and foam appeared at the corners of his mouth. I fear this could be food poisoning, June said. That made the most sense. But even so, she could not get that mysterious vial out of her mind. She turned to Jack. Can you have a look around for a small blue vial?
Now?
He asked. She nodded. I would like to find out if its contents made him sick.
I'm on it,
Jack said. He began to scan the deck. Okay, Henri, June said to her patient, wishing she had better news. I am afraid I need to help you expel the contents of your stomach.
Mais non,
Captain Fontaine yelled, his jowls bouncing as he jogged toward them.
There will be no expelling stomach contents on my beautiful ship.
He began to mutter to himself in French. June looked to the captain. If you fetch a bucket and a few towels, we'll do our best to contain it.
Gaston!
Captain Fontaine yelled, throwing his arms up.
Gaston!
The crewman, who had been standing near a potted plant as if trying to hide behind it, hurried toward them, his full cheeks bright red, his breath labored.
Oui?
He twitched his lips, making his thin moustache arch. In French, the captain ordered him to fetch towels and a bucket. I also need a glass of water and table salt, June said.
What if he were to expel over the rail?
Captain Fontaine said.
Please, this deck is pristine.
Let's see if we can get him there, June said. She looked to Elizabeth. Come on, Henri, Elizabeth said. Up you go. She motioned to Reginald. Get the water and salt. As Elizabeth took Henri by one arm, Nate hurried over and took the other. Together, they held Henri up as he stumbled to the rail, moaning all the way. Reginald arrived with a large glass of water.
I already put salt in it, he said.
Have him drink it as quickly as he can, June instructed. Gaston appeared with a towel and a bucket. The incident had attracted a crowd. Lillian and Arthur were now running toward their son, while Sylvia and Martin stood just off to the side, looks of disgust planted on their faces.
This is the location where we are going to watch the surprise, Captain Fontaine said. Can he please be sick on the other side of the boat?
No, June said. She handed the bucket off to Nate, who gave it to Henri. Drink the water as fast as you can, then hold the bucket over the rail.
I knew losing that feather would bring bad luck,
Lillian cried, pointing at Genevieve. Genevieve rolled her eyes. You cannot be serious. Soon they were joined by a group of curious onlookers. But just as quickly, everyone stepped back as Henri began retching into the bucket. June turned to Gaston. I think we're going to need a second bucket. Several buckets later, Henri seemed to be over the worst of it. But, just in case, June instructed him to stay near the rail with a fresh bucket and towel. Soon Jack returned to her side. "I couldn't find the blue vial, not to mention any of our missing items," he said. "I promise, I looked everywhere." "Thank you for looking," June said. "It certainly has been an eventful evening." "Henri is getting his color back," Elizabeth said. She looked at June and mouthed, "Thank you." "You're welcome," June mouthed back. "I feel much better," Henri said. "Merci beaucoup." "Wonderful," June replied. "I wouldn't eat or drink anything else this evening, but I think the worst has passed."
"Ladies and gentlemen, it is time,"
Captain Fontaine announced.
"Please make your way to the starboard side of the ship. You are in for a treat."
The guests rushed in that direction, and June couldn't help but notice Nate was following closely behind Elizabeth. She caught Jack's eye.
"I'm on it,"
Jack said.
"Nate,"
he yelled.
"you're impossible."
He pushed his way to Nate's side. From Nate's expression, he was none too happy about the interference. But soon the Eiffel Tower sailed into view, shiny and bright. For a moment, June forgot about all the drama as she gazed at the magnificent structure, sparkling in the night. Magical. Fireworks appeared overhead, bursts of color exploding with a boom and spreading out in the sky before raining tendrils down.
"Surprise!"
Captain Fontaine shouted. It was a feast for the eyes and a much-needed distraction for all. June couldn't help but notice that Reginald Picard was standing diagonally to Nate, who had wedged himself next to Elizabeth, and the groom-to-be stared daggers into his back. People pressed in behind June as they tried to push their way to the front. June couldn't help but feel a tad claustrophobic. The sky boomed with the finale, drawing even more applause and cheers. Thankfully, the evening was almost over. But as soon as June had this thought, the deck lights suddenly cut out, plunging everyone into darkness. People cried out, and June was being elbowed left and right as panic set in. "Ouch!" someone cried. "That was my toe!" "Captain!" a female voice that sounded like Sylvia Picard called out. "We can't see!"
"Pardon, pardon, pardon,"
Captain Fontaine shouted.
"Do not panic. I just need to check the dynamo. Gaston! Gaston, will you examine the dynamo?"
"Dynamo?" someone asked.
"The generator,"
Captain Fontaine explained.
"Gaston, where are you?"
"Stop pushing me!" someone yelled out. "That's my foot," another answered. The crowd began to heave, and June felt people crashing in on her in waves.
"Everyone, stay calm,"
Jack called out.
"Junie, are you okay?"
"I'm fine," she said. "But it would help if people would please stop shoving." A loud oomph rang out, followed by a thud. June felt a chill up her spine. "Henri?" Elizabeth said. "Was that you?" "Was what me?" Henri said. Then, just as suddenly as they went out, the lights flickered back on. June blinked as she waited for her eyes to acclimate. She had just taken a few steps forward when a blood-curdling scream rang out from someone nearby. "Elizabeth? Help!" she screamed. "Help!" June whirled around to see what the matter was, but the sight before her was so shocking that for a moment June was convinced her eyes were playing tricks on her. Elizabeth's screams had turned to sobs, and she was kneeling on the deck next to a prone man. Blood pooled around them. Jack stood behind Elizabeth, not moving, his eyes wide with fright, his mouth open. June's breath caught in her throat, and her heart began to hammer. Man down! It was Nate. She did not want to believe it. But it was Nate. He lay on his back, and the blood was emanating from his chest. His eyes, once so full of mischief and mirth, were open and staring, but there was no life in them. June edged in and forced herself to look closer. There was something protruding from Nate's chest. In an instant she knew what it was, and the recognition delivered a second shock to her system. Try as she might to wish it away, there could be no mistake. Protruding from Nate Sparks' chest, his heart, to be exact, was none other than a pearl-handled knife, monogrammed with the initials June knew so well. A.J.H. Chapter 5. The river siren had been docked for an hour, waiting for the Parisian police, and the air crackled with tension. Since the discovery of Nate's body, Elizabeth had been sobbing non-stop, which eventually irritated Reginald. He muttered to himself as he paced the boat. But June was most worried about Jack. Understandably, he was beside himself. To June's dismay, he had swiped a bottle of whiskey from the bar and was making quite a dent in it. "Jack," she said gently, "the police will be here soon. Maybe you should ease up on that?"
"Should I, Junie?"
he crooned.
"If I do, will this nightmare be over?"
He hugged the bottle to his chest.
"He can't be dead. He was just here. We were just talking to him."
I know. It was an impossible thing to wrap one's head around. She wanted to take the pain away from him, but his dear friend had just been murdered. The war had taken its toll on both of them, but Jack's way of dealing with his trauma had often been through a bottle. This was no time for a lecture. Instead, June found herself wandering the boat, trying to keep herself calm. She was nearing the bow when a flash of something shiny and blue caught her eye. The vial from Henri's pocket. It was resting beside a potted plant. June knelt, picked it up. It was made of crystal and etched with a lovely Art Deco design. It definitely looked like a perfume bottle in miniature to her. Henri claimed he thought it was a fancy flask. He had to be telling the truth, because otherwise it was hard to fathom why he would have sipped out of it. She sniffed it. He was right about one thing. It had no odor. Odd. It was fancier than most flasks, more like a perfume bottle, but in miniature. But what perfume was odorless? Had oysters really been the cause of Henri's sudden illness? Or could the mysterious contents of this bottle be responsible? June was contemplating this when she spied yet another object on the deck. This one was glittering. Was it Flora's diamond brooch? June hurried over. But when she knelt down, she could see it wasn't a brooch. It was a diamond bracelet with a snapped chain. Elizabeth had been wearing a diamond bracelet. Had it been stolen and pulled apart? Or had it been broken when the lights went out? June turned the bracelet over, and that's when she noticed initials carved into a small plate on the back. Forever. E.P. June was contemplating what to do with both the bracelet and the vial when she was approached by a man dressed in a bowler hat, navy tweed suit, and lace-up boots. The police had arrived.
"Inspecteur Pierre Laurent,"
he announced, eyeing the contents of her hands. "What a relief it is that you are here, Inspector Laurent. I'm June Parker." He pointed at her hands.
"You have broken your bracelet,"
he observed.
"A very fine bracelet, I might add."
June shook her head. "It's not mine. I just found it on the deck, along with this vial. I believe the bracelet may belong to Elizabeth Auclair, and the vial to a man named Henri Auclair." Inspector Laurent turned and whistled to a policeman behind him.
"Evidence bags, s'il vous plaît."
The policeman hurried over with 2 small canvas bags and handed them to the inspector.
"Until I understand everything that took place here this evening, I will be confiscating those."
He held open the evidence bags, and June dropped the bracelet into one and the vial into the other. "You might want to have that vial tested," June said.
"Tested?"
"Someone slipped it into Henri Auclair's pocket. He took a sip from it and was violently ill. I thought at first it was food poisoning, but everyone else was eating the food and no one else became ill."
"But he is not our victim. And the victim was not poisoned. He was stabbed."
His tone was that of a man who had just been insulted. "Yes, Nate Sparks was stabbed. But Henri said he found the vial in his pocket. He took a sip and became ill. I thought it was worth mentioning."
"And so you have mentioned it."
Inspector Laurent gestured to Captain Fontaine, who stood nervously behind him.
"Take me to the body."
Body? It was difficult to hear them speak of Nate that way, and even harder to comprehend that he was dead. Captain Fontaine nodded.
"Right this way."
June couldn't help but follow, but due to the chilly reception she'd just been given, she made sure to keep her distance. Soon, Inspector Laurent was standing over Nate, and every single person on the boat watched on as he slowly circled him, before kneeling down.
"A pearl-handled knife,"
he said.
"with initials A.J.H.
He lifted his head and eyed the crowd.
"Quite distinctive." "It's mine,"
Jack called from the rail, where he clutched the now near-empty bottle of whiskey.
"I am Avery Jackson Hayes III."
June's heart squeezed for him. The whiskey had taken hold.
"And that is my knife. And the dead man is my friend Nate."
Jack's head bobbed from the weight of trying to keep it up. Inspector Laurent stared at Jack, and then the whiskey bottle.
"Put that down,"
he demanded. Jack looked at the bottle but did not make a move. June advanced and gently took the bottle out of his hands. "Please," she said. "You need a clear head to help them with their investigation." Concern rippled through her. He was not making a good impression. It was dizzying how fast their situation had gone from bad to worse. Jack stared at her as his eyes filled with tears.
"I'm sorry, Junie,"
he whispered.
"We never should have come here this evening."
"It's okay," she said. "We're going to get through this."
"I yelled at him," Jack said. "And now he's dead." "You yelled at him?" Inspector Laurent advanced on Jack. "Were you angry at him?" "Yes, but anger is a very strong emotion. It can make a man do terrible things, no?"
"No," June said. She knew exactly what the inspector was driving at. It was a normal argument between friends. Inspector Laurent arched an eyebrow.
"Is that so?"
He stared at Jack, and Jack stared back. "Jack and Nate flew in the same squadron together during the war," June said. "Nate's murder is a terrible shock."
All murders are terrible shocks, Inspector Laurent said, without an ounce of empathy. Avery Jackson Hayes III. Inspector Laurent stared at the knife, then Jack. And you admit that this is your knife? His accent was thick and his gaze intense. Yes, sir. Jack nodded. It was a gift from Nate. He gave it to me this morning. A gift he would have regretted, had he known. Inspector Laurent murmured. He whipped out a notepad. This is very revealing indeed. This man, Nate Sparks, Jack said. His voice thickened as he pointed to the body. Best pilot I ever met. We called him Eagle Eyes, because he could spot the enemy from miles away. Every time, but this time, no? The inspector said. What? Jack frowned. What did you say? From the tightening of his jaw and the lower register of his voice, June knew he was raging. She only hoped he contained it as much as possible. Inspector Laurent pointed at Jack. Avery Jackson Hayes, tell me, why were you angry at your friend? They had a minor disagreement, that's all, June said. A minor disagreement, you say? Inspector Laurent whirled on June and squinted. Mademoiselle Parker, how do you know the victim and his pilot friend, Avery Jackson Hayes? I also met Jack during the war. I was a nurse on the front lines. Jack is a dear friend. And stop looking at him like he's a murderer. They were stowaways, Arthur Auclair said, marching straight up to the inspector, his cane swishing at his side. They manipulated a senile old woman to get aboard and stole her diamond brooch. That's not true, June said, well aware of the fact that her explanation would not help their situation any. You are not stowaways? Inspector Laurent turned his intense gaze to Jack and June. Jack was in no position to answer, so June took the reins. Nate Sparks came here this evening to see if he could talk to Elizabeth before she boarded. He informed me that he never thought we'd actually get on board. But the opportunity presented itself, and he took it. He took it, Inspector Laurent repeated. Jack and I had no idea about any of this. We knew we were going out for a celebration. That's all. It wasn't until we were already on the boat that we realized Nate's true intentions. And why would Monsieur Parks? Inspector Laurent began. Sparks, Jack said. Not Parks, Sparks. He was a hero. The least you could do is pronounce his name right. He took a few steps forward and stumbled. Somebody sit that drunk American down, Inspector Laurent called out. June started toward Jack. The inspector held up his hand. Not you, mademoiselle. You stay right here. One of the policemen dragged Jack to a chair, shoved him down, and hovered over him. Inspector Laurent turned to Elizabeth, who was huddled nearby, her petite body shaking. Bonsoir, Mademoiselle Auclair. Bonsoir, Inspector Laurent. This man, this Nate, Inspector Laurent said. He is a stranger? Elizabeth shook her head. We dated, once upon a time, before the war. He broke my daughter's heart, Lillian piped in. Maman, Elizabeth said. What does that matter now? Martin strode up to where Jack was seated and pointed at him. This man threatened to kill the dead man. Gasps rang out from the crowd. He threatened to kill him, Inspector Laurent repeated. And soon thereafter he was indeed dead. That was a figure of speech, June said.
Jack and Nate were like brothers, and sometimes they bickered like brothers do.
Cain and Abel were brothers, Inspector Laurent said.
June rolled her eyes. Jack did not kill Nate. All the color had drained from Jack's face. He struggled out of his chair.
Nate survived a war, only to be murdered by one of you.
Jack's accusing finger swept non-discriminately across the deck. The policeman pushed him back down and this time kept his hand on his shoulder. Jack shook it off.
And yet,
Inspector Laurent said, taking slow and deliberate steps toward Jack. When he reached him, he bent over so that they were face to face.
It is your knife that was sticking out of his heart. You are the one who quarreled with him, and you are the one who said you could kill him. It is a shocking yet simple case, Martin said. Here sits the killer.
You cannot be serious, June said. Jack wouldn't kill Nate. She turned to Inspector Laurent. You have my word.
I follow the facts, Inspector Laurent said. Your word means nothing to me.
June waited for someone else to jump to Jack's defense, but of course, how could they? Jack was a stranger to everyone but June. She had to talk some sense into these people. Do not forget that the trouble began with a thief on board this boat, June said. Several people had items stolen, including Jack's knife. Anyone could have taken it.
A thief, you say?
Inspector Laurent stared into his notebook.
Let us go over these missing items and start from the beginning.
Why are you on about missing items when a man has been murdered? Lillian piped up.
Investigations are puzzles, Inspector Laurent said. One never knows when the tiniest piece will help to fill in the bigger picture. You must indulge me and tell me everything. I shall decide what is relevant.
Of course, Inspector, Lillian said. I, for one, am missing an ostrich feather. She stared at his notebook, expecting him to write that down. It began with Flora's diamond brooch, June said. Flora, upon hearing her name, waddled up. My brooch? She said. Whatever do you mean? She turned her inquisitive violet eyes June's way. There, on Flora's scarf, was her diamond brooch. You found it, June said. Did I? Flora touched her scarf. I am so happy to have it back. Elizabeth approached Flora and took her hands. Wherever did you find it? She found it in her pocket, Sylvia said. You see, it wasn't stolen after all. June did not know what to make of this. Then how do you explain the rest of the missing items? June looked around until she spotted Captain Fontaine. The captain made a list of the missing items. Captain, would you please show him your list? Captain Fontaine, looking as if he did not want to be dragged into this, reluctantly pulled the list out of his pocket and approached.
In addition to the hat and knife, we also have a gold pocket watch, a lighter, and an ostrich feather. You are telling me that a thief stole a hat and a feather, but not a diamond brooch.
Inspector Laurent said with an amused tone. I think Flora's brooch was stolen, June said. The thief must have returned it.
Thieves generally do not return stolen items, Inspector Laurent said. Hold on, an old man called. I have a lighter in my pocket. That's my lighter, another man answered. He dipped his hand into his pocket and pulled out a gold pocket watch. Mon Dieu!
The men shook their heads and traded items.
Everyone, check your pockets, your handbags, your vicinity, Captain Fontaine shouted. And I can start crossing these items off my list.
Mademoiselle Parker, I believe this is your hat. June turned to see Lillian standing behind her, clutching June's hat against her dress. It somewhat blended in with the maroon squares of the frog, so it took a moment for June to recognize it. Lillian held it out, and June gratefully accepted it. Where did you find it?
It was sitting on a chair at my table. It was pushed all the way in, so I didn't notice it until the captain asked us to look.
Thank you. Luckily, it was in good shape. June placed it back on her head. It appears the thief did return the items, Genevieve said. Just not to the right people. A quiet murmur began to ripple through the crowd. June thought of the broken diamond bracelet she'd found on the deck. Why hadn't anyone mentioned it missing? She had to speak up. I found a broken diamond bracelet on the deck. While she waited for someone to claim it as theirs, June studied Elizabeth. Her diamond bracelet was still dangling from her wrist. June pointed at it. It was a bracelet similar to that one, she explained. And it had the initials E.P. Reginald played with the corner of his moustache. This bracelet is one of a kind, Elizabeth said, glancing at Reginald. Reginald surprised me with it last month. A wonderful birthday present. And as you can see, I have not lost it.
She will never take it off, Reginald said.
I will take it off, Elizabeth said gently. But not often. Reginald nodded.
To sleep and to bathe.
Elizabeth flushed red. June did not know what to make of this. If not the future Elizabeth Picard, who could it belong to? Perhaps when everyone is questioned individually, you will discover who owns it, June said. Inspector Laurent whirled around.
I would appreciate it if you would let me conduct this investigation, Miss Parker.
Of course, I just...
Fancy yourself a detective?
Absolutely not, June said. I simply thought you would want all the facts. You know, so you could sort it all out. He continued to glare at her.
Merci.
He held up his hand to stop her from saying anything further. Flora waddled up beside June. I love the yellow eyes, she said, stroking June's handbag. Like a little minou. Meow. Are you all right? June asked the elderly lady, placing her hand on Flora's arm. Flora grinned. I may be old and slightly forgetful, but I still know how to have fun. It is only when you stop playing that you are ready for the grave. I hope I retain a playful quality as I age, June said, returning the smile. She looked down at her handbag. It was a small magenta clutch without adornments, but now a pair of yellow gems were attached to it. Flora was correct. They looked like cat eyes, but these definitely did not belong to her. Upon closer examination, they were earrings, and they had been clipped to the outside. Is anyone missing a pair of yellow earrings? June asked as she carefully removed them from the handbag. Did you say yellow earrings? A voice called out. Sylvia Picard. It made sense that they were hers, given her yellow dress. Sylvia hurried over. When she was near, June held the earrings in the palm of her hand. Are these yours? Sylvia turned a suspicious eye on June. Where did you find them? Someone attached them to my handbag, June said. They were watching me, Flora said. A smile appeared at the corner of her lips. She caught June's eye and gave her a conspiratorial wink. Although there was no doubt Flora Picard was experiencing some cognitive issues, June had a feeling that some of this was being exaggerated by the sweet old woman for a bit of attention. And it worked. Whenever Flora's memory seemed to be failing, June noticed the family swarmed around her. Sylvia raised an eyebrow. How curious. She then shrugged it off as if it didn't matter. June lifted her palm again until Sylvia picked up the earrings and clipped them back on.
Putting our strange thefts aside, Inspector Laurent called out, I will need a thorough account of the moments leading up to and after the murder.
He scanned the crowd.
Who would like to begin?
Chapter 6. Voices began to overlap as several people started talking at once.
The fireworks! It was a marvelous view of the Eiffel Tower, simply marvelous. And then the lights went out. Suddenly it was black as night.
That is true. The lights suddenly went out, Sylvia Picard said. And when they came back on, Monsieur Sparks was lying on deck with the knife protruding from his heart. Inspector Laurent turned to Captain Fontaine.
What can you tell me about the lights?
Captain Fontaine clasped his hands behind his back and began to rock back and forth. He gestured with his head to the string lights.
The lights went out just after the fireworks reached their finale. It was quite spectacular, I might add. There was a bit of jostling and panic, but there is no need for worry. They came back on, no?
Inspector Laurent nodded.
How were they taken out? This I do not know. I have examined the dynamo. Dynamo?
Inspector Laurent arched an eyebrow.
Oui, it is the name of the generator. Where is this generator?
Captain Fontaine pointed to the stairs leading down to the cabins.
Down there. I see. Continue. There is not much to say. I went down to examine it and found it in working order. I cannot explain what happened.
It appears a killer happened, Elizabeth cried. Or could this have been an accident? June didn't believe that for a second. The knife had been firmly plunged into Nate's chest. He had been murdered.
All possibilities are before us,
Inspector Laurent said. June thought of something. She turned to Captain Fontaine. Earlier in the evening, you came up from below deck with a grease stain on your glove, remember? She scanned the crowd but did not see the crewman. I heard you mention it to Gaston.
I asked him to check the dynamo,
Captain Fontaine said. Maybe someone was fiddling with it, June said, in anticipation of killing the lights.
Impossible, Captain Fontaine said. Why would someone do such a thing?
To get away with murder. June was finding it hard to keep her frustration at bay. She felt as if she was swimming against the tide, or drowning in it. If someone had been touching the dynamo, would there be grease on his hands? She stared at Captain Fontaine. Captain Fontaine shrugged.
It is possible.
June felt a smidge of relief. This could be a real clue. Our killer may have tampered with the lights well before they went out.
You are saying the killer was down there, killing the lights, but also up here, stabbing Monsieur Stowaway?
Inspector Laurent asked. He shook his head.
These fancy new lights are always malfunctioning.
He gestured to the rail.
I want everyone to stand in the exact position they were in when the lights went out."
Obediently, the guests gravitated to the railing, including Jack, who had been shaken awake by the inspector. When they were finally allowed to disembark, she was going to have to see him home, make sure he had water and headache tablets for the morning. She still could not wrap her head around everything that had happened. All Jack wanted was for the three of them to have a celebratory night out. What was it Nate had said? The fact that they were alive was reason enough to celebrate. It was devastating how quickly one's entire fate could change. The group stood awkwardly at the rail and waited for further instructions.
"Where was our victim?"
Laurent asked.
"I will have my officer stand in for him."
Everyone pointed to the space between Elizabeth and Jack. The officer hurried over and squeezed in.
"Which direction was everyone facing?"
They all turned toward the river, presenting their backs to the inspector.
"All of you?"
"Oui,
there were fireworks,"
Captain Fontaine said. He was standing off to the side. Of course, he was the only one of them that wasn't at the rail. June couldn't fathom why the captain would stab Nate, but it was true that neither he nor Gaston had been lined up at the rail.
"It was a magnificent show." "If that is true, then how did it come to be that our victim was stabbed in the chest?"
Inspector Laurent asked. Exactly. June wanted to cheer. He was finally doing some detective work. The inspector pointed a finger at Captain Fontaine.
"Where were you during this?"
The captain pointed to the small stage.
"Please, go there now,"
the inspector said. The captain hurried over.
"Gaston,"
he yelled out when he reached his spot.
"Where were you?"
Gaston pointed to a potted plant, then ran over and stood beside it.
"How long were the lights out?"
Inspector Laurent asked as he paced the deck with his hands folded behind his back. People's lips began to move as they silently counted. Everyone except for Henri, who was whispering aloud as he counted on his fingers.
"Moins d'une minute,"
someone shouted out. Less than a minute. The rest of them nodded their agreement. Inspector Laurent faced the crowd.
"Let's assume our killer knew the exact moment when everything would go black. How in the world would they know that?"
Captain Fontaine asked.
"There is more to learn about this murder,"
the inspector continued.
"Perhaps there was more than one person involved."
At this, he glared at June.
"An accomplice."
He continued to stare without blinking. It took everything June had to keep her composure. She did not rattle easily, but this evening had knocked her off balance. It would be to her benefit to recall her time on the front lines and keep calm now. She stared back at Inspector Laurent with her head held high. "I don't see how anyone else could have been involved," Elizabeth said. "Nate and his friends were not even supposed to be here."
"Stowaways!"
Arthur Auclair exclaimed, sticking his index finger in the air.
"Mademoiselle, that only proves one thing, that all of the invited guests did not know Nate was going to show up here this evening. But maybe one of the uninvited ones did."
Everyone's eyes landed on June and Jack. "Jack and I had no idea where we were going this evening," June said for the umpteenth time. "Nate said it was a surprise." And it certainly was. Everything about this evening had been a terrible, terrible surprise. Inspector Laurent wagged his finger at June.
"One more word out of you, mademoiselle, and I will haul you into the police station. Vous comprenez?"
"Yes," June said through gritted teeth. "I understand."
June is only trying to help.
Jack slurred. He stared at her, a sad smile playing at the corner of his lips.
She's the most helpful person I've ever met.
June's heart squeezed for her friend. Thanks, she mouthed. He gave her a sad smile.
Why is he so much drunker than all of the other guests? Lillian exclaimed. It must be his guilty conscience.
What was wrong with these people? Why were they all turning on Jack? Inspector Laurent resumed pacing.
I believe our killer knew when the lights would go out. How this was accomplished will be ascertained as this investigation continues. As soon as the lights went out, our killer made his or her move.
Inspector Laurent lifted his right arm over his head and then violently stabbed the air with his make-believe knife. Several people gasped.
I believe the killer meant to stab him in the back. Our victim must have sensed the killer behind him and turned at the fatal moment. That is why he was stabbed in the heart.
He was right. That's exactly what Nate would have done. Maybe those eagle eyes even worked in the dark. Nate had likely sensed someone creeping up on him from behind. Inspector Laurent was intelligent, and June allowed herself to hope. She couldn't help but look at Reginald as a memory returned. The thud Nate's body made when it hit the deck. Reginald hadn't been situated at the rail, but he had been very close by. Close enough to stab Nate in less than a minute. And he was the one person she could think of who might have wanted Nate dead. Was Elizabeth's fiancé a killer? Inspector Laurent came to a stop right in front of Jack.
You were standing right next to the victim, he said.
Nate wasn't a victim. He was a friend, Jack corrected.
Your friend whom you threatened to kill.
Inspector Laurent had led Jack right into that trap. He was trying to anger him. At least he was starting to sober up.
Strangle,
Martin Picard said, snapping his finger.
That's what he said. I could strangle him.
It was said out of frustration, not anger, Jack said. A figure of speech. June went to his side and spoke in a soft voice. Don't let them rattle you. Jack paused for a moment.
I see where your line of thought is going, Inspector. But you've got it all wrong. Nate and I shared a bond, forged by war, by blood. We put our lives on the line for each other. I was with them the entire time, June said. Jack and I were very frustrated with Nate. But that's a far cry from being in some kind of murderous rage.
Inspector Laurent did not look convinced.
You were standing directly beside him.
He held up a finger.
You argued with him.
A second finger went up.
You threatened to kill him, and then, voila, he is dead.
Fingers 3 and 4.
But most damning of all, the murder weapon belongs to you.
The fifth and final finger went up, and everyone stared at his splayed hand as if there were a message scrawled upon it in blood. Jack is a murderer. Jack opened his mouth to speak, then shut it. Like June, he'd realized the futility of it. These people wanted Jack to be the killer, including, she feared, the inspector.
Sadly, murders are most often committed by the people closest to the victim,
Inspector Laurent continued. Before Jack could say another word, the inspector nodded to the police officer behind him, who stepped forward, a pair of handcuffs dangling from his hand.
"What are you doing?" June cried.
"You've barely begun your investigation."
"And I will continue to investigate," Inspector Laurent said. but I must detain this one at the station. He is a foreigner, a pilot. He could easily flee.
He stared at June.
Avery Jackson Hayes. We will be detaining you for further questioning regarding the murder of Nate Sparks.
He nodded to the officer, who quickly turned Jack around and cuffed his hands behind his back. "No!" June cried. She started forward. A hand gently pulled her back. She turned to see Geneviève Delacroix, looking at her with compassion. But not only that. She was trying to convey a message. Her eyes carried a warning. "Pull back." "You can get an avocat," Geneviève whispered. "But if you continue to argue with him, he is going to arrest you as an accomplice." Murderer! Accomplice! Get a lawyer! Geneviève had a point. June wanted to shout out to Jack, tell him she was going to get him out. Somehow. But he was already being led off the ship. June trailed behind, then watched as Jack was led off the boat. As if the weather were a mirror to her mood, a sharp wind began to blow. June walked to the edge of the ship and took a deep breath. When the wind threatened to take her hat away for the third time, she removed it and clutched it to her chest.
"Attention, everyone. You will need to report to this officer." Inspector Laurent pointed to the policeman on his left. "He will take down your name and housing information. Do not leave Paris, as we will be summoning each of you into the station for an official interrogation. That is all. After that, you are free to leave."
Free to leave? Everyone except for Jack. June clenched her hat. Her fingers bumped up against something small but hard, buried underneath the teal ribbon. Perplexed, she slipped her fingers underneath the ribbon and pulled out a large golden token. It was unlike anything she had ever seen. Embossed in the center was a large pair of bird wings flapping inside an archway. Une porte. A door. This wasn't like any currency she had ever seen. What was it, and where did it come from? How odd. There was only one thing June knew about this token. At the beginning of this evening, it had not been in her hat. Chapter 7. June had a fitful night. On her return, she'd sunk into her living room chair, and it was there that she fell into a restless sleep. When the first rays of the morning sun woke her, she quickly changed out of her dress from the night before, bathed, and chose a comfortable but smart outfit for the day. White pants that flared mid-calf and a powder blue blouse with puffy sleeves and an Art Deco pattern subtly embroidered down the middle. Then, after forcing herself to have a cup of tea and a biscuit, she counted the minutes until it was 11 a.m. Finally, Amelia's art gallery would be open. June donned her hat, grabbed her handbag and wool coat, and headed out the door. It was a crisp but fresh morning, and June allowed a surge of hope to rise in her as she began the walk to the gallery. The city was alive, and a chorus of sounds, from motorcars to horses, provided a low hum that ran underneath her thoughts. She was going to find a way to make that inspector free Jack. Amelia's advice would be welcome. Located in the 14th arrondissement, Amelia's gallery was a modest but lovely space, and she deserved every bit of it. Her paintings were an explosion of color and style, all her own. And whenever she saw them, June couldn't help but marvel how far the little girl who was once an orphan had come. June was never so relieved to step in and spot her friend. Amelia stood with her back to June, adjusting a painting on the wall. Amelia was a glamorous black Frenchwoman, as talented as she was sophisticated. She immediately turned as the door opened. "June!" Today she wore a dress that resembled a kimono. It was styled in patches, deep blues, greens, and purples that blended together brilliantly. In her hair, a silk flower in the same colors accentuated the kimono, and strings of yellow beads gave the entire ensemble a pop of color. "I was hoping to see you today." Amelia went to hug June, but she stopped, took a step back, and as her warm brown eyes took in her friend, June knew that Amelia had already ascertained that something was wrong. "Voyons, ma chère, whatever is the matter?" "It's Jack," June said. "He's been taken in by the Parisian police." It still did not feel real to June. She had not slept a wink last night. "Under the suspicion of murder." "Mon Dieu!" Amelia's mouth dropped open. "No, tell me you are having a laugh." But once again she could read June's face. She held up a finger, then headed for the front door of the gallery. There she turned the sign to fermé, then shut and locked the door behind her. "I want to know everything," she said. "But as strange as this might sound, I concentrate better when my hands are busy. Do you mind if I unpack frames while you talk? I have to inventory a shipment that has just arrived." "I don't mind at all." They headed to the front of the gallery where Amelia had boxes set up on a large table. "I promise you I am listening to every word." "I can help," June said. "Merci. Start with the box on the left and just set the frames on the table. It will take me some time to decide which painting will match with each." As soon as they began to unpack frames, the story spilled out of June, beginning with stepping off the train and ending with finding the golden token in her new hat. Amelia listened intently, the same emotions playing out on her face that June herself had experienced. Surprise, awe, shock, and finally, horror. When June reached the end of the tale, Amelia set down a frame and stared at the wall as if imagining the entire scene. "The Auclairs and the Picards," she said. "I have heard rumors about both families, of course, but one never knows what to believe." "What are the rumors?" June asked. She was ready to believe them. "You are aware that the Auclairs ran one of the most successful import-export businesses in Paris?" "Yes, I was aware of that. Their reputation precedes them." Amelia nodded, then began arranging the frames she had unpacked by size on the table. "The rumor is that Henri Auclair's gambling debts were forcing this family into marrying off Elisabeth Auclair to Reginald Picard." "Nate suggested as much," June said. Maybe he had been right all along. "You know yourself that the bourgeois do not often go out of their way to mix with the nouveau riche." I got the feeling it wasn't going to be a marriage forged by love. June found that profoundly sad. She could not imagine marrying someone who she did not love with her whole heart. "Darling, I would be shocked if it was. Reginald has quite the reputation, you know." She leaned in and whispered, even though there was no one within earshot. "He is a bit of a devil with the ladies." "I wasn't aware," June said, "but I'm not surprised." Like mother, like son. June set the frame in her hand down on the table and began to pace. She knew what Amelia meant. With so many thoughts tumbling through her head, it was hard to sit still. "I did not realize it at the time, but now I have a feeling Nate knew all about Reginald Picard. You should have seen him. He was so desperate to help Elizabeth." "How did she feel about that?" "She wasn't happy to see him. Although, I did sense the affection between them, but our arrival embarrassed her in front of everyone. I can imagine. They had finished unpacking the crates, and Amelia took a moment to place them behind her counter. The frames on the table varied in size, design, and color, just like Amelia's work. It was much faster with two, Amelia said. Shall we try and sit? She gestured to a velvet sofa by the window. I don't think I can. Amelia nodded. I see. It is contagious. She held up a finger, went to her counter, and returned with a stack of canvases. She set them down and began trying to match the paintings with the frames. What else do you know about Reginald's reputation? June asked. Suffice it to say that Reginald Picard does not always go for the girl with the angel on her shoulder. She stopped and gazed out the window for a moment. He has a type. Say more. Showgirls, models, and party girls are his weaknesses, and he can afford to wine and dine them. It is interesting that you say that. Genevieve Delacroix was the guest singer on the boat, and I got the distinct feeling that Elizabeth was not happy to see her. Amelia gasped. Genevieve Delacroix? You met Genevieve Delacroix? June nodded. She was the star performer. Ooh la la! Amelia clasped her hands together. She is extraordinary. You did have quite the eventful evening. If you consider Jack getting arrested eventful, you would not have believed it, Amelia. How those families, not to mention the inspector, immediately turned against Jack. I cannot say I'm surprised, Amelia said. What do you mean? Neither family would want a whiff of scandal on them. A murder accusation before the big wedding. I'm sure they thought the only way to protect themselves was to immediately find a scapegoat. The Picards are fighting hard enough to be accepted among high society, and the Auclairs are under scrutiny for their financial woes. Everyone is whispering about the upcoming nuptials. But if you add in murder... Amelia shook her head. I fear you have encountered the two families in Paris who would do anything to protect their reputations. Anything? They would throw Jack to the wolves. They already had. Do they not even care that there's a real killer out there? Perhaps they have convinced themselves that Jack is the true culprit. I am sure that it is much more palatable than believing one of them was capable of such an evil deed. A shiver ran through Amelia. June knew just how she felt. I cannot let this stand. I must clear Jack's name. He would do the same for June. He wouldn't rest until she was free, and neither would she. How on earth will you go about that, darling? I have to find out more about these families. June turned to face Amelia. But how? I certainly don't run in their circles. Amelia walked to her counter and grabbed a shawl and her handbag. Allons, prendre un café. You want to go to a coffee shop? Now? Amelia smiled. Definitely now. I know a great little place right around the corner. And it just happens to be Lillian Auclair's favorite little spot. It is? Oui, Amelia nodded. She is a fashion designer, as I am sure you are aware. June nodded. Everyone who is anyone frequents this café. Artists, writers, musicians, philosophers, and most importantly, designers. I find myself there nearly every day. It is the best place in Paris, not only to get to know the latest fashions, but also to get wind of the latest potin. A look of mischief came over Amelia's pretty face. Gossip, June hadn't even thought of this. I wonder if news of Nate's murder has already begun circulating. Now you are thinking. Let us find out, shall we? June loved that Amelia had her finger on the pulse of the city. Not only was her gallery the perfect place in which to rub shoulders with the Paris elite, she also knew all the latest hotspots. I cannot wait to see what everyone is wearing, June said. And believe me, Lillian Auclair was not shy to announce she was a designer. Her visions are bold, I'll give her that. Well said, darling, Amelia laughed. I can see from your face that she must have been wearing one of her unique creations. June nodded. She's also designing Elizabeth's wedding dress. Poor Elizabeth. She really does need rescuing. Speaking of which, when Nate was trying to get through to Elizabeth, he said something like, "If this is about money, I can help you." I'm sure her pride didn't like that. She rebuffed the offer, but that's not the only curious thing. Nate had come into money recently, but we never found out how. That is interesting, Amelia said. She thought it over. You mentioned finding a golden token. Do you have it with you? It's in my handbag. June started to reach for it. Hold that thought. Let us get to the coffee shop. I'll have a look at it there. June clasped Amelia's hand. It felt good not to be entirely alone in this saga. You're the best. Amelia squeezed June's hand. You know I will do everything I can for you, and for Jack. June took a deep breath. I didn't doubt that for a second. But it meant the world to hear it. Chapter 8. The quaint cafe was located on the left bank, and from nearly every window one could see artists out with their easels, shoppers going by with parcels, and owners walking their dogs. The place was bustling. It was nearing lunch hour, and one look at the fashionable and bold outfits around them, and June could easily see Lillian Auclair being one of the regulars. She wondered how Jack was doing, which brought the pit in her stomach back into focus. She knew he was mourning Nate, and probably unhappily sober by now. It was torture to picture him sitting in a prison cell, while she was in a delectable Parisian cafe. One step at a time, Amelia said, reading her expression. They had a coveted table by a window, and a pot of coffee sat between them. Amelia poured it into both of their cups, and for a minute they sat there, watching the steam rise. A tower of biscuits and scones had been delivered on a 3-tiered stand, along with fresh cream, butter, and a variety of jams. It looked delicious, but June had lost her appetite. We know that Jack did not murder Nate, Amelia whispered after a moment. Who do you think might have done it? I honestly don't know, but as we've discussed, both families seemed rather intent on this wedding going forth. I can't help but think that if one of them saw Nate as a threat, if someone believed Nate had the ability to stop it, it's possible that is the reason he was killed. With Jack's knife, no less, Amelia said. June took a sip of coffee and nodded. The knife Nate gifted to him just that morning. Amelia shivered. If only he had confided in Jack about his true intentions for the evening. Amelia was right. It would have changed everything. They would have talked him out of it. Jack would still be a free man, and Nate would still be alive. The fact that no one on the boat knew we were going to show up that evening including myself and Jack, mind you, was one of the reasons they provided to Inspector Laurent to convince him of Jack's guilt. How do you mean? They were all shocked to see Nate. As far as I know, Nate was the only one who knew of his plans for that evening. If one of them murdered him, it was a spur-of-the-moment decision. Amelia looked thoughtful. She chose a scone from the arrangement and began to butter it. That is possible, isn't it? That someone decided on the spur of the moment that he was a threat? Anything is possible. But Elizabeth was telling him in no uncertain terms that he shouldn't be there. She never once seemed on the verge of cancelling her wedding. In other words, he did not really pose a threat at all. Exactly, June repeated. Was he annoying them? Absolutely. But did his presence rise to the level of inciting murder? She shook her head. I cannot imagine that. I just know I'm missing a huge piece of this puzzle. I wish you could wipe it all from your mind. Amelia took a bite of the scone. From her expression, June could tell it was delicious. And no one could have predicted that Jack would have a knife on him. And yet, somehow, the killer was able to get his or her hands on it. Thus, the killer goes free, and Jack becomes the scapegoat. Maddening. You mentioned there was a thief on board. Indeed. And after the murder, we began to find the items. Only many of them were not with the original owner. Give me an example. Take my hat. June lifted her hat from her lap, then set it back down. Lillian O'Clair said she found it sitting on her chair, and a pair of earrings that belonged to Sylvia Picard had been clipped onto my handbag. Then there was a matter of the blue vial in the pocket of Henri Auclair's suit. I'm not sure if Lillian ever found her feather. And Jack's knife? That is the question, isn't it? Who ended up with Jack's knife? Are we thinking that the thief and the killer are the same person? I've been wondering that myself. If it is the same person, perhaps the items were stolen so that Jack's missing knife would seem less alarming. It created a distraction. But if the thief and the killer are two different people, that can only mean two things. I'm listening. Either the killer knew who the thief was, and he or she took the knife from the thief, or the thief, mistakenly or otherwise, returned the knife to the killer. This all sounds very complicated. I do hope the inspector is a good one. I'm on the fence about that. He made some astute observations, but he also arrested Jack on the spot. He even suggested that I could have been his accomplice. June Parker, the killer, Amelia said with a grimace. How absurd. She shook her head. I'm sure both of those families have donated loads to the police department in the past. We might not like it, but it is the way of the world. She pointed to the remaining scones and biscuits in front of them. These are delicious, and you need to eat, even if you do not feel like it. June nodded, took a biscuit, and absent-mindedly bit into it. And there was something strange about Henri becoming suddenly ill. Although he recovered, he had all the signs of poisoning. Amelia stared at the remaining scone on her plate. Poisoning? June nodded. Remember the mysterious blue vial I mentioned? Amelia nodded. He says someone slipped it into his pocket, and shortly after sipping from it, he became quite ill. She paused. It could have been food poisoning, but no one else on the boat got sick. Amelia froze with her teacup mid-air and cocked her head. What exactly are you saying? His symptoms were consistent with poisoning, and if it wasn't food poisoning, then something in that vial caused him to be ill. It looked like a mini perfume bottle to me, although Henri said he thought a fan gifted him a fancy flask, because it didn't smell like perfume. He was right about that, because later I found the vial lying on the deck and sniffed it. There was no odor at all. Where is the vial now? The inspector took it. June sighed. It was such a unique vial. Crystal blue, etched with an Art Deco design. Very decorative for its size. Amelia held up a finger and then dug in her handbag. Was it a vial like this? She pulled out a vial and plunked it down on the table. It was red instead of blue, and the decorations varied slightly, but otherwise they were nearly identical. That's it, June said. Only Henri's was blue. Wherever did you get this? Everyone in Paris has one, or at least everyone who is anyone. I'm going to need more information than that. It's a sample perfume bottle from Picard Parfum for the unveiling of their new scent, Mon Amour. My love. May I? June gestured to the bottle. Be my guest. June uncorked the small bottle and brought it up to her nose. It had a distinct floral scent. Henri's had no odor, June said. Isn't that odd? What was perfume without a scent? I would say so, Amelia said. But from the look on your face, you have a theory. What if there was no odor because someone replaced the perfume with a poison? To kill Henri Auclair? I don't know, June said. Maybe. Or maybe Henri is the killer. Perhaps he intended on using the poison, but when he spotted Jack's knife, he decided to switch weapons. And who better to snatch items in plain sight of the owners than a magician? If this were the case, he wasn't the bumbling one he appeared to be. But for this to be true, he would have had to know Nate was coming aboard that evening. Had Nate and Henri met prior to last evening? But, darling, you said yourself he looked surprised to see the vial in his pocket. He could have been putting on a show. But my gut feeling says you are right. I also can't imagine that he would deliberately sicken himself. Although June had to admit it was an excellent cover. By poisoning himself, he could insist there was no way that he was the killer. Why the change of plans? Amelia asked. Why would the killer change the weapon at the last minute? Because we showed up. More to the point, Jack showed up. With a knife. The killer saw it as a golden opportunity. To blame someone else for the murder. An outsider. A scapegoat. I know you, Amelia said. And I know you are going to do everything in your power to rescue Jack. So do not even try to deny it. He would do it for me. Amelia reached over and squeezed June's hand. I know, she said. He certainly would. June removed the golden token from her handbag and held it up. And then there's this. Amelia's mouth dropped open. It is remarkable. Where did you say you came across it? I found it, tucked into the ribbon of my hat. Why would someone do that? I don't know. But I can tell you that Nate playfully swiped my hat off my head when we first met. And on the boat, I was seated at a table with him and Jack. When Jack and I got up to dance, "You danced with Jack?" Amelia's expression was one of mischief. June laughed. It was an engagement party, and Genevieve's music was inspiring. "I do not doubt that. Carry on." We left Nate alone at the table with my hat. I can't help but wonder if this token belonged to him. And if it did, at some point in the evening, Nate had slipped it into her hat. Why? Was he afraid of someone else taking it? Did he sense that someone on that boat had it in for him? "Do you know what this is?" Amelia took the token in her gloved hand and twirled it in her fingers. June shook her head. "Do you?" She nodded and handed the token back to June. June dropped it into her handbag once more. "If I were to say the name Cal King, does that ring a bell?" "I'm afraid not," June said. "Ring it for me." "He is a retired business tycoon. Although, between you and me, that's just a fancy cover for who he really is. A gangster. Rumor has it he runs a secret gambling society in Paris, only for the elite, very hush-hush, which is why it's known as La Société Cachée, the hidden society, June translated. Amelia leaned across the table and lowered her voice. "And when I say elite, only the most ruthless and wealthy attend their high-stakes games. Fortunes can be won and lost at the drop of a hat." Amelia glanced at June's hat. "No pun intended." "It's all very fascinating, but how does the token fit in?" "Again, it is only a rumor, but I heard that golden tokens are given out to the big winners. I am not exactly sure what they mean, only they are coveted and rare. Maybe it acts as a key that gets them into exclusive games." She shook her head. "And if all the rumors are true, men would kill for that token." And maybe one of them had. "Given its name, I take it no one knows where these games take place." "Exactly. Only those who are invited. And even then, I've heard they aren't told the location until the day of the games." It sounded as if Cal King wasn't taking any chances. She could only imagine the amounts of money that were won and lost. It just doesn't make sense that Nate would have this token. But that aside, maybe someone on that boat was after it. Nate must have realized that at some point in the evening, and that is when he tucked it into my hat for safekeeping. I saw Henri Auclair try to make a coin disappear, but it was nothing like this one. I cannot speak to his magic, but as I've mentioned, Henri Auclair is a known gambler, Amelia said. Although, apparently, not a very good one. She stared at the token. I highly doubt he plays in the big leagues. Which is why Elizabeth is marrying Reginald, because Henri Auclair gambled away much of the family fortune. That is definitely the gossip that has been circulating, Amelia confirmed. June mulled it over. Had Nate's sudden influx of money been one gambling? Henri and Nate could have met at a gambling den. And what if Henri knew that Nate was coming aboard? He would have had plenty of time to plan a murder. I can't imagine that Henri would put this token in my hat. And if he was such a bad gambler, and this is coveted, how did he get his hands on one? It seems we have more questions than answers, Amelia said. "But I do hope that Nate is the one who hid that golden token in your hat." This caught June's attention. "Why is that?" "Because if anyone other than Nate put it there, they are going to be looking for it. And darling, that means they are going to be looking for you." Chapter 9. June and Amelia had just stood up to leave when the bell above the cafe door jingled, and in swept none other than Lillian Auclair. She was wearing an outfit that nearly belonged on a clown in the circus. Billowing red and white striped pants with red boots, a flowing red cape, and a red cloche hat. It was definitely an outfit to be noticed, and it worked. Heads swiveled and mouths dropped open all around her. An older woman behind the counter, presumably the owner, ditched her apron and scurried to Lillian's side before she could take another step forward. She began gushing at Lillian in French, with an effusiveness that was usually reserved for royalty or movie stars. It wasn't long before she was asking about the incident on the steamboat, although it seems she was carefully trying to avoid the word murder. Lillian's glossy red lips formed a pout, and she wiggled her fingers as if it were no more than a trivial matter, expertly deflecting the topic, shifting to something she considered much more urgent: the upcoming pre-wedding soirée at the Picard mansion. Amelia and June exchanged a look as Lillian launched into a complaint. It seemed that several of the servers for the pre-wedding dinner had backed out after the unfortunate incident on the boat. "And Sylvia Picard is throwing a fit," Lillian continued. "She is not experienced at hosting such prestigious gatherings, as you can imagine. I have no choice but to step in." Lillian shook her head. "The death of any young man is tragic, mais oui, but thanks to Inspector Laurent's excellent investigative techniques, the killer is in jail. A total stranger, mind you. We can put the entire nasty ordeal behind us." Her words sent a chill up June's spine. She was so casual and convinced of Jack's guilt. The owner put her hand on her heart. "I'm so relieved they caught the killer. Who was it?" "One of Les Amis. Uncle Sam. One of the Americans. Just like the murdered man. His friend. Can you imagine that? A fellow pilot from the war." From her handbag, Lillian produced a fan and began to wag it in front of her face. "Some soldiers, pilots, couldn't handle the stress and trauma of everything they witnessed. The violence, it starts to live in them." She shook her head. "I am afraid he just snapped." With that, she snapped the fan shut. "What is his name?" The cafe owner was practically drooling. Lillian scrunched her face as she concentrated. "John? No, Jacques, I think. Either way, he was not one of us." "The scoundrel!" the cafe owner murmured, her eyes wide. It wouldn't be long before she learned his name. It wouldn't be long before the gossip spread through Paris like wildfire, and everyone knew his name. Jack was in more trouble than June had even realized. "If you know of any servers, please send them to me right away for an interview," Lillian said. "I cannot trust Sylvia to do it. She is hopeless. You can send them to my design studio." She needed servers for the pre-wedding party. Interesting. A thought began to form in June's mind. "I have no doubt there will be many young women dying for the opportunity," the cafe owner said. "Come on," Amelia said. tugging on June's sleeve. "We should go." The bell jingled again as they stepped out into the late afternoon sun. June forced herself to take a deep breath. "The killer is in jail," June said. "Can you believe her?" "I cannot. She makes me boil." Amelia's passion rang loud and clear. "That's more like it," June said. "I was beginning to think we had switched places." "Why, darling!" Amelia stopped and put a hand up to her heart in mock surprise. "Are you implying that I am usually the one bursting with emotion, and you are the level-headed sounding board?" "Oh, I'm not implying it. I'm stating it outright." Amelia gave a throaty laugh. Barry has a way of bringing out the drama. She hooked arms with June, and they hurried away from the cafe, only slowing down when they were clearly out of sight. Amelia suddenly stopped and grasped June's hands, her expression one of concern. "Maybe you should go back to Orchid Island," Amelia said, "for your own safety." She paused. "And sanity." "Not a chance," June said. "Not until Jack's name is cleared." They dropped hands and continued on their way, picking up the pace. "And the only way that will happen is if I unearth the real killer." "What can I do to help?" Amelia asked. "I don't know, but if I could get into the Picard mansion, perhaps I can do a little snooping." "You are an excellent snoop," Amelia laughed. "I need to talk to Genevieve Delacroix again," June said. "Maybe she could give me some insight into these families." Amelia raised an eyebrow. "Do you think she would know much about them? I thought she was just hired to perform on the boat." "I have heard that Reginald Picard is a huge fan," June said, "which means I may even find him hanging out in her club." "That is an excellent point. And the Starlight Club is always a fun time." Though she'd never been, June did know the Starlight Club. It was a stone's throw away from her flat. "I can't imagine having fun ever again." "You will, as soon as Jack is free." "As soon as Jack is free," June repeated. "I will help in any way I can. Just promise me you will be careful." June nodded. "I only fear that none of this will be enough." Amelia stopped abruptly and placed her finger on her lips before dropping it and giving a knowing smile. "Did you know that all the shops around my gallery have been offering the newlyweds gifts, trying to curry favor with them?" June could believe it. Everyone seems eager to be on their good side. "What if I gifted them a painting?" Amelia had a sparkle in her eye. "I don't think they deserve it," June said. "They're calling Jack a killer." "If I did gift them a painting, I would tell them that it would be best if they came to the gallery. Let them pick it out themselves." It took June a moment to realize where Amelia was going with this. "And would I just happen to be there?" Any opportunity to observe and get to know these people was a step toward finding Nate's killer. And they were not people June would normally run into. Thank goodness for Amelia's connections. "Oui," Amelia grinned. "It could not hurt." It was a fantastic idea. But what if they take your most expensive painting? June couldn't accept help from Amelia if it was going to cost her dearly. Amelia waved her hand. "Leave that to me. I will create a special exhibit just for them, and it will include paintings that I have no problem giving away." She shrugged. "Besides, it is good publicity." "You're the best." "Do not forget it," Amelia said with a wink. "I will let you know when the arrangements have been made." As they parted ways, June couldn't help but recognize that Amelia's gift to her was better than any masterpiece on the walls of her gallery. In times like this, it was her friendships that kept her sane. After a few errands, June returned to her flat for an early supper, but she found she still had no appetite. She stood on her balcony and gazed out onto the streets of Paris. It was still daylight, but it wouldn't be long before the city was all lit up. She stood outside, thinking about Jack, wondering how he was doing. Soon, the sky turned an orangish red and then faded to black. It was time to pay a visit to the Starlight Club. She changed into a flapper-style dress in a flattering shade of purple with a matching headband and feather, then hit the streets. It was a short walk, and when she was only a few feet from the club, she could already hear the sound of Genevieve's sultry voice wafting out onto the footpath. A large man positioned by the entrance gave her a nod, opened the door, and told her to have a good evening. Once inside, June was immediately wrapped in golden candlelight and lively jazz notes. Genevieve stood center stage, mesmerizing the crowd, mostly men, her voice holding them captive. June made her way to the bar, ordered a drink, then slipped into a vacant seat near the back, just as Genevieve finished her final verse. Thundering applause filled the club. She took a bow, her sleek blue dress shimmering under the spotlight. But June's attention soon shifted away from Genevieve to a familiar figure amongst the audience, Henri Auclair. He sat in the shadows off to the side, eyes glued to Genevieve as if no one else existed. Interesting. When Genevieve descended the stage and made her way to the bar, several men trailed after her, waxing on about her talent. June caught her attention with a little wave. Genevieve gave her a guarded but curious look as she excused herself from her entourage and made her way over. "I am sorry to interrupt," June said, glancing at the abandoned fans who were still drooling in Genevieve's direction. "Mais non, it was nice to have an excuse to get away. I adore my fans, mais oui, but small doses." June laughed. "June Parker," she said. "I remember," Genevieve said. She looked June over. "From the boat." She gave her a pointed look. "I have a feeling you didn't come here just to hear me sing." "Am I that obvious?" "I hardly think that the day after your friend is murdered, you are in the mood for a night out in Paris, no matter how intoxicating that can be." "You're right, and I'm sorry to bother you. But could I buy you a drink?" "You may." Genevieve headed to the back corner of the bar and signaled the bartender. Moments later, they sat at a table hidden in the back shadows. A single candle on the table illuminated them. They made small talk until the bartender delivered their drinks. "How can I help you, Miss Parker?" Genevieve said once they were alone again. June took a deep breath. "I want to talk about what happened on the boat." "Shocking, was it not? I am very sorry for your loss." "I actually didn't know Nate that well, but I do know Jack. He would never hurt a soul. And that means there's still a killer out there." "That is something to consider," Genevieve said politely. She took a sip of her drink and then set it down. "I am not even convinced it was murder." This was the last thing June expected to hear. "What do you mean?" "The waters were choppy, and when the lights went out it was pitch dark. What if your friend was holding the knife, for some innocent reason, and in the chaos someone could have shoved him from behind? Before he knows what is happening, he has plunged the knife into the heart of that poor man." June took a moment to consider this. The location of the knife, direct to the heart, told June this was no accident. She shook her head. Whoever stabbed Nate did so with a great deal of force. It was intentional. You would know, Genevieve said. Did I hear correctly that you were a nurse during the war? June nodded. I've patched up my share of wounds. I cannot imagine what that was like. I entertained the troops many times, but that is nothing compared to nursing them back to health. That's not nothing. I'm sure you were a great distraction and comfort to them. Believe me, they needed that. Merci. And I know you don't know Jack Hayes, so it probably sounds hollow when I say that he would never have killed anyone, let alone Nate. But I can attest to the fact that when Nate was stabbed, Jack didn't have the knife. Genevieve nodded. You said it had been stolen from his pocket. Exactly. Genevieve raised a perfectly arched eyebrow. And you think the thief is the killer? June shrugged. I don't know. Several of us had items stolen that evening and then returned, but not always to the right person. It was such a whirlwind, it is hard to keep track, Genevieve said. I need a refresher. June went through the missing items and the people who ended up with them. Genevieve stared into her drink. So, you think someone else was given Jack's knife? Genevieve said. Interesting. Or, if the killer is the thief, then that person gave everything but the knife back. I understand what it is you are saying, but why would someone impulsively decide to stab a man who was not supposed to be on the boat in the first place? I was hoping you might have some insight. Me? Genevieve's red lips opened in surprise. You know these families. Not to mention it looked like you had a rapport with the captain. Do you think any of them are capable of murder? The Auclairs and the Picards are capable of doing anything to protect their reputations. But I do not see why anyone would want to kill that handsome pilot, especially the captain. Genevieve frowned. And to do it out in the open? In front of a boat full of witnesses? She shrugged. That takes some daring. An expression flitted over her face, one that suggested there was something more she was contemplating. Except? June leaned forward. Except? The drinks were certainly flowing that evening, and alcohol can make people behave in strange ways. You're right. It certainly can. And your friend Jack is not the only one on the boat who argued with Nate that evening. You have Elizabeth, Liliane, and Arthur. Then, of course, Sylvia Picard was flirting like mad, which seemed to upset her husband. Martin Picard, June supplied. Genevieve nodded. Did you know that he is trying to persuade Reginald into politics? He mentioned it. They seem to be a very ambitious family. Ambitious? Or ruthless? Genevieve paused. I do not mind discussing this with you privately, but I hope you understand that I cannot afford to have either of these families think that I am, how do you say, stringing them up for murder? She shivered. It would not work out well for me. I understand completely. I won't say a word. And if anyone saw me here this evening, I am simply another fan. Even so, Genevieve stood. My flat is upstairs. It might be a good idea to continue this discussion away from prying eyes. I don't want to impose. Nonsense. I need to get these talons off. They are killing me. Genevieve stood, and June followed her through a door that opened onto an alley. June was hit by a cold blast of air just as the door slammed shut behind them. The alley was pitch dark, and for a moment June couldn't see well enough to move. She heard a clink, a soft grinding sound, and a swoosh. A flame flickered in the dark. Genevieve was holding a lighter. "The door to my flat is at the end of the alley." They began to hurry toward it. "Are you ever afraid to be out here?" June asked. It was dark and isolated, and any crazed fan could be waiting out here for her. "Usually, one of the staff will walk me to my door," Genevieve said. "But if not, my talons are not just good for raising my height. I could remove one and use it as a weapon, especially if I aim for the right parts." Her raucous laughter echoed down the alley, and June couldn't help but join in. Soon they reached a set of stairs. At the top was another door. "I am up here," she said. "Watch your step." Soon Genevieve was opening the door to her flat. It was dark inside. "Give me 1 minute." She took her lighter, and soon sconces around the room illuminated the comfortable but messy flat. Dresses were flung over sofa and chairs. A pair of shiny luggage bags with the tags still attached sat next to the door, and the coffee table was piled with magazines, cigarettes and ashtrays, and tubes of lipstick. Genevieve scooped a black cat from a chair, sat down, and flung off her shoes. She gestured for June to sit on the sofa. June wedged herself in between the cat, who had quickly relocated, and a silk wrap. Her eyes flicked to the pair of stylish luggage bags, which looked as if they had yet to travel. "I am sorry it is not tidier," Genevieve said. "I was just on tour." "That's quite the exciting life." "It is," Genevieve said, "but it can get lonely." She stood and plodded over to a small bar cart. She grabbed a bottle of scotch and held it up questioningly. "Just a small one," June said. Genevieve poured 2 generous glasses and handed one to June. They clinked and cheersed. "What else would you like to know about these families?" Genevieve asked, once she'd settled back down. "I am most acquainted with Reginald and Henri, as they are loyal fans." "What do you know about Henri Auclair's gambling debts?" "That he is as good of a card player as he is a magician," Genevieve said with a straight face. June laughed. "He could stand some practice." "What he lacks for in talent, he makes up for in enthusiasm," Genevieve quipped. June pondered her next question, hoping it wasn't too personal. "When we were on the steamboat, and Elizabeth realized you were there, I couldn't help but notice that she did not seem happy that you were invited." Genevieve swirled the contents of her glass. The amber liquid glowed in the candlelight. "You are very astute. Reginald Picard is a regular here. Like other men with wives and girlfriends, some of them blame me for being, shall we say, a bit too popular." She sighed. "I do not seek out the attention, but it comes with the job." "I take it Lillian Auclair had no idea that Reginald was a fan when she hired you." "It seems not." She propped her feet on the coffee table. "But I did not expect Mademoiselle Auclair to make such an obvious portrayal of her jealousy." She gave an expression that conveyed inciting women to jealousy was a burden she was forced to bear. "And so, the night went forward." She sighed. "That is, until it all went backward." "I noticed Henri Auclair in the crowd here this evening." Genevieve nodded. Henri will often stop by after work. One of the Eau Claire's remaining import-export warehouses is located a few blocks away. Would you mind telling me the exact address of this warehouse? Genevieve studied June. Do you love him? Henri? The question made no sense and threw June completely off track. Genevieve threw her head back and laughed. Non, pas Henri. I am speaking about the man who seems to have turned you into a lady detective. June could feel her cheeks heat up. Jack's just a dear friend. We bonded during the war. There's no way I can let him survive that, only to be taken down by a cold-blooded killer. Genevieve set her glass down on a cluttered coffee table. Then I will give you the address to Henri's warehouse. Genevieve rifled through the coffee table until she found an old envelope and a pen. She jotted down an address and held it out to June. Thank you. June started to take it, but Genevieve pulled it back. I do hope you will be careful. As you say, there is a murderer out there, and the Picards and Eau Clairs are powerful families. Believe me, I will proceed with caution. Genevieve seemed to think on it, then nodded and let June have the address. June placed it in her handbag and stood. It's been a long day. I'd better be going. I will walk you back to the club, Genevieve said. I appreciate that, but it's all right. I'll move fast. June pointed to her heels. And if someone follows me, I shall use my talons as a weapon. Genevieve clapped her hands. That is the spirit. She walked her to the door, then knelt and picked up a lantern. I will at least stand outside and hold up this light. If you see anyone lurking in the dark, just scream and I will come running. It's a deal. And I will keep my eyes and ears open. If I need to get in touch with you, what is the best way? I will give you my address. And also a friend of mine owns a gallery, and she has a telephone. I'll write down that number as well. Perfect. Genevieve scrounged up another piece of paper, and June wrote down her contact information. Thank you, June said. She meant it. It was nice that at least one of the people on board the steamboat that evening didn't have it in for her or Jack. Any time, Miss Parker. And I am truly sorry about the state of my flat. Genevieve looked around. The Picards and Eau Clairs have people who clean up after their messes. In more ways than one, June thought. In more ways than one. Chapter 10. The next afternoon, June arrived at Rue Bonaparte in the 6th arrondissement, where the Eau Claire's import-export warehouse was located. She had just come from knocking on the doors of local avocats, but once they heard who was involved in the case, every single one of them made up some kind of excuse as to why they couldn't take Jack as a client. It was becoming quite clear that no one wanted to go up against either family. It had rained overnight, as evidenced by the wet chestnut leaves sticking to the cobblestone footpaths. Gas lanterns lined the street, flickering in the wind. The scent of rain mixed with cigarette smoke hung in the air. Nearby, the École des Beaux-Arts, which explained the plethora of art students passing by with sketchbooks, mingling with tourists, no doubt shopping for rare finds. At the nearby Café du Flore, two young men stood outside, each clutching textbooks and peering at each other through thick eyeglasses. "Freud liberates us," June overheard one saying. "Dreams are not random. They expose the truth beneath the lie. Last night I dreamt my mother was a goldfish swimming in a library," the other said. "What would he make of that?"
I suppose he would find it rather fishy. Their laughter filled the air. June wished she felt half as carefree as they did. She headed for the corner of the street, and, as promised, she spotted the sign above a red wooden door topped with a brass bell. Objet d'art et curiosité. Established 1797. The O'Clair's warehouse. She peered through the dusty windows and was greeted by an interior cluttered with items. She made out a clock, a jade figurine, a writing desk. Before she could extricate herself from the windows, the brass bell chimed, and Henri Auclair stepped out. Unlike the ill-fitting blue suit he wore on the boat, Henri had on brown trousers and a thick jumper. His hair was unkempt, and his eyes rimmed in red. It was as if he'd spent the night inside and had just woken up. "Bonjour, mademoiselle," he said. "You look like someone who appreciates beautiful things. Please come in. You never know when the right object will find you." June thought of the golden token in her handbag and couldn't agree more. "Hello again," she said. "Henri, is it?" Henri squinted, tilted his head, and studied her. It took a moment, but suddenly his eyes grew wide. "From the steamboat," he said. "You are the friend of the killer." June clenched her fist, but forced the rest of her to remain calm. She could not afford to antagonize him. "I thought perhaps you'd remember me as the woman who helped you out when you were writhing in pain." She smiled. Henri's neck flushed red. "Oui, oui. I remember that as well, mademoiselle. And merci, merci, merci." He gave a little bow. "I am afraid you must excuse me. I have forgotten your name." "June Parker. It's good to see you looking well." "It is good to be looking so well." He frowned. "What brings you to our shop?" "I was wondering if you could tell me about a particular coin I've been hearing about." She hadn't planned on mentioning the golden token, but he seemed suspicious that she was there, and it was obvious he was awaiting an explanation. Henri arched an eyebrow. "Is it a magic trick you are asking after? You know we never reveal our secrets." "No, it's actually something I heard Nate mention, and I just can't get it off my mind." "You think it has something to do with his murder?" Henri sounded eager for gossip. "Do you think we can discuss this inside?" "Mais oui." He held open the door. "After you." June entered the space, taking a minute to look around. Persian rugs lined old floors. Wooden shelves were crammed with a wide variety of collectibles. And a giant vault was situated in the near corner. The air smelled of dust and linseed oil. Henri headed to a desk cluttered with papers, sunk into a seat, and gestured to a wooden chair across from the desk. June perched on the edge of the seat, wondering if this had been a bad idea. What if Nate hadn't put it in her hat? What if Henri, the only one on the boat who had been making coins disappear, was the actual owner of the golden token? And if he was the owner, but he was not the one who shoved it into the brim of her hat, would he believe her? Or would he think that she was the thief? Henri stared at her. "Please tell me about this coin." "I just want to make sure that this will stay between us." His eyes widened. "What do you mean?" "Given there is an active murder inquiry, a certain amount of discretion would be appreciated." Henri pushed up his eyeglasses and licked his lips. "To be honest, I am taken by surprise to see you here." His tone had swiftly changed. He was on alert. She would have to soften things up. "You are right. I shouldn't be here." She stood. "I apologize.
Of all the people on that boat, it's you I felt the most comfortable speaking about this with."
"Please, sit,"
Henri said, scrambling up from his chair.
"It is wonderful to see you here. Vraiment."
"Truly. I really don't wish to take up your time."
"You are not, mademoiselle, I assure you. I am happy you chose to see me."
"If you're sure."
"I insist."
June lowered herself onto the chair once again. Henri sunk back into his, and this time his expression was less confrontational.
"How is your friend?"
"Jack?" Henri nodded and gulped. She was surprised he asked, but it was a good sign. "I haven't been able to see him yet." June had stopped into the police station early this morning, but was told that Inspector Laurent was not in, and his approval was needed for any visitation. The best she could do was leave a note. She quickly jotted one down. "Dear Jack, hoping to pay you a visit soon. Have you contacted your parents? Have they allowed you to speak with the American Embassy? I will come to see you as soon as Inspector Laurent grants me permission. He seems to be an excellent inspector, and I am confident he is going to continue investigating this case, despite the pressure from the Picards and the Auclairs to close it. Stay strong. Your friend, June." June knew full well that Inspector Laurent would read the letter. Hopefully the mention of the American Embassy and the possibility that they could become involved would prompt him to allow her visitation. Henri was studying her closely. Sweat had broken out on his forehead.
"What happened to Nate?"
he said, shaking his head.
"I was appalled."
"I had nearly forgotten that Nate courted your sister," June said. "Did you approve of him?" Henri nodded enthusiastically.
"Nate was a good man. A good man."
Sweat trickled down his full cheeks. He removed a handkerchief from his pocket, dotted his face, and gulped again. "Did you think he was a better match for your sister than Reginald Picard?"
"This I do not know how to answer,"
he said, his voice squeaking. June got the distinct feeling he was lying. There was also something on his mind. His sudden nervousness was a dead giveaway. "Do you remember how I asked you for privacy?" June said softly. Henri nodded. "It goes both ways." She leaned in closer. "I never spill anyone's secrets, but I do think that holding them in is like holding in a poison." The word poison triggered an image of the blue vial. Was that what he wanted to talk about?
"It was my fault,"
he blurted out. June felt the hair on the back of her neck stand up. "What was your fault?"
"I am the reason Nate was on the boat that evening."
Henri hung his head. June didn't know what she was expecting, but it was not this. For a moment she was speechless. "I am going to need you to say more." Henri lifted his head and fixed his worried eyes on her.
"I am the one who told Nate all about the engagement party on the steamboat."
June felt a tingle up her spine and a jolt of excitement. A piece of the puzzle had just clicked together. "When did you meet up with Nate?"
"We started seeing each other at card games around the city. I always liked Nate. I did not blame him for everything that happened with my sister. Not like my parents did."
"Why did you tell him about the engagement party? Do you not want your sister to marry Reginald?" Henri stood up and began to pace.
"I do not know what I was thinking. Except when I told him about the wedding, I also let it slip that she might not be marrying for love. And it is only because he mentioned some sort of winnings. He said maybe he could help. But I never imagined he would show up the night of the engagement party. and I certainly never imagined he would be murdered. Never.
Henri, please, sit down, June said. He was making her dizzy, and she needed to process everything he'd just said. He wiped his hands on his trousers and sat. That's better. Now, exactly where did you see Nate when you told him about this engagement party?
I told you. We happened in on a game of poker.
I'm sure there are a lot of clubs in Paris that hold poker games. His eyes narrowed to slits.
Oui? But why do you need to know which club?
Henri's moods could easily switch from friendly to guarded. She needed to be careful. You're right. I just thought if I knew the places where Nate was hanging out, I could figure out who did this to him.
I do not see how that would help. No one from those clubs was aboard that ship.
Except for you. Please, continue. You happened upon Nate during a poker game. Do you mind telling me when this was? Henri sat back in his chair and clasped his hands over his ample belly.
It was about a week before the engagement party.
La Société Cachée? June asked. She couldn't help herself. Henri gasped and immediately sat straight up.
Me?
He said.
At La Société Cachée?
He glanced around wildly as if someone might be listening.
I have never been in that league, and you should not speak of this.
He swallowed hard. Have you ever heard mention of a golden token? Henri stared at her as if waiting for her to say more.
A golden token?
Oui, that's the coin I wanted to speak to you about. Nate mentioned it in passing. I think they might be handed out to big winners of Cal King's games. Henri shook his head.
I already told you, I am not a part of Cal King's games at that level, nor do I wish to be.
But surely you've heard mention of the token.
I have not.
Is there a way to tell if something is pure gold? Was the value in the token itself? Henri sighed, then reached into a drawer and pulled out a magnet.
Gold is non-magnetic. If you hold it against a magnet like this, and it attaches to it,
June nodded.
Then it is not real gold.
She stared at the magnet. Henri looked at his pocket watch.
I am afraid I must ask you to leave, mademoiselle. I have a customer coming in for a private consultation.
Henri stood. Sorry to bother you, June said, once again rising to her feet. I just thought a man with such a talent in deceptive techniques would have his finger on the pulse of this secret world of gambling. Henri's left eye began to twitch.
If I hear of such a thing, I will let you know.
Merci. And I do hope you're feeling better. I'm so glad I was there to help you through your bout of food poisoning. Or plain old poisoning. Henri gulped.
I do appreciate it.
Well, I guess that's something. June started for the door.
Wait,
Henri called. June stopped and waited.
There is nothing I can do for Nate now. However,
June closed the gap between them. Oui?
I cannot help Nate, but perhaps there is something I can do for you.
Oh? What did you have in mind?
I could put in a good word with Inspector Laurent, so you can pay a visit to your friend.
Do you think it would help? She stopped short of asking why he thought Inspector Laurent would listen to him. Henri shrugged.
Inspector Laurent and Martin Picard are close, and my sister is marrying his son. I think my word would go a long way.
Henri straightened up and stuck out his chest. I would appreciate that, very much. She meant it. Just then, the bell above the door dinged, and a customer walked in. Henri held up a finger, then went to greet them. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Henri led the man behind a wall of shelves. June took the opportunity to return to his desk. She slipped the token out of her handbag and grabbed the magnet. As soon as the token was close to it, the token stuck. It wasn't real gold. Its value had to be in what you could do with it. She quickly pulled them apart, slipped the token back into her handbag, and returned the magnet to its spot on the desk. Now, for her second mission, she eyed the pile of papers in front of her. They looked like ordinary receipts, but poking out from underneath them, she could see a sketch pad. She lifted the pile of papers, gently pulled it from the stack, and opened it. It was filled with multiple drawings of the same object. The golden token. He was a good artist, and there was no mistaking the arched doorway and flapping wings. He had sketched it at least a dozen times, and here he said he had never heard of the golden token. Henri Auclair had just lied straight to her face. The sound of their voices was drawing closer. She quickly covered up the sketchbook and headed for the door. Henri and his customer were now standing in front of a jade statue of a dragon.
You have great taste, monsieur. This hails from the Qing dynasty. The carving was done by a master craftsman. You can see the gleam in his eye, no? You can imagine the fire he breathes.
The man tilted his head as he studied it.
Are you sure this is not rather ordinary? Ordinary. Mais non, it comes from a rather discreet collection, direct from Shanghai.
The conversation continued to go back and forth until Henri finally convinced the customer to buy it. Minutes later, the dragon was leaving the store with the customer.
You are good at what you do, June said.
I am a magician at heart, he said. She smiled, but there was no warmth behind it. He was a liar, and she couldn't help what came out of her mouth next. By the way, I saw you last night. Henri crossed his arms and cocked his head.
Saw me? Where?
At the Starlight Club. I just had to hear Genevieve sing once more. She's wonderful, isn't she? Henri's face immediately turned redder than a rose. But before he could answer, Arthur Auclair burst in the door carrying a large crate. June almost didn't recognize him without a cigar in his mouth or a cane in his hand.
Quick,
he said to Henri.
Open the vault.
Henri glanced at June, and Arthur followed his gaze. He immediately frowned.
It is you,
he said.
The friend of the murderer.
That's not true, June said. Jack Hayes is innocent. Henri was turning dials on the vault. Given the number of locks on it, it must be where they kept their most valuable items.
Mademoiselle Parker was just leaving, Henri said. She was in search of a jade dragon, but it is already sold.
My loss, June said. She would have to breathe fire on her own. You must keep extremely valuable items in that vault. For a moment, it was as if time stopped. The men froze.
What else would we keep in a vault?
Arthur said, after the long silence. There was a definite edge to his voice. And something else. Fear.
Good day, Henri said. You should leave.
Her question had certainly rattled them. Odd. You will speak to the inspector? I would like to visit Jack as soon as possible.
I will. You can count on me,
Henri replied. Arthur threw his son a look, but did not interrupt. Merci. As June walked out the door, the image of that vault loomed in her mind, along with their frozen reaction when she mentioned it. One thing was for sure. Their secrets, like their collectibles, were tightly guarded under lock and key. Chapter 11. Henri Auclair had stayed true to his word, and the next day June was permitted to visit Jack. He was being detained at Commissariat de Police du 7e Arrondissement, the police station in the 7th arrondissement. Located around Rue de Grenelle, the station served the Eiffel Tower area and surrounding Seine banks. Part of the left bank, the area was composed of government buildings, embassies, and wealthier residential zones. The station itself was a formal stone building that had seen some wear and tear. June stepped in and up to the front desk, where a uniformed officer sat. He was a large man, but his presence was dwarfed by the high ceilings. Behind him lay a large open room containing a sea of desks. And unlike the quiet of this morning, at the moment it was abuzz with activity. Voices, typewriters, and ringing phones. Long, dimly lit corridors branched off behind the desk, presumably leading to the holding cells. The smell of ink and tobacco mingled in the air, and shoes clacking on stone floors echoed throughout the space. The desk officer was methodically writing something in a yellow ledger, tongue poking out of the corner of his mouth as he concentrated. June stood directly in front of him, but the only acknowledgement was in the form of an involuntary snarl. She gave him a moment, and then cleared her throat. He sighed, put down his pen, and eyed her warily, as if her mere presence had already added hours to his workload. A rotary phone sat on his desk, along with a pile of telegrams. His moustache twitched as he stared at her. June stepped up, removing her gloves. "Bonjour, officer. I am here to visit an inmate, Jack Hayes." He was already shaking his head.
C'est impossible. Visite, c'est seulement avec autorisation.
It's not allowed. Visits are only with authorization. June gripped her gloves and took a deep breath. "I understand, but, you see, I have been authorized." His moustache twitched.
Authorized? By whom?
"Inspector Laurent. Kindly inform him that June Parker is here."
I am afraid he is too busy. You will have to return.
June shook her head. "I am quite willing to wait all day." The officer's eyes slid to a large clock on the wall, as if he planned on testing her theory. Without taking his eyes off her, he picked up the phone and gruffly spoke into it before slamming it down. He then gestured to a nearby bench. June thanked him, but he had already tuned her out. The bench creaked as she sat down, and the clock seemed to tick louder. The thought of seeing Jack again made her stomach flutter. But that was squashed by the thought that she would be walking out of here without him. 30 minutes passed before Inspector Laurent appeared at the officer's desk. He glanced at June, then lowered his voice and spoke to the officer in French. She strained to hear, but she could only catch a few sentences. "Backlog at the morgue, and the coroner had the nerve to complain that he is out of chocolate. Chocolate! I offered to send him as much chocolate as he desired if he could pick up the pace. But was he satisfied? Mais non! The only chocolate he desires is from one chocolate shop in Paris. Only one." When he finished his tirade, Inspector Laurent reached into his blazer pocket, pulled out a cigarette, and lit it. He continued to complain, all the while puffing away. Just when June reached the end of her patience and was contemplating her next move, he stubbed out the cigarette and finally headed her way.
"June Parker,"
he said, coming to a stop several feet in front of her.
"I see you wasted no time in currying favors to be here."
She stood, determined to keep her poise. "I am grateful you allowed a visit," she said through clenched teeth. She needed to see Jack. She could not do or say anything that might change the inspector's mind.
"Follow me."
As they entered the corridor, June caught sight of a large photograph, framed and mounted on the wall. It had been taken in front of the police station, and familiar faces seemed to be staring back at her. Inspector Laurent, Martin Picard, and Reginald Picard were lined up smiling for the camera, a close-knit group if she ever saw one. These men were more connected than she'd realized. Inspector Laurent was watching her as she studied it.
"The Picards have given much to Paris," he said.
"How fascinating." She tried to keep the sarcasm out of her voice.
"They are extremely generous with their good fortune, and of course the Auclairs have stood the test of time. The union of Reginald and Elizabeth is the talk of the city. I have granted you this one exception, but you would be wise not to ask any more favors of these prominent families."
His message was unambiguous. So many retorts were swirling around June's mind, but she had learned there were times when the best reply was silence. Not another word was exchanged until they reached a room at the end of the hall. June's heartbeat increased as Inspector Laurent opened it. It was a plain room, with a stone floor and walls. A table and 4 chairs were the only furnishings.
"Take a seat. I will escort the prisoner here. A guard will be present for the entire duration of the visit. You have 15 minutes.
It was so cold, so wrong. "Merci." June took a seat, and Inspector Laurent was gone. Minutes later, the door opened and in walked Jack, followed by a guard. Their eyes locked, filling June with so many emotions at once. She sprung from her seat and gave him a hug before the guard ordered them to part.
"I've never been so happy to see someone in my entire life,"
Jack said. They sat in the chairs furthest away from the guard, and instead of positioning themselves across from each other, they took the seats right next to one another and turned them to face each other. She waited for the guard to reprimand him, but thankfully he seemed content to mind his own business. "I've been out of my mind with worry," June said, clasping his hands. She didn't realize how true that was until this very moment.
"I have too," Jack said. "I've been worried about you."
"Me? I'm not the one stuck in here."
"It's all right, Junie. See? I'm alive."
His tone was jovial, but there wasn't the usual gleam in his eyes. Already his stay had taken its toll. "Are you eating? Sleeping? It must be absolutely horrid in here."
"There are a few nice guards," Jack said. "They were kind enough to bring me a notepad and a few books. I've kept myself occupied."
He shook his head. "I just can't believe that Nate is gone." His voice hitched. June squeezed his hands. "I know," she said. "And it's horrific that they've pinned his murder on you." She lowered her voice. "I'm going to find the real killer, and then they'll have to let you go."
"Junie."
Jack leaned in.
"I've been hearing quite a few things while I've been in here. These aren't the kind of families you mess with. I don't want you involved in this."
"There's no helping it. I'm already involved." Jack sighed. "How did you manage this visit?" "Believe it or not, Henri Auclair called in a favor." She glanced at the door. "But Inspector Laurent has already warned me it's my last one." Jack sighed.
"I was able to notify the American embassy," he said. "I think they'll send an attorney to advise me. So thank you for all you've done, but I don't want you putting your neck out for me any longer. I'm serious, June."
"But it's no longer just about you," June said. "We need to get justice for Nate."
"I'm going out of my mind stuck in here, worried about you. Drop this. For me." You know me, Jack Hayes. I'm made of strong stuff, and I can handle myself. That doesn't mean you should put yourself in the crosshairs of a killer. I promise I'm being careful. I'm simply finding ways to get to know the Auclairs and the Picards a little better. June reached into her handbag. Have you ever seen something like this? She brought out the golden token. He glanced at it and immediately shook his head. It doesn't look like any currency I've ever seen. I believe it's a gambling token. Where did you get it? Someone slipped it underneath the ribbon on my hat. She hesitated. I think it might have been Nate. Jack arched an eyebrow. What makes you think that? Have you heard of La Société Cachée? Cal King? Jack shook his head. It's a gambling club of sorts, only no one knows their location. It's hidden, thus the name. Cal King is the man who runs it. I've learned he's a wealthy retired businessman and quite formidable. It sounds mysterious, but what does that have to do with our current situation? I think Nate was involved in this hidden society somehow. This token is affiliated with this society, and supposedly it's only given out to big winners. Big winners? Jack repeated. It only took him a few seconds to understand where she was going with this. He said he'd come into some money. He snapped his fingers. You're thinking it was a gambling win. Exactly. Is the value in the token itself? It's not real gold. Henri showed me a trick with a magnet that was actually useful. The token stuck to it, but real gold would not have. I think it's used for some kind of entry into a game or exchange. All I know for sure is that these are highly coveted, and if he hid it in my hat, he must have been worried someone was after it. It could be a clue. Don't tell me your idea of staying out of it is hanging around gambling dens. Not unless you know where Nate gambled, June said. Jack shook his head. He never mentioned Cal King or the Hidden Society. Nate always did have his secrets. Where did Nate stay when he was in Paris? The Hotel Ritz. Realization washed over Jack's face. His things must still be in his room. The Hotel Ritz is quite expensive. It's more proof that Nate was telling the truth when he said he'd come into some money. How else could he afford that? You have a point. There might be some kind of clue among his things. But how would you get in? I don't think they would let anyone but family up to his room. Does he have family? They need to know what's happened. I know he has a sister. She wrote him letters. You might find them in his room. He rubbed his chin. But I don't see them letting you in. I'll find a way. Your time is up, the guard said. They stood and stared at each other. Wait, Jack said, his voice low. The key to his hotel. Nate must have had it on him. In his suit pocket, June said. It has to be there. Don't tell me you're gonna go to the morgue. It's worth a shot. But June, I'm a nurse, Jack. I've seen my share of dead bodies. Jack gave a wry laugh. I can't argue with that. I'll go to the morgue, and if I can get the key, then I won't need permission to enter his room. I'll just let myself in. Hopefully I can find those letters from Nate's sister. It would probably be the worst news of the woman's life, but she had to be informed. Please, be careful, he said. I'd rather stay in jail for life than put you in any danger. I promise, she said. As long as you promise not to lose hope. We survived a war, Jack said. I can survive this. I don't know when they'll let me visit again. There were so many things she wanted to say, but the guard was breathing down their necks,
and all June's words were tangled up in a lump in her throat. She didn't want to cry. She needed to be strong for Jack.
"You must leave," the guard said. "Maintenant."
Now.
"Then this visit will have to last me," Jack said. "Please, June, take care of yourself."
"I will, and I promise you, you will be walking out of here." He gave her a smile that still didn't reach his eyes. When they walked out the door, Jack turned to go one way and June the other. Her heart sunk. This wasn't how life was supposed to be. She had to get him out of here. Nothing mattered more than finding this killer. At least she had a plan. First, she had to figure out a way to get into the morgue and see Nate's body. And then she had to somehow not only find, but take possession of that key. But none of that would happen without the coroner's permission. That sounded impossible. But luckily, her eavesdropping skills had already given her an idea. She just needed to tease it out a little bit more. Chapter 12. The surly guard was pacing back and forth when June returned to the front desk. "Pardon-moi." He stopped pacing and glared.
"Oui?"
"Inspector Laurent was telling me all about that special chocolate shop in Paris, the one the coroner is mad about." He raised an eyebrow.
"Oui?"
"I told him I'd pick up a box and deliver it to the morgue, so that Inspector Laurent didn't have to go running around. Maybe that would help the coroner pick up the pace." He crossed his arms and waited. "But silly me, I forgot the name of the shop." He squinted as if trying to figure out her game.
"If what you say is true, the inspector would send one of us for it."
"I'm sure he would. If you have plenty of free time, be my guest." His eyes fell to the paperwork on his desk. He licked his lips.
"The chocolate shop."
"Yes," June said. "The chocolate shop." She waited. He waited. "The name of the shop, please?"
"I told you the name. La Chocolaterie."
"I see. The chocolate shop," she repeated.
"Oui. The chocolate shop is called The Chocolate Shop."
The chocolate shop was located in the vicinity of the Louvre, perfect for tourists and Parisians alike. June longed for a day in the future when everything was back to normal. She imagined herself, Jack, and Amelia strolling through the Louvre, soaking in the great works of art. Maybe one day Amelia's paintings would hang there. By the time she reached La Chocolaterie, she felt a renewed sense of purpose. All that mattered was setting Jack free. June walked into the lovely shop and was enveloped in rich and sugary scents. A male shopkeeper was busy ringing up a customer. A display table in the center of the room was piled high with golden boxes. There was an elderly woman dressed all in pink, with her back to June, touching every single one of the golden boxes. June approached, careful not to startle the woman. But when she turned her head, it was June who was taken by surprise. It was none other than Flora Picard. She grinned at June as she rubbed a gold brooch on her pink blazer with her fingers, as if it was a good luck talisman. June hoped this one was securely tightened. "Madame Picard," June said, "what a lovely surprise." Flora squinted and blinked at June. "Do I know you?" "I apologize. I should have reintroduced myself. We met on the steamboat several nights ago. I'm June Parker." Flora's eyes lit up. She pointed at June. "You were accompanied by those train conductors." "Train conductors?" "Pilots," June said. "I came with 2 pilots." And left with none. "Pilots," Flora repeated. I do forget things sometimes, but I always get close.
Yes, that was close, June said.
That poor man, Flora continued, taken way too soon.
Those are lovely boxes of chocolate, June said, drawing closer. She picked up a large box.
Is that for me?
Flora clasped her hands and stared at June eagerly.
Sylvia hides my coin purse.
Of course it's for you, June said, grabbing a second box. Flora beamed.
How delightful!
June brought her purchases to the counter. The young clerk glanced at Flora, concern stamped on his face.
Madame Picard, he said, is your driver waiting outside?
He lowered his voice and addressed June.
She is in here all the time, pawing at the boxes. She never buys anything. It is a beautiful day, Flora said. I had no need for a driver.
The clerk groaned. Is something wrong? June asked. He nodded.
She does this sometimes, sneaks out of the mansion and comes here for free samples.
If they're free, I don't see any harm in it, June said. The clerk shook his head.
It is what happens after that is the problem.
He threw his hands up dramatically. What happens after?
She cannot find her way home. Sometimes they ask me to search. Search and search and search. She is supposed to always be accompanied. But sometimes she sneaks out.
Poor Flora. Does she live nearby?
It is walkable, the clerk said, but she gets lost.
He leaned around June and addressed Flora.
Madame Picard, where do you live?
Flora frowned.
In a palace, she said, with an evil queen.
She stared at them and then laughed.
My daughter-in-law, that is. My, why does everyone take me so seriously? Can the elderly not have a bit of fun?
I suppose, the clerk said, rolling his eyes. I can walk her home, June said. Will you draw me a map?
Why would you do that? Do you know her?
We've met on one occasion, June said. But if you prefer to call her family... He shook his head.
As long as you make sure she gets there safely, and see her all the way to the door. Otherwise, you might get blamed if she sneaks out again.
I will make sure she gets in the door. Flora hurried past them and disappeared outside.
Hurry, the clerk said. She is surprisingly fast.
June found Flora on the footpath in front of the shop, where she stood rummaging through her handbag. As June watched, Flora pulled out a golden box. The chocolates from the display case. This was more than a free sample. She must have snatched it while the clerk was busy with June. Before June could figure out how to handle the situation, the clerk burst out of the shop.
Not again. I do not care who her family is. She cannot keep stealing from the shop.
He shook his fist. It's my fault, June said. I meant to buy that one for her as well. She reached into her handbag, counted out the exact amount, and handed it to the clerk as Flora watched, wide-eyed. The clerk huffed, but he accepted the money and returned to the shop. Flora grinned.
You are much nicer than that foolish man.
She held up the golden box of chocolates to her golden brooch.
They match, she exclaimed. Isn't it wonderful?
It is. It's wonderful.
I just love it when things match. It helps me remember things.
June felt a tingle up the back of her neck as a thought occurred to her. I just love it when things match. Her mind went back to the evening on the boat. Henri was wearing a blue suit and ended up with a blue vial.
Lillian had magenta squares on her dress, and she ended up with June's hat. Sylvia's yellow earrings didn't exactly fit the pattern, but Flora said they looked like a cat and was rather tickled by that. Is that because she was the one who put them there? She just said everyone took her too seriously, and she liked to have a bit of fun. Was Flora the thief? June handed her the other box of chocolates that she had purchased for her. Now you have 2, she said, and they all match. Flora broke into a grin. Mais oui! Flora's joy was infectious. Would you like me to carry those boxes to your home? June asked. You are coming with me? Flora asked. She sounded delighted, but surprised. I would love to accompany you, if you'll have me. Flora grinned and clapped her hands. Would you like to go to the gardens? The gardens? Flora nodded and looked hopeful. That clerk yelled at me. Flowers never make a sound. June needed to get to the morgue, but Flora looked so eager for company. I'd love to go to the gardens, June said. But wouldn't you like me to walk you home? Yes, Flora said. To my garden. How lovely, June said. Of course the Picards had gardens. Let's do it. Avenue Foch in the 16th arrondissement was one of the grandest and widest avenues in Paris. It was located close to a magnificent park, the Bois de Boulogne. This was an area which new wealth had been gravitating to, as evidenced by the flashy new mansions. It was the type of neighborhood where one might rub elbows with industrialists and diplomats alike. When they arrived at the Picards' oversized mansion, June's first impression was that it was too big for a city lot, stuffed in like a child wearing his shoes a size too small. Enormous windows draped in silk protected the interior from looky-loos. But through a window to the right, June glimpsed a chandelier dangling like an enormous diamond. The limestone facade was pristine, and the black lacquered door with gold trim was flanked by gas lanterns. A Rolls-Royce parked in the driveway solidified the unspoken message. We are here and we are rich. A wrought iron fence surrounded the property, behind which giant hedges acted as a privacy screen. Flora immediately ducked and motioned for June to do the same. Flora then peeked through the bushes. June squinted until she could see a porter standing just beside the entrance. Flora did not want to be seen sneaking back onto the property. June's heart squeezed for her. How sad to lose one's freedom at the end of life. Then again, Flora's eyes shone with mischief, as if she was thoroughly enjoying the challenge. A few seconds into watching, the porter finally turned his back. Flora instantly sprang to the gate, opened it a crack, and slipped through. June followed. Putting her finger to her lips, Flora made a beeline for a narrow cobblestone passageway to the left of the mansion. By the time they were safely hidden, June's heart was pounding in her chest. They continued along the path created by the mansion on one side and a towering stone wall on the other. June was feeling claustrophobic, but that soon changed when they reached the grounds. Before them, a wide open space beckoned, green and shining. At the very end, June could make out a lush garden that began to reveal itself as they moved forward. Here, giant hedges had been carved into swans, and they framed a flawless lawn. A gazebo was situated in the center of the garden, its columns ornate and gilded. Nearby, the fountain of a nymph sprayed water into the air. Cast-iron benches adorned with velvet cushions dotted the spaces in between beds of colorful roses. Flora headed for the bench near the fountain in front of a sea of peonies. A fur stole had been laid across the seat, and in front of the bench, a large metal bowl burned coal, thus making for a cozy little spot, despite the chill in the air. Flora plopped down on the bench and gestured for June to sit beside her. She opened one of her boxes of chocolates and held it out for June. Merci. June took a piece of chocolate and soon realized why this was everyone's favorite shop. It melted in her mouth, and she quickly lamented not buying a box for herself and Amelia. She made a promise that when this sordid murder business was behind them, she would return to the shop and not only buy a box for herself and Amelia, but Jack as well. It would be the sweetest gift for when he was finally free. Flora was humming to herself, becoming more relaxed with each chocolate she popped into her mouth. Flora, June said, I think you were rather mischievous on the steamboat. Is that right? Whatever do you mean, mademoiselle? Her tone was light and teasing. You are a better magician than Henri Auclair, making everyone's personal items disappear, including my hat. It was such a lovely hat, Flora said. She had smudges of chocolate all around her mouth. June was about to mention it, then thought better of it. Flora probably had enough of people babying her. It was you who took it, wasn't it? June kept her tone light and playful. Flora grinned. I am quite good, she said. No one ever knows it is me. You tried to give the items back, June said, but they wound up with the wrong people. Flora pursed her lips. Sylvia always makes me return things. Imagine a daughter-in-law making her husband's maman do that. Do you remember taking a knife from one of the pilots? June asked softly, as her heart once more began to trip. Pilots? Train conductors, June corrected. I do forget things, but I'm usually close to the truth. That's why I like to categorize things, organize and match. That makes perfect sense. It's not easy growing old. Becoming invisible. You are not invisible. Tell that to the rest of them. Everyone thinks I have lost all my senses. Sometimes they are right. And sometimes I pretend. You're only human. You are a kind woman. Flora fixed her gaze on June. Now, what is it I can help you with? Did you take a knife from one of the conductors? The one with the pretty pearl handle? Flora asked. Yes, the one with the pretty pearl handle. I do not remember it at all, Flora said. She frowned. It belonged to the train conductor, you see? Pilot, she gently corrected. It belonged to the pilot named Jack. He's been arrested for murdering the other pilot, Nate. Flora shivered, then patted June on the shoulder. Let us not talk of such things. She gestured around her. We are in a beautiful garden. I would love to stop talking about it, Madame Picard. But you see, I cannot. Why not, ma chérie? She held up the box of chocolates. It is harder to talk if you have chocolate in your mouth. No, thank you, madame. Flora. I am Flora. Of course you are. Flora, I cannot stop talking about it because Jack is my friend. And he is innocent. Innocent? Flora's violet eyes widened. I promise you he did not kill Nate. So, if you could just remember where the knife ended up, to whom you returned it. Flora suddenly sprang from the bench, startling June. She disappeared around the flower beds and knelt down. When she stood back up, she was holding a small spade and wearing garden gloves. To June's great surprise, Flora knelt again, and this time she began digging into the bed of peonies. "Nobody ever expects treasures to be hidden here," she said with glee. June stood and watched, extremely curious to see what in the world she was doing. Moments later, Flora gave a satisfied cry and reached down to pick something up. June found herself looking at a small metal box dripping with dirt. Flora returned to the bench, set it on her lap, and patted the space next to her. "Come, ma chérie." June sat down, her eyes glued to the box. What was in there? Why bury it like a squirrel? But before Flora could open it, they were interrupted by the sound of someone approaching. "Madame, Madame," Sylvia Picard. Flora looked at June and placed a finger to her lips. "Shh." "Madame, why aren't you answering me? Do not pretend you are not here. The porter said he saw you sneaking in with a strange woman." How was she going to react when she saw June? Flora set the box on the bench between herself and June, then whipped off June's hat to cover it. Clever girl. "Madame," Sylvia appeared from behind the fountain. When she spied Flora, she stopped and put her hands on her hips. "Where have you been?" "Right here, ma chérie, in the gardens." It was at this moment that Sylvia spotted June. She gasped. "The female stowaway! The murderer's girlfriend! What are you doing with my mother-in-law?" Flora picked up the box of chocolates instead. "She bought me chocolates," Flora said. "She is a dear heart." June stood. "We ran into each other at the chocolate shop. I thought it would be nice to accompany her home." "Not again, madame," Sylvia said. "I told you last time that the clerk was getting rather annoyed by you. Did I not?" She glanced at Flora's gold brooch, then the box. She pursed her lips, but in that microsecond, June saw it all. Sylvia knew about Flora's tendencies. "She likes to match items," June said. Sylvia waved her hand like it didn't matter. "A harmless pastime." "I'm sure on a normal day it's harmless," June said. "But that evening on the boat, when you insisted she return the items, did you know that she didn't return many of them to the rightful owners?" Sylvia had gone still, as if she were one of the many statues in the garden. "That's right. You do know." Sylvia's eyes darted around the gardens as if someone else might be lurking about. "Who else have you told?" "No one," June said. "I would appreciate it if you kept my mother-in-law's little habit to yourself." "I have no wish to embarrass anyone or engage in idle gossip," June said. "But one of the items stolen was the murder weapon." Sylvia stood up straight and stuck her chin in the air. "That is preposterous." "It had a pretty pearl handle," Flora said. "I did not know it would end up sticking out of that poor conductor's heart." June gave Sylvia a look. Not so preposterous after all. "What are you saying?" Sylvia waved her arms, making the bracelets on her wrists jingle. "I think she returned the knife to someone else on that boat. And I think that someone is our killer. She could have given it right back to your Mr. Hayes. Jack is a good man. He wouldn't hurt a fly." "Such a handsome criminal," Flora said. "It is time for Madame's nap," Sylvia said. "Thank you for seeing her home safely, but now you must leave." She leaned into the bench and picked up June's hat. There lay the metal box. Before Sylvia could grab it, Flora beat her to it and hugged it to her chest. Sylvia's gaze went to the bed of peonies, the spade, and a trail of dirt. Not again. She headed for the hiding spot. Come on, madame. Leave your box here, and I will have the porter bury it. She flashed an exasperated look. There is no stopping her. Flora held out her hand, and June helped her off the bench. It was lovely seeing you, June said. Flora beamed. It was lovely to be seen. Thank you for showing me your garden. If only she had been given a glimpse of what was in that box. More stolen treasures. Flora suddenly squeezed her hand. The knife, she said. June tensed. Oui? Do you remember? Do you remember who received the knife? There is something I am trying to remember. Something about men, but it is not clear. She put her hands up to her mouth. Who would do such a thing to a feather? The feather? June asked. Lillian's feather? Flora nodded. What do you mean? Flora began tapping her head as if trying to dislodge her thoughts. Oh, I do hate it when I forget. Why can I not remember? Now look what you have done, Sylvia said. Flora, you need to breathe. Something about men. Something about the feather. It's okay, June said. But if you do happen to remember, I want you off my property immediately, Sylvia interjected. She waved to someone across the lawn, and soon the porter was at their side. This gentleman will see you out, Sylvia said. There was a nervous look in Sylvia's eyes, and she was in a hurry for June to leave. Was it because June had learned that Flora was their thief? Or was it because of Flora's box of treasures?
Mademoiselle,
the porter stood in front of her.
This way.
June had no choice but to follow. On the way out, she could hear Sylvia berating her mother-in-law in French. June wasn't sure what to think, but it certainly felt like the more Flora said, the more Sylvia panicked. Which was why June was getting tossed off the property. Of course, it was equally plausible that Sylvia simply wanted June gone because she didn't belong there. The wealthy seemed to go to a lot of trouble to ensure their homes caught people's eyes, but they went to even more trouble to keep them out. June was grateful her family was different. Orchid Island was just as wondrous as this place, but they welcomed people with open arms. The island's caretakers, Mr. and Mrs. Talbot, made sure of it. June felt a squeeze of homesickness. She wished herself and Jack were there right now, drinking Mrs. Talbot's lemonade, listening to Mr. Talbot regale them with which birds he saw on his morning rounds. The sun was going down, but the day was still clinging on. Maybe if she hurried, she could still make it to the morgue. She could hear Flora and Sylvia coming up behind her. Sylvia was leading Flora into the house. June stopped and addressed Sylvia. If Flora happens to remember to whom she returned the pearl-handled knife, or something about men, Sylvia held up her hand. Good day! It was, June thought, until Sylvia Picard entered the garden. Chapter 13. The driver of the rickety taxi slammed on the brakes in front of the Notre-Dame Cathedral.
Je ne peux pas vous emmener plus loin,
he said. I cannot take you any further. Merci beaucoup. As June exited the vehicle, the driver raged about the smell, addressing his comments to her as if she were the one responsible. The instant she shut the door, he sped away. He wasn't wrong. The Morgue de Paris was tucked just behind and to the right of the cathedral, and the unmistakable smell of death lingered in the air. If only June had thought to stop at the Picard's parfum shop. She could have doused a handkerchief in something pleasant with which to cover her nose. She reached in her handbag and pulled out her non-scented handkerchief. That would have to do. The bells of Notre Dame began to toll, a deep and resonant sound amplified by the river. It echoed off the stone structures around her, vibrations so strong June could feel it in her bones. It was 6 in the evening, and the normal chill in the air had turned downright frigid. June took a moment to marvel at the cathedral and its massive Gothic spires. It was as if the entire area had conspired to set the mood for the grim task ahead of her. To her left, the Pont Saint-Michel arched over the Seine, leading to the left bank, where no doubt students were perusing the myriad of cafes and bookstalls. If only Jack were free and this murder business was behind them, they could be enjoying the left bank right now. June would have to settle for another mission, rifling through a dead man's pockets. She walked quickly, wanting to get this unpleasant task over with as soon as possible. She was no stranger to death. They'd become quite acquainted during the war. June was ever so grateful she was no longer on the front lines, witnessing such grief and suffering. This trip was threatening to bring it all back. By the time she arrived in front of the morgue, a tall, grey limestone building without warmth or adornment, she had sufficiently steeled herself for the mission. Back in the day, this morgue had been somewhat of a public spectacle. The public had been allowed to come in and view unidentified corpses behind glass. June could not imagine the appeal, but people always had a way of surprising you in the most unpleasant of ways. But finally, the city decided to put an end to it, and the practice had thankfully been phased out. This evening there wasn't another soul around. It was so quiet. She could hear the beating of her own heart. She opened the massive door and entered a stone and tile interior, where she was hit by the dueling scents of disinfectant and decay. In front of her, a steel desk blocked any further progress into the morgue, and although she saw no signs of life, a small bell sat next to a typewriter. June rang the bell and listened as it chimed throughout the cavernous space. It was as if she was trying to waken the dead. And in a way, she was. She'd give anything if Nate could appear and tell her who killed him. Then again, on that dark and chaotic boat, it was possible that even he could not identify his killer. It was an eerie thought. Behind the desk was a narrow hallway with a door at the end. Soon it swung open, and a short and stocky man in a white lab coat burst out. Before noticing her, he took a giant key out of his lab coat pocket and locked the door. Then he reached for his hat, which hung on a nearby rack, along with the trench coat. He put the hat on and grabbed the coat. It was only as he was about to button it up that he noticed June. He gave out a little cry and took a step back. "Je suis désolé," June said. "I am sorry to startle you." His mouth dropped open, and he blinked. He glanced at the briefcase at the foot of the coat rack, longingly. Either he was desperate to go home, or he was considering launching it in her direction. Just in case, she steadied herself to duck. But then he left the briefcase and came toward her with an expression that made June wonder if he thought she was a ghost. "Who are you?" he asked. "We are closed for the evening." "My name is June Parker, and I have urgent business." As he drew nearer, June could make out a chocolate stain on the lapel of his lab coat. June took a step forward. "I see that I am almost too late. I had to stop at La Chocolatière, or I would have been here much earlier." She lifted the box of chocolates and held it up like an offering to the gods. The change in his demeanor was instant. He tilted his head, causing thick black glasses to slide halfway down the bridge of his long nose.
Oui,
he said, staring at the chocolate box and licking his lips.
Que puis-je faire pour vous, madame?
What can I do for you, madame? June Parker, she said again, holding out her gloved hand.
Dr. Claude Bellamy.
As they shook hands, his eyes never left the chocolate box. This was a gentleman with a serious addiction, and she was grateful for it. I'm so thankful to find you here, Dr. Bellamy. You are a sight for sore eyes. She sniffed and brought the handkerchief up as if readying herself to wipe away tears. I am here to say one last goodbye to an American man who I believe is here in this building, Mr. Nathaniel Sparks.
I see,
he said. He shook his head.
I'm afraid I cannot allow that. He will not be released to family until I finish my examination. You are family?
He arched a thick eyebrow. I am here on behalf of his sister, June said, who is in America and waiting desperately for word that I have visited him. Or she would be, if she knew. June would find those letters and contact her straight away. She couldn't imagine getting such a letter about her sister Claire, and her heart went out to the woman she'd never met.
As I said, I cannot allow it.
He eyed the chocolates. June continued as if he hadn't spoken. I have, of course, spoken with Inspector Pierre Laurent about this visitation, and was given his full permission.
I was not notified.
He began to shift from foot to foot. Not only did I meet with him this morning and get his permission, dare I say, encouragement, to say goodbye to Nate, he mentioned you might enjoy these. She extended the box of chocolates and watched his internal wrestling match. Finally, he snatched it out of her hands.
The large box,
he said, stroking it.
Inspector Laurent suggested you come by, you say?
Yes, although I suppose I'll have to tell the inspector that he didn't go about my visit in the right manner. Dr. Bellamy sighed.
It's just that we have rules.
Of course. And perhaps it was a mistake to buy the chocolates. He knew my visit might be unexpected, and he thought it would help to sweeten it up a bit. But I can now see the error of my ways. June held her hand out as if she expected him to return the chocolates. Dr. Bellamy stared at the box in his hand, then glanced at a large clock on the wall. It was 6:15.
I cannot let you view the body. I am preparing to do the autopsy tomorrow, and his clothing has already been removed.
Have you gone through his pockets?
I will leave that to the inspector.
I understand. However, as I stated, we are trying to locate his sister to notify her of Nate's death. I believe he had her address written down on a small sheet of paper he kept in his suit pocket. If I could find it and just copy it down.
Copy it down? That is all?
That is all. He pointed to a book on the desk.
Sign in. I'll take you straight to the viewing room and bring in his things.
Merci. June scribbled an illegible signature and followed Dr. Bellamy down the hallway. He stopped at a room to their left, opened the door, and gestured for her to wait inside. It was a small, tiled room that smelled of disinfectant. There wasn't a lick of furniture in the place, so June found herself pacing as she waited. Minutes later, the door creaked open and Dr. Bellamy handed her a bag. It was obvious he had no intention of leaving her alone. She was going to have to conjure up a little bit of magic herself if she wanted to get her hands on that key. June carefully removed Nate's suit and shirt. She was about to check his suit pockets when a dot of yellow on Nate's shirt caught her eye. It was tucked just underneath a button. She leaned in closer. A yellow sequin. Why did it look familiar? Sylvia Picard's dress. She had been wearing a yellow dress with sequins. The one lodged into Nate's shirt was close to his bare chest. How did it get there? The only plausible explanation was that Sylvia had pressed herself tightly against Nate. Was it in the midst of stabbing him, or in another moment of outrageous flirting? In the case of the latter, could her husband have spotted this behavior and flown into a jealous rage? Could that be the real reason Martin Picard was sticking close to Inspector Laurent, making sure that he wasn't on to him? She took a moment to think about the patriarch of the Picard family. He had admonished his wife for flirting, forbade her to have another glass of champagne, and bragged about Reginald going into politics, an endeavor that he seemed to be spearheading. If anyone was determined to keep them in good standing, it was Martin Picard. Had Flora returned the knife to him, or had Sylvia wrestled it from Flora and handed it to her husband? Is that why Sylvia wanted rid of June the second she mentioned Flora and the knife? The photograph of Martin, Reginald, and Inspector Laurent standing with big grins on their faces flashed through her mind. June's theories would only go so far. Inspector Laurent would never entertain that one of them was a killer without hard evidence. Dr. Bellamy cleared his throat. June quickly slipped her hand into the left pocket of Nate's suit. She felt something like cold metal and pulled out a brass key. This must be the hotel key. She quickly palmed it and slipped her hand back into the pocket as if she was putting it back. She looked to Dr. Bellamy. "Do you happen to have a pen and paper so that I may write down what personal effects his sister will be receiving?" June realized her mistake as soon as the words left her mouth. She'd come on the pretense of finding Nate's sister's address. Had the coroner caught her slip-up?
"You came here to get information, but you did not bring pen or paper to write it down."
She almost sighed with relief. "You'll have to forgive me. The last few days have been a whirlwind. I was so focused on bringing you the box of chocolates, I forget to bring pen and paper." He sighed, then held up a finger.
"I will be right back."
The second he left, she slipped the key into her handbag and checked the other pocket. She pulled out a pair of train tickets and a business card. Dr. Bellamy returned and handed her a pen and a small notepad. She jotted down the information listed on both the business card and train tickets. Processing what it all meant would have to wait for later. She handed back the pen and the rest of the notepad. "I'm finished. Thank you." Dr. Bellamy saw her out. All the way out. It was even colder and darker now. June pulled her coat around her and shivered. She would have to cross the bridge to the left bank to get a taxi. But once she reached the bridge, she stopped to pull out the piece of paper. The information she'd gleaned from the train tickets intrigued her. They were dated the day after the murder. The route was from Gare Saint-Lazare to Deauville-Trouville. That was the Normandy coast, a seaside destination, known as a spot for lovers. Had Nate planned on asking Elizabeth to run away with him? If so, did he accomplish this goal? Or was he killed before he could extend the invite? Was that the real reason he wanted to interrupt the engagement party? Next, she glanced at the information from the business card. It was from a plane hangar called Société d'Aviation Mercier. They were located on the outskirts of the city. It must be where they could find Nate's plane. And if he had any scheduled flights, it might provide a clue as to what he'd been up to in the weeks leading up to his death. It was too late to visit the hangar this evening, but it was a perfect time to go to Nate's hotel room. Hopefully she would find the letters from his sister. She needed to know what happened to her brother. June hurried over the bridge with a burst of new energy. She didn't know where all this was leading, but she could feel the momentum building. "Hang in there, Jack. We're getting closer." The bells tolled as she crossed the bridge, and she felt like they were trying to tell her something. "Keep going," they said. "Just keep going." Chapter 14. June found herself back in Place Vendôme, standing in front of the opulent Hotel Ritz. This was a destination for the very wealthy, the most elite of society, not to mention writers, artists, and designers like Coco Chanel. Activity buzzed around her. Horse-drawn carriages and automobiles lined up to either drop visitors off or pick them up. Footmen in uniform stood nearby, directing the flow of traffic. The exterior was welcoming, from its cream-colored limestone walls to its arched windows and doors, shaded by blue awnings. Wrought iron balconies overlooked the square. The smell of cigar smoke mingled in the air above the murmur of excited voices. If Nate had been staying here long-term, he was telling the truth about coming into money. The rooms were designed to have all the comforts of home, with unparalleled service and luxury. June was taking all this in when a familiar voice called out to her.
"June, is that you? June Parker?"
Startled, she looked up to find a clean-shaven young man, his dark brown hair combed back, a cigarette dangling from his hand. "Ernest," she said. "What a nice surprise." Ernest had been an ambulance driver for the Red Cross during the war. He'd been stationed in Italy, but he and June met in Paris after the war at a gathering for nurses, doctors, and ambulance drivers who worked the front lines. They had hit it off right away. He was a writer, and he had just published a novel in the United States. Its success had been modest, but June was impressed. "How is your dear wife?" June asked.
"Hadley is wonderful. Thanks for asking. She's still putting up with me."
He winked.
"What are you doing here?"
"I'm just here to meet an old acquaintance," she said. "What about you?"
"I'm writing for the Toronto Star," he said. "If you hang out here long enough, you'll find a juicy story. There's no action like you can find at the Ritz."
"I can imagine. Are you writing another book?"
"Scribbling down some short stories when I can. But I've been busy preparing for a conference in Switzerland coming up in a few months. I'll be covering the Lausanne Peace Conference for the Star."
"How exciting." Several men in dark suits passed by and entered the hotel. They caught Ernest's eye.
"There go my targets for this evening," he said. "I'd best get to work."
"I'll let you to it. But we should meet soon," June said.
"Hadley and I would love that. You can find me at my usual haunts."
He grinned, then saluted before putting out his cigarette and heading for a pair of wooden doors manned by a doorman. June let out a sigh of relief. He hadn't pressed her about her reason for being here. She waited a sufficient amount of time before heading inside. The doorman scanned her for luggage, and finding none, he tipped his hat and opened the door.
"Bonsoir, mademoiselle. Welcome to the Ritz."
"Merci beaucoup." June smiled and glided in. Like the outside, the impressive lobby was a hive of activity. Guests with steamer trunks resting on the gleaming parquet floors waited underneath crystal chandeliers in front of the greeting desk. Voices and laughter rang out from the bar, and bellboys weaved through the crowd. Not wanting to linger too long, June headed down a corridor until she found a stairwell. The oval brass fob on the hotel key listed his room as 504. She bounded up the stairs, managing it without a problem despite breathing heavily when she reached the final floor. The floor was covered in carpet with rich hues of red, blues and golds. Landscape paintings in gilded frames covered the walls, and small crystal chandeliers provided adequate but cozy lighting. June quickly located the room, slipped the key into the lock, and felt a tingle of excitement as the door opened. She quickly shut and locked it behind her. The space was tidy, with a large bed, writing desk, and fireplace. Next to a cupboard in the corner, French doors led out to a small balcony that overlooked the square. It would be a nice place to enjoy the lights at night. But June didn't want to linger any longer than necessary. A luggage bin was propped on a bench at the end of the bed. It felt strange to rifle through Nate's clothing, and she made quick work of it. She found nothing of importance. Next, she gravitated to the small writing desk. The top was bare, but the moment she opened the single drawer, she could make out several envelopes stuffed inside. As she was reaching for one, she heard voices approaching the door. She'd been so careful. Had someone seen her sneaking in? "This is so kind of you," she heard a female voice say. Whoever it was stood directly behind the door. "Merci beaucoup." Next, June heard the sound of a key turning. Instinctively, she grabbed the letters from the desk and frantically looked around for a hiding place. The cupboard. She hurried over and opened it. Only a few suits hung inside. She stepped in and closed the door just as the hotel door swung open. Trying not to make a sound, she slipped the letters into her handbag. "I am terribly sorry to hear about your fiancé," another female voice said. "Take all the time you need." "Merci beaucoup." Fiancé? Was Nate engaged? It was dark in the cupboard and smelled of mothballs. June could hear footsteps approaching the bed and imagine the person staring at Nate's now open luggage bin. Next, she heard the drawer to the writing desk open. June clutched the letters to her heart, which was hammering in her chest. Footsteps approached, and June prayed the person was headed for the balcony. But before she could react, the cupboard door swung open and a familiar woman stood on the other side, looking equally startled. Elizabeth Auclair. They both let out a scream. "Elizabeth!" June said, as Elizabeth simultaneously called out, "June! What are you doing here?" they said in chorus. June stumbled out of the cupboard, and the hotel room door flew open. A stern-looking woman in a housekeeping uniform towered in the doorway. She stepped in and wagged her finger at June. "Who are you? How did you get in here?" She turned to Elizabeth and assured her she would get security up to the room straight away. "Mais non, pardon-moi," Elizabeth said. "This is my fiancé's sister. I didn't realize she had arrived." They both looked to June, who lifted her hand in a half-wave. "The train was on time, for once," June said. "I am only sorry I was not able to get here sooner." Empathy rose within her for Nate's actual sister. Hopefully one or all of those letters were from her. The woman narrowed her eyes. "How did you get in?" she asked once again. "My brother gave me the key," June said, "to hold on to." "But you said you just arrived on the train." Her eyes narrowed suspiciously. "You are right," June said. This woman was astute. Sometimes the best way to lie was to tell the truth. "I just returned from the morgue," she said. "The coroner presented me with the key, along with my brother's belongings." Elizabeth's eyes widened, although June could not tell if she was horrified or impressed. The woman placed her hand on her heart. She began to express her sympathies in French. "Merci," Elizabeth said. "We will be out of here in a moment. Let us gather his things." I will be right out here, the woman said, before shutting the door, although she left it ajar. Merci, June said. Elizabeth and June stared at each other for a moment. Is that really what you are doing here? Elizabeth said. Yes, I am here to find Nate's sister's address. And you? Elizabeth had acted as if she wanted nothing to do with Nate, and now here she was, sneaking into his hotel room. Was this beautiful bride-to-be a cold-blooded killer? Well, June said, I cannot think of a single reason why you would need to be in here. Elizabeth bit her lip. I needed to find something as well. I'm listening. A letter, okay? I wrote Nate a letter, and I want it back. Interesting. The hotel clerk poked her head in and stared at them. We had better collect his belongings and go somewhere else to talk, Elizabeth said. Agreed? We definitely need to talk about this, June said. But right now there was no time. He has suits hanging in the cupboard, June said, and I haven't checked the bathroom. As Elizabeth went to the cupboard, June slid the drawer of the writing desk open just to make sure she hadn't overlooked anything. It was empty. Luckily, she had already grabbed all the contents. Elizabeth packed his clothing in the luggage bin and poked her head in the bathroom. It is only shaving cream and the like. Elizabeth stared at the packed luggage bag, and June realized she wasn't accustomed to carrying such things around. They could hardly leave it here, given they had just told the housekeeper they were here to collect it. I would carry it, Elizabeth said, but you are the sister. Right. It's not a bother. June took hold of the bag, and they exited the room. June handed the key to the woman and thanked her. Then they hurried down the hall. June could feel the housekeeper's gaze follow them all the way to the elevator. Once they were finally outside, they exhaled with relief. That was close, Elizabeth said. Too close, June agreed. Did you really go to the morgue? Elizabeth asked. I really did. I am impressed. You were quite inventive yourself. What would Reginald think about you pretending to be Nate's fiancé? Elizabeth's face was easy to read. She was afraid of him finding out. I will keep your secret if you keep mine, she said. Why was this letter so important that you had to sneak into his room? It was of a personal nature. She swallowed hard. I did love Nate once, very much, and now he is dead, and I am not even supposed to be mourning. She bit her lip. But I am mourning. I want to tell you everything, but not here and not now. Elizabeth placed her hand on June's arm. It is late, and Reginald is expecting me home. Can you meet me at the market, first thing in the morning? Marché des Enfants Rouges. I can do that. Perhaps after a good night's sleep we will have recovered a bit from our shock, and then tomorrow we can each divulge more about our secrets. Chapter 15. June quickly fell into a much-needed deep sleep, but she could hardly call it restorative. Her dreams, or nightmares, she should say, were filled with jail cells, threatening letters, and sinking ships. June was desperately running around Paris in an outfit Lillian had forced her to wear, a prison uniform, embellished with feathers and yellow sequins. She went to see Jack at the police station, only to find Henri had made him disappear, and Inspector Laurent was taking photographs with Martin and Reginald. In the photo, every single one of them was grinning like a devil and holding a pearl-handled knife. Laurent announced they were kicking her out of Paris unless she brought them every single chocolate box in the chocolate shop. But when she arrived, Flora had already cleaned them out, and Sylvia was buying the shop outright. Flora wanted to bury all the golden boxes of chocolate in her garden, but suddenly Arthur Auclair materialized and insisted he lock all of the chocolate up in his vault. At the last minute, he shoved June inside the vault and told her it was for her own good. She whirled around to find she was stuck in there with Gaston and Captain Fontaine. They were buried underneath a pile of oranges, and all she could see were their heads sticking out. They were moving their mouths frantically, but no sound was coming out. June's last thought before she woke up was that Amelia might like to do a painting of the men buried in fruit. Perhaps it might be wise not to sleep until this case was solved. She quickly dressed and headed out to meet Elizabeth. The Marché des Enfants Rouges was one of the best-covered markets in Paris. It was a crisp morning, but the sun was out, and the sound of chirping birds mingled with the clop of horse hooves and the sound of automobiles honking their horns. Vendors were still arriving, unloading crates of fruit and vegetables from a line of horse carts. Whenever June was at this market, she couldn't help but think about Amelia. The name translated to Market of the Red Children, and it was a nod to the nearby Hospice des Enfants Rouges, a home for orphans. The children were often clothed in red, a symbol for charity. Whenever June saw these children, she could imagine little Amelia among them, and her heart squeezed for her friend. But despite her early challenges, or maybe because of them, Amelia's experiences had shaped her into the dynamic, creative force that she was today. She was a role model, and a woman to be reckoned with, and just the thought of her dear friend's tenacity buoyed June's confidence. She spotted Elizabeth waiting at the entrance to the market and waved. Elizabeth's face brightened as she waved back, and soon the pair slipped into the crowd of early morning shoppers vying to get the best deals. Wanting to delay the frank conversation they needed to have a little bit longer, June turned her attention to the cornucopia of offerings surrounding them. Ripe and colourful fruits and vegetables beckoned from crates. Eggplants, all purple and shining, bright red tomatoes, peppers, big-leafed lettuce, and every herb imaginable. Butchers presented their best cuts of meat, delivered by local farmers, and bakers lured in customers with delectable scents of pastries and baguettes. Elizabeth paused near an array of cut flowers at the height of their bloom. "I would much rather look at them in the garden," she murmured, "but they are something to behold." The people mingling in between stalls were as colourful as the offerings, and here the divisions between classes melted away. Working men brushed elbows with the bourgeoisie as they shopped, and students perusing second-hand books jostled with artists reaching for jugs of wine. A chorus of voices and vendors competing for sales created a vibration of energy and generated a constant hum. "I suppose I will speak first," Elizabeth said, as they meandered. "Let me first state that there was nothing untoward going on between myself and Nate. In fact, the night of the engagement party was the first time I had seen him since the end of the war." "I see," June said. "But what was so important about that letter?" "Nate's death," Elizabeth said. "It was all my fault." June froze as she studied Elizabeth's pale face. Was she confessing to murder? It was jarring, the casual way in which she admitted it, in a crowded market surrounded by apples and brie. "What do you mean?" "I wrote that letter in a moment of weakness." A look of confusion clouded Elizabeth's pretty face. "You see, I am afraid that I told him all about the engagement." Oh, June said. No wonder Nate manipulated his way onto the boat. He probably thought she wanted him to rescue her. Yes? Oh. Not only that, but I told him that I wished to see him one last time before I was married. I did not see the letter in his room, so I suppose he threw it away. June very much doubted that. The letter was still in June's handbag, the one she now carried in her hand. She'd been so exhausted last night she hadn't even taken them out. But he must have read it, and that has to be why he showed up on the steamboat that night. Do you see? Elizabeth's face was now a portrait of guilt. If I had not written that letter, Nate would still be alive. You cannot blame yourself for writing a letter. The only one responsible for Nate's death is the person who stabbed him through the heart. That very well could be Elizabeth, but unlike some people, she would not accuse anyone of being a murderer without sufficient evidence. June paused near a stall of fresh coffee beans. She thought of everything she still needed to do, and decided coffee might help keep her energy up. She purchased a bag, and they waited while the vendor scooped beans into a small burlap sack. "How did you know where Nate was staying?" June asked after the vendor handed over her purchase, and they continued on their way. Elizabeth hung her head. "Henri told me. He had run into Nate at a poker game. Nate told Henri he was staying at the Ritz for a while, and asked him to let me know in case I wanted to see him. I knew I should have resisted the urge to contact him, but first of all, I was dying to know how he could afford to stay there. And I guess I just wanted to see him. One last time. If Reginald ever found out—" She left the sentence hanging, but her meaning was clear. Reginald could court all the showgirls he wanted, but the same rules did not apply to Elizabeth. "You don't have to worry about me. I won't tell anyone about your letter." "Merci." Elizabeth stopped. "Do you believe it is possible to love two men at the same time?" "I do," June said. "Love isn't a finite thing." She paused. "But I'm afraid it can get messy." People began muttering as they either bumped into the pair or stopped to go around them. Several people stopped to fawn over Elizabeth and congratulate her on the wedding. Elizabeth smiled and morphed into the picture of a joyous bride-to-be. But the minute the well-wishers left, her expression turned to one of serious reflection. "We had better keep moving," Elizabeth said. "Too many eyes and ears." "Was it the war that parted you and Nate?" June was curious. Even when the soldiers made it home, many relationships didn't survive the distance and trauma. Men went into the war one person and came back another. "It was not only the war that parted us, it was my family. They did not approve of Nate, and they made that very clear. He was not wealthy," June supplied. "He wasn't from the right lineage." "It is such a horrible thing, is it not?" Elizabeth shook her head. "The world. It is not fair, and if it were up to me, where one comes from would not mean a thing. My parents," she paused. "Not that any of it really mattered in the end." "What do you mean?" "It was Nate who broke off the relationship, right before he left for the war. He said he could not give me the lifestyle I was accustomed to. He said he did not even know if he would come back, and that he could not stand the thought of me waiting and worrying. I tried to talk him out of it. I said I would wait and worry no matter what. But then he said he wanted to be free, that he would not be able to focus on the war if he was worried about me. There was nothing I could say to convince him otherwise. And even though he would not admit it, I could tell my father had spoken with him. And whatever he said, it worked. The pair of them decided to end our relationship, and I had no choice in the matter. I never forgave them for that. Either of them. A steely look of hurt came into Elizabeth's eyes. But then you met Reginald, June said. Then I met Reginald, Elizabeth echoed. And it became obvious that my father's complaints about Nate had less to do with the family lineage and everything to do with the money. Life certainly did get complicated when one put too much emphasis on wealth. June was grateful that despite being from a wealthy family herself, she knew it was not the key to happiness. And the letter to Nate? I poured out my heart. I said everything I did not get to say before he left for the war. I told him I had worried about him, that I thought about him every day and prayed that he would return safely, that I was grateful my prayers were answered, and I wished him the best. That I would not be able to speak to him after I was a married woman. It was a goodbye letter, of sorts. Elizabeth sniffed. I just did not realize it would end up being a final goodbye. I'm sorry, June said. She meant it. Elizabeth nodded. None of it matters now. He must have tossed my letter into the bin. That is how little he cared. You know that's not true. Do I? He lied to his best friend and charmed an old lady just to get on that steamboat to see you, June said. He cared. Maybe. Elizabeth bit her lip. What if something happened to the letter and he never got the chance to read it? Maybe there was another reason he was on that steamboat. Maybe he wanted to see why I never contacted him. I hate the thought that he died never knowing that I still had affection for him. It haunts me. Is that why you want the letter back? I suppose that is not the only reason. If anyone else finds it, they could use it to blackmail me. Reginald has a jealous streak. Let's go somewhere a little less crowded. June guided Elizabeth to a space between stalls where they wouldn't be in the way. She reached into her handbag and brought out 3 envelopes. 2 of them were from Nate's sister. She placed them back in her handbag. The other was from Elizabeth. She held it out. He didn't throw it away. I found it on his writing desk. Elizabeth's mouth dropped open as she snatched up the letter. You took it? Her tone was much less friendly. Why would you do that? No doubt Elizabeth's next thought would be that June wanted to blackmail her. Not for the reasons you think. As I mentioned, I was looking for a letter from his sister. We need to notify her about his death. Caroline, Elizabeth said. I had just discovered the letters on his desk when I heard someone at the door. I barely had time to shove them into my handbag and hide in the cupboard. As quickly as it came, Elizabeth Auclair's hostility was gone. Of course. Poor Caroline. I intend to post a letter soon, June said. And I promise you, I did not read your letter to Nate. No one will ever know it even existed. Unless it becomes obvious you are the killer. Merci. Elizabeth clutched the letter to her chest. It is opened. He read it. I'm so glad, June said. I owe you. I was hoping you'd say that, June said, because there is something you can do for me. Name it. June wished she didn't have to play this card. She liked Elizabeth. and no doubt many people in her life manipulated her to do what they wanted, including her family vying for this marriage. But if she wanted to free Jack, she had to do it. Your pre-wedding soiree is coming up, is it not? It is, Elizabeth said. This Saturday evening. I would like to attend. Elizabeth frowned. I don't mean to alarm you, but as you know, someone on that boat killed Nate. And it wasn't me, and it wasn't Jack. What if it was Captain Fontaine? Elizabeth said. Or his crewman? In that case, nothing at the celebration can help you. They will not be in attendance. Do you have any reason to think it might be one of them? No. Elizabeth's shoulders slumped. But if it was not one of them, and it was not one of you... She didn't need to finish the sentence. If it wasn't, it meant someone in her close circle was a killer. I understand how you feel, June said. Believe me. She paused. But I promise not to look for evidence where there is none, and that I will equally look into both the captain and Gaston, the crewman. Elizabeth mulled it over. You want to mingle with the guests, see what you can learn. Is that right? June nodded. It's possible that nothing will come of it, but I have to try. I do not know how I would explain your presence, Elizabeth said. And I would hate for you to face my family's wrath. You might not have to, June replied. I have an idea. And what idea is that? I heard your mother was short a few servers. Cocktail servers, Elizabeth said. We had several quit after word of the murder spread. I can certainly hold a tray of drinks. Elizabeth studied her. I have no doubt about that. But you are a distinctive and beautiful woman. Someone would recognize you. Elizabeth laughed. Especially the men. Maybe if I wore a wig, June said. Change my appearance a bit. Elizabeth placed her finger on her chin and tilted her head as she studied June. I suppose that would work. What do you need me to do? Refer me to your mother. I will do you one better. I will simply tell her I hired you. Would she accept that? But she must. I am the bride-to-be, am I not? Merci, June said. I truly appreciate this. You were kind enough to return my letter, Elizabeth said. What shall we say your name is? June laughed. I hadn't thought that far. What about Apolline? Elizabeth suggested. The feminine version of Apollo. June laughed. I'm not sure I have much in common with a Greek god, but it's as good a name as any. Apollo was a bit of a warrior, just like you, Elizabeth said. Apolline it is. She studied June's hair. I bet Apolline has gorgeous red hair. It would suit those blue eyes. I can give you the name of a shop that has the best wigs. That won't be necessary. I have a few resources of my own. Wonderful! Elizabeth suddenly clapped her hands. This is going to be so much fun. Apart from the fact that I'm searching for a killer, June said. And that includes you. There is that, Elizabeth said, her smile faltering. There is that. June did not want to think that Elizabeth could have killed Nate, especially after her heartfelt confession about how they parted. But at this point she could not rule out anyone, even the people she liked. Maybe especially the people she liked. I have a question for you, and I'm afraid it might be rather delicate. My favorite kind. Elizabeth's eyes twinkled, and she let out a laugh. I would say that after all we have been through, I can handle a delicate question. They were coming to the end of the market, Elizabeth stopped at a table of cheeses and looked them over as they spoke. I noticed you weren't happy to see Genevieve Delacroix on the boat, June said. Elizabeth's smile vanished, and she strode away from the cheese. June had to double-time it to keep up. Reginald is obsessed with her, and I have no doubt that once we are married, she would not hesitate to be his mistress. June pondered this. It was true Genevieve was an excellent performer, but she'd given June the impression that the crush was completely one-sided. Why would your mother invite her? It seemed like a cruel thing to do to a daughter. Despite her colorful wardrobe designs, maybe Lillian Auclair had a dark side. My mother lives in her own world. She didn't have a clue about Reginald's fascination with Genevieve, Elizabeth said. She overheard him gushing about her and assumed I felt the same. Have you spoken to Reginald about how you feel? He denies it, of course. She shook her head. I suppose I sound hypocritical. We have both dated others in our past, and given the events of the other night, I no longer have any standing on the subject. June thought of the yellow sequin she found wedged into Nate's shirt. She hoped to learn more about Sylvia Picard without ringing any alarm bells. She seemed to be in relatively good standing with Elizabeth, and she couldn't afford to lose that. I admired all the fashion at the engagement party, June said. Both your mother and Sylvia wore very colorful outfits. That would be my mother's doing, Elizabeth said with a laugh. She wants her designs to stand out. She's succeeded then. I've never seen a yellow sequin dress before, June said. You know, like the one Sylvia Picard was wearing? Elizabeth nodded. My mother was the designer. I believe Sylvia only wore it to please her. Sylvia does not normally wear such bright colors. Elizabeth's expression conveyed that she wasn't a fan. You didn't like the dress? I suppose it was all right, but yellow. As bright as the sun. She rolled her eyes. I think my mother was testing Sylvia. It was not a very nice thing to do. Testing her how? I'm sure you know the Picards are dying to be accepted into the Paris elite. Therefore, Sylvia will do nearly anything my mother asks. It is as if my mother enjoys humiliating her. People are silly, are they not? June nodded. I do wonder why the Picards are so intent on being accepted, especially given all their success. They were nearing a table with colorful glass vials. June thought of the blue vial. Are you a fan of Picard parfum? I suppose you get to sample all of them. I love them. Elizabeth grinned. And you are correct. Whenever they introduce a new scent, I get a sampler vial. I am starting to have quite an impressive collection. I've seen those vials. They're so pretty. Oui, très beau. Did they give them out to the public? Oui. For the grand opening, they passed them out in front of the shop. People flocked to it, and then, poof, they were all gone. Another dead end. If nearly everyone in Paris received a sample vial, then that didn't narrow down the suspect pool. Elizabeth stopped and placed her hand on her head. I have enough to share. Would you like one? That is so kind of you, but that won't be necessary. I was just wondering why the Picards are so determined to be accepted, especially when they're already so successful. If you knew them, it wouldn't be a mystery. The Picards have ambitions. Martin is determined that Reginald will succeed in politics. She sighed. I suppose he thinks that is another way for them to be accepted in society. He is not wrong. I saw a photo of Martin with Inspector Laurent at the police station, June said. You are right. He certainly is determined. Elizabeth's eyes widened. You were at the police station? Didn't Henri tell you? Elizabeth shook her head. He helped arrange a visit with Jack. I very much appreciated it. At least Henri is doing something to help. From Elizabeth's tone, there were some harsh feelings between siblings. I have a sister, June said. I know those relationships can be complicated. Henri did get us all into a bit of a spot. Elizabeth looked around. I feel as if I can talk to you. I feel as if I can trust you. You can. Henri gambled away a lot of the family money. During the war, the import business was halted, of course. So when Henri gambled the savings away, well, let us just say that this marriage will not only benefit the Picards. I understand. Families do what they have to do to survive. Do not misunderstand me. It is not that I am not fond of Reginald. I am very fond of him. He'll make a fine husband. Elizabeth sounded as if she was trying to convince herself, as if she had rehearsed those very words. I'm sure he will. It is not the kind of love Nate and I had. That was a passionate kind of love. But passion is not always enough. I know the type. June couldn't help but think about Jack. He would make a wonderful husband to some lucky woman one day. But despite all his charms, it wasn't going to be any day soon. Elizabeth sighed. It is funny how life does not always work out the way you plan, is it not? Believe me, June said. I know how complicated and surprising life can be, especially when it comes to matters of the heart. I believe you do know, Elizabeth said. The tone in her voice was slightly teasing. June raised an eyebrow. Is that so? Elizabeth nodded and flashed a knowing smile. It is so. That is, if we are talking about that handsome pilot you are risking everything to free. Chapter 16. Elizabeth said her goodbyes, and June continued to stroll through the market. It didn't take long before she felt like she was being watched. She turned and scanned the crowd. It took a moment, but finally she spotted a familiar face staring back at her from the fruit stand. It was the crew member from the steamboat, Gaston. He would be a good person to speak with. Had they figured out what happened to the lights? Did he see or hear anything before or after the murder? June was about to approach him, but as soon as they locked eyes, he dropped a handful of oranges, whirled around, and fled. Mon Dieu, mes oranges! The vendor yelled. He shook his fist at Gaston's retreating back as he scrambled to pick them up. June grabbed the last few and handed them to the red-faced vendor before following Gaston. Hey! June said, picking up her pace. Wait! She tried her best to squeeze through the crowd without losing sight of him. Why was he running? Whatever the case, he was getting away. Wait! June yelled. S'il vous plaît! He looked back, and in doing so ran smack into a vegetable rack. Cucumbers, carrots, broccoli, and eggplants came crashing down. The obscenities the vendor screeched caused every head in the market to turn. The vendor continued to scream and curse as the vegetables ran off in all directions, like escaped prisoners, causing shoppers to either scurry away or converge on the mess and begin picking through them. This all created quite the barrier for June. By the time she got around the runaway produce, Gaston was nowhere to be seen. How bizarre and infuriating. June continued in the direction she'd last seen him, but it soon became apparent she was chasing a ghost. Was he headed back to the steamboat? She had planned on visiting Nate's plane hangar today, but her curiosity over Gaston's strange behavior was now piqued. But by the time she made it to the steamboat, it was all locked up. The boarding plank was up, and it didn't look as if anyone was on board. She lingered for a moment, pondering what just happened. Definitely strange. She'd have to pursue the matter another time. It looked like she was off to the hangar after all. June was close to her block and decided she'd take a bit of a breather before heading off for the airfield. June loved her modest flat. She loved its shining parquet floors, high ceilings with decorative molding, and large west-facing windows. It was a delight to see the sun setting over the city, spreading hues of reds, oranges, and purples across the Parisian sky. The walls were a soft cream, covered in flickering sconces, and blue velvet curtains on the windows gave the place a pop of colour. Her golden low-backed sofa rested on a large Persian rug and offered support as well as comfort. A marble-topped coffee table sat in front of it, and 2 elegant wooden chairs were positioned on either side. The only painting in the room was one Amelia had given her, a pastel abstract that evoked light and movement. She set her handbag on a small table near the door and hung her coat and hat on the rack next to it. Warmed by a coal stove, the main room was plenty toasty. A fern by the window needed a bit of love, so she gave it some water before crossing over to her writing desk. There, she penned a letter to Nate's sister, delivering the tragic news. She mulled over whether or not to tell her that Jack had been arrested and was falsely accused of Nate's murder. In the end, she decided to be upfront. The truth always had a way of coming out, and June needed her to know that she was doing everything she could to find the real killer. Once she finished the letter, along with a cup of tea and a brie and tomato sandwich, she headed outside to flag down a taxi. Le Bourget airfield was an expanse of uneven gravel and soggy fields. In the distance she could make out several corrugated steel hangars with their doors thrown wide open, giving her glimpses of canvas-covered wings and skeletal frames of biplanes suspended in mid-air, awaiting repair. She drew closer, lamenting that she hadn't worn thick boots as her shoes sunk into the soft earth. Just as she was debating which hangar to approach, she caught a sign on the door of the smallest hangar, situated the furthest away. Sparks Aviation Services, Private Charters. She felt a squeeze of sadness for Nate. The smell of oil hung in the air. The place was eerily silent, apart from a distant hum of an engine and the clank of mechanics' tools. The sliding door to Nate's hangar was open, and as she drew closer, June could hear someone whistling from within. When she reached the doorway, she could see a short man in overalls standing with his back to her, hovering over a wooden desk against the far wall. A yellow plane outlined in black, which June assumed to be Nate's, was parked in the center of the hangar amidst oil drums and tools. Before June could call out a greeting, the man in overalls whirled around and spotted her. She raised her hand in a wave. He grinned and wiped his hands on a cloth as he approached.
"Mademoiselle," he said, "if you're looking to charter a flight, I'm afraid all activity is paused at the moment."
Like Nate, he was American. "I'm June Parker," she said. "I was hoping for a few minutes of your time."
"British?" he said with a smile. "I won't worry about my French."
"No worries at all."
"It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Parker. I'm Billy."
He slipped the cloth into his pocket.
"I'd shake your hand, but it would take you days to get the oil off."
He laughed at his joke.
"But as I said, we're not in operation at the moment."
"I take it you work here?" He nodded.
"I'm the mechanic and all-around fix-it guy. But when the pilot goes AWOL, there's not much I can do about that."
Another person who didn't know about Nate's tragic fate. Do you know Jack Hayes? Billy's eyes lit up.
You know Jack? I haven't seen him around here in ages.
I'm a friend of Jack's, and I'm afraid I've come with some shocking news. Billy tilted his head.
What's happened?
There was no easy way to say it, so her only option was to get it over with. Nate Sparks has been murdered. Billy's mouth dropped open.
No,
he said.
Are you pulling my leg?
I wish I was. He accompanied myself and Jack onto a steamboat the other evening and was stabbed by an unknown assailant.
My God,
Billy gasped.
Where is Jack?
That's the other bit of shocking news. Jack has been arrested.
Arrested? What did he do now? Get drunk and start tossing furniture out windows?
Billy did indeed know Jack. I wish that was the case. Suffice it to say, there is a biased investigator on the case, and due to some shady evidence, I believe Jack is being framed for Nate's murder.
Jack? Murder Nate? Are they out of their minds?
I'm so glad to meet someone who feels the same way.
Jack might get into a bit of trouble now and again, but he's a good soul. And he and Nate were like brothers.
I've tried telling the investigator the very same thing. But he seems to have selective hearing.
Did you come all the way out here to give me the terrible news?
Not entirely. You see, I'm trying to suss out the real killer. Billy gave a low whistle.
This is not good, he said. This is very, very bad.
He gestured for her to follow him and headed back to the table. Once there, he reached into a small cabinet next to it and pulled out a bottle of whiskey.
I don't know about you, he said, but I need a bit of fortification.
June was about to say no, but between the chill outside and the stress of the day, she changed her mind. I don't mind if I do. He handed her a glass of whiskey and then downed his own. He began to pace back and forth. He ran back to the desk and flipped through a leather-bound book. He shut the book and began pacing again.
He's gonna kill me,
Billy said under his breath.
He's gonna kill me.
June was suddenly on high alert. Who? Billy flicked a glance at her and shook his head.
I'm sorry, he said. You seem like a lovely person, and I fully support your mission to help Jack. But I'm afraid you cannot be here. Nate had a busy schedule, and now I have to figure out how to handle a few upcoming flights.
Billy didn't just sound worried. He sounded afraid. June stood up, but she made no move for the door. It sounds like you have your hands full. Maybe I can be of some help? He shook his head, his face a portrait of fear.
You don't want any part of this.
He gestured for her to go ahead of him to the exit. June had no choice but to head for it. Once she was standing outside, he began to pull the hangar doors closed.
He's lucky he's dead, Billy said, or King would kill him.
Chapter 17. June waited until Billy was a speck in the distance before removing her hairpin. She stuck it into the lock and began to wiggle it. There was an art to releasing a lock, and part of it was remaining calm and not forcing the pin. It took several tries before she heard the satisfying click and the lock popped open. She slid the door open just wide enough to squeeze in and quickly shut it behind her. She stood for a moment, allowing her eyes to adjust once again to the dim hangar. The only light sources were a few narrow windows near the ceiling, causing dust motes to swirl in mid-air. She made a beeline for the desk, hoping something there would give her a clue as to why Billy was so distraught. King would kill him. There must be a connection between Cal King, Nate, and the golden token. Nate wouldn't have stolen the token, would he? June put the leather book aside for a moment as she sorted through a pile of papers on the desk. Bills, receipts, and loose change. Finding nothing that could help her, she turned back to the leather-bound book. She opened to the first page and saw a list of dates, coordinates, and locations. Nate's flight log. She flipped to the most recent pages. Whereas earlier there were a variety of client names listed in the right-hand column, this time she saw one name, appearing every single month. Cal King. Nate had been his personal pilot. A quick check showed that Nate had been flying Mr. King for the past year. But when she ran her finger down the location column, she noticed a different set of coordinates every single flight. Yet each trip was within 2 hours, and there were never any repeats. This was how the gambling ring had been able to keep its whereabouts under wraps. It constantly changed locations. The next flight was 5 days from now. No wonder Billy was panicking. Someone like Cal King was probably not that forgiving when it came to his elite poker games. And given the secrecy, not to mention the illegality of the missions, no doubt Mr. King was extremely cautious when it came to choosing the pilots. And now with Nate gone, Billy had to find a replacement. Did this arrangement have anything to do with Nate's murder? Had he been privy to deadly secrets? Had he overheard something he wasn't supposed to? Or even more shudder-inducing, had he witnessed something? Something about the date of the next flight was playing on June's mind. She reached into her handbag and brought out the train ticket she'd found in Nate's suit pocket. The dates were an exact match. Nate certainly couldn't be 2 places at once. Had he intended on leaving Cal King hanging in the wind? Was he tired of being a private pilot for a gambling ring? Just as June was pondering this, male voices sounded from just outside the hangar, and from the sound of it, they were nearly upon her. "I don't understand," she heard Billy say. "I swear on my life, I locked these doors." "Perhaps you were mistaken," a deep voice in a British accent said. "It seems you were careless." "Let me check it out." Billy's voice was wobbling, a stark contrast to the strong and friendly tone he'd used with her. Whoever his guest was, Billy was intimidated. Was this Cal King? In the flesh? The sound of the doors sliding back echoed through the hangar. Panicked, June looked around. There was only one object nearby that was large enough to hide her. June hurried and crouched behind Nate's plane just as Billy stepped in. "It's clear," Billy said. A second set of footsteps entered the hangar and joined Billy. They stood near the table, mere feet from June. From her crouched position, she could only make out Billy's overalls and a pair of black trousers with shiny black shoes. "I swear to you, he's not here," she could hear Billy saying. "It's no joke. He's dead." The black shoes began to pace. "Let the police deal with that. I have more urgent matters on my mind. I'll find you a good pilot, I swear. The flight is in 5 days' time. I do not like people making promises they cannot keep. I'll dedicate every minute I have to finding a replacement, I swear. He needs to know how to keep his mouth shut. Don't worry, I know you're very selective." "You're damn right I am selective. Do you have any idea the caliber of guests I bring in? I need a pilot, and I need one now." This was an opportunity June could not miss. She slowly stood up and came into the men's view. Billy let out a yell, and Cal King whirled around to face her. "Bloody hell," he said. He was a tall man in a black suit and hat. Dark and penetrating eyes sized her up, and suddenly he was reaching behind his back. Before she knew it, he brandished a gun. He trained the small but deadly instrument on her.
"Who do we have here?"
His voice was gruff and menacing. This was not a man to trifle with. June's heart began to patter in her chest. "Keep calm. Don't shoot," she said. She held both hands up.
"You,"
Billy said.
"How the hell did you get in here?" "Who is she?"
Cal King said to Billy.
"You are already failing me. You assured me we would be alone. She's a friend of Nate's. She was here recently to break the news of Nate's murder, but I escorted her out myself."
Billy pointed a finger at her.
"I knew I locked those doors."
June couldn't stop staring down the barrel of the gun. "Mr. King, I think I have a solution to your problem." She spoke calmly. "Show no fear." Cal King quickly closed the distance between them, still holding the gun. His eyes seemed to take her in all at once.
"At the moment, I am looking at my problem, and I do not think you would like the solution."
He did not take his gaze off June.
"Isn't that right, Billy?"
"Why did you come back?" Billy's voice was almost a whisper. "You need a pilot," June said, making a concerted effort to keep the fear out of her voice. "One with experience, but of equal importance, one you can trust."
"What does that have to do with you?"
A grin, devoid of warmth, crept over his face. Objectively, he was a handsome man, with a strong jawline, hazel eyes, and long eyelashes. But the coldness that enveloped him like a protective cover rendered his looks useless. This was not a good man.
"Don't tell me a pretty thing like you knows how to fly a plane."
She let the diminutive comment go. He was still attempting to rattle her. "Not quite, but I know just the pilot."
"Jack!"
Billy exclaimed.
"He's perfect."
June nodded. "If anyone knows how to handle Nate's plane, it's Jack."
"Jack?"
Cal King's rough-and-tumble demeanor eased for a moment. "Jack Hayes. He was actually a good friend of Nate's. They flew in the same squadron during the war." Cal King didn't respond straight away, nor did he lower the gun. She had had enough of it. "I would very much appreciate it if you did not point that gun at me." For a moment, the gun remained pointed at her, but soon a decision was made. He lowered the gun and then returned it to the hiding place behind his back.
"I heard these doors were locked,"
Cal King said, gesturing to them.
"How did you get in?"
"I'm handy when I need to be," June said. "You shouldn't have done that," Billy said.
"Impressive,"
Cal King remarked.
"You're quite the pistol yourself, aren't you?" "You're right, Mr. King. She makes quite the impression," Billy added quickly. "This pilot," Cal said. "Jack Hayes. He knows how to be discreet." "He does. But before this discussion goes any further, I need to stress one thing." "Oh, you do you?"
"Yes."
"You have nerves of steel, I'll give you that."
He crossed his arms.
"Well, by all means. What are your demands?"
"One flight, and he's done. That will take care of the game in 5 days, and give you ample time to find someone you can trust."
"And just what do you know about my games?"
That had been a misstep. June cautioned herself not to divulge too much again. "I only know that you need a pilot 5 days from now."
But you said games.
He took a step forward.
How familiar are you with my business dealings?
I do know that you facilitate poker games for wealthy gamblers. There was no use pretending otherwise.
I see. And you think you're in a position to set conditions?
I am not trying to antagonize you, but I do need you to acknowledge that this would be a temporary arrangement, June said. One flight. Otherwise, she took a deep breath. Do what you must. Cal King removed a small notebook from the pocket of his suit and glanced at a page.
This temporary pilot, why isn't he here with you? There can be no agreement unless I meet him in person.
That can be arranged.
Then arrange it.
About that, June said, I'm going to need a little help. Chapter 18. There was a note from Amelia pinned to June's door. The appointment for Elizabeth and Reginald to come into the gallery to choose a painting had been set for the following morning. June was grateful for the distraction. It would keep her from worrying about whether or not Cal King could actually get Jack released from prison. Martin Picard might hold some sway, but Cal King seemed to be a man everyone feared, and thus, hopefully, everyone wanted to keep happy. Inspector Laurent had already proven that he could bend with the wind, at least where the Picards and Auclairs were concerned. June didn't dare visit Jack and tell him about her latest effort to free him. Not to mention the fact that she'd just offered his services. She didn't want to get his hopes up, or worry him. But right now, she needed to focus on this meeting at the gallery. She would pretend to be a tourist perusing the art gallery. She wore a trench coat with a scarf wrapped around her head and large sunglasses. Once at the gallery, June was surprised to see that Elizabeth and Reginald had already arrived, along with the pair of mothers. The young couple stood in a back corner conversing while Amelia toured Lillian Auclair and Sylvia Picard around the space. Lillian Auclair's outfit was rather tame today, a dusty rose silk dress with a drop waist and matching cloche hat, whereas Sylvia was sporting a wool skirt and suit jacket with a frilly white shirt, a pair of gloves folded in her left palm, her handbag in her right. Amelia had carefully chosen several paintings to hang on the wall, and although June loved all her work, she recognized these as some of her earlier attempts, abstract oil landscapes in pastel colors. The mothers stood in front of two paintings of a French countryside, one at sunrise and the other at sunset. Amelia caught onto June's disguise straight away. Please, have a look around, mademoiselle, and let me know if I can be of any help. June nodded and headed for the opposite side of the gallery, but still within earshot. She was surprised when Elizabeth was suddenly next to her. She stared straight ahead at a painting. My mother refused to accept my hire, she whispered. I am sorry. June nodded, as disappointment settled over her. Had she really tried? But your friend Amelia had an idea. With that, she scurried away. What was Amelia's idea? One of these could hang in the foyer, Lillian said. Yes, that would be lovely, Sylvia said. Lillian placed her index finger on her chin. Maybe the sunrise would uplift guests? It's so uplifting, Sylvia agreed. But would the sunset be more romantic? Sylvia nodded enthusiastically. That is an excellent point. It would certainly be more romantic. However, by the time it is hung, they will be husband and wife, Lillian said. Once the wedding is over, there is no longer any need for romance. No need at all, Sylvia said. Perhaps Elizabeth and Reginald have an opinion, Amelia said, turning to the couple. Oui?
Mais non,
the mothers said in stereo. Elizabeth rolled her eyes, and Reginald seemed to be paying no attention whatsoever. He was staring out the window, constantly checking a gold pocket watch. They are both exquisite, Elizabeth said to Amelia. I am jealous of your talent.
Perhaps we should take them both, Lillian said. The servants can hang the sunrise one in the morning, and the sunset in the evening.
Oui, Sylvia said, clapping her hands. An absolutely marvelous idea. Amelia so generously offered un beau tableau as a wedding gift. Pas deux, Elizabeth said. One beautiful painting as a wedding gift, not two.
But of course, Reginald said.
He addressed Amelia.
I will have our banker settle the account. Ça va?
Oui, Amelia said. I will have them wrapped and delivered. Amelia shook her head. If only I had a little more help around here. It can be très difficile to find good help, n'est-ce pas?
Mais oui,
Lillian said. You have the same problem? Amelia asked with a little gasp as her hand went to her chest. I never could have imagined.
You would be surprised, Lillian said.
Luckily, I put some work into solving that problem. I have accumulated a long list of qualified and attractive young women looking for work. Lillian arched an eyebrow.
Is that right?
If you are ever looking for anyone, let me know, Amelia said.
It just so happens I do need someone. Do you think any of them are qualified to be cocktail servers?
I know just the one, Amelia said. Shall I have her contact you?
As soon as possible, Lillian said. There is no time to waste.
I will tell her straight away.
Mon amour, Reginald said, turning to Elizabeth. Work beckons. I must take my leave.
But of course, Elizabeth said.
Reginald took her hand, planted a kiss on it, and then patted it. He turned to his mother and future mother-in-law. Wait, Lillian said. Please remain a little longer. I am not sure we made the right choice. I was thinking the very same thing, Sylvia said. Did you see the beach over here?
The women gravitated to the other side of the gallery and stood in front of a pair of beach scenes, nearly identical paintings. Only one had a ship on the ocean and the other did not.
The one with the ship on the ocean? Lillian asked.
Mais oui, Sylvia said. Lillian's expression was not so confident.
Or perhaps the one without.
They lowered their voices and continued their discussion. Reginald took out his pocket watch once again and sighed. Elizabeth caught Amelia's eye and smiled. Amelia smiled back, then crossed over to Elizabeth and linked arms with her. Would you like to see which painting resonates with you? I would not dare, Elizabeth said. They have more knowledge of art than I. Art is not always about knowledge, darling, Amelia said. You must see how something makes you feel. I would love to hear about each one, Elizabeth said. Wonderful. Amelia began giving her a private tour. June could never imagine living in Elizabeth's world. A world where one had to navigate a series of high expectations and play one's part like a stage actor. June relished her freedom above all else. Life was an adventure meant to be seized. But it was not her place to give Elizabeth advice. She could only be grateful for her lifestyle. Amelia was cut from the same cloth, another reason their bond was so tight. June had been so wrapped up in listening to their conversation that she removed her sunglasses without thinking, and then her scarf slipped from her head. It was at that moment Lillian turned to look at her. In a split second, a sour look came over her face.
"You!"
she said, her eyes narrowing.
"What are you doing here?"
Everyone else turned to see with whom Lillian was speaking. "June Parker!" Elizabeth exclaimed. No doubt she didn't want the others to know they had seen each other several times in recent days. "You were a friend of Nate's? From the steamboat?" "Oui," June said. "It's a pleasure to see you again." "Et vous?" Elizabeth said. "What brings you here?" "I love art," June said. "I could spend hours in here."
"Is that right?" Sylvia asked. "Or are you following us?"
"Following you?" Sylvia turned to Lillian.
"I caught her trespassing through our gardens the other day."
"I wasn't trespassing. I escorted Flora home from the chocolate shop."
"Sneaking into your gardens?"
Lillian asked, as if June hadn't spoken. "Again, I was neither trespassing nor sneaking," June said.
"Indeed, she said she was walking Flora home from La Chocolatière," Sylvia supplied.
"I said it because that is what I was doing," June said. "That was so nice of you," Elizabeth said. "Merci beaucoup."
"It was rather nice of her,"
Lillian said, eyeing June as if she were an object to be closely examined.
"Despite the kind of company she keeps."
"Why, that old bag."
"She would not be the first person to fall in love with a guilty man,"
Sylvia said as she slapped her gloves into her palm.
"But I do find it odd that she is here. As I mentioned, I often frequent art galleries."
Suspicious faces stared back at her. "Maybe you could help us choose a painting," Elizabeth said to June. Lillian harumphed.
"What would she know about art?"
"Mother," Elizabeth said, "please, do not behave so rudely." Lillian pursed her lips. "It's all right," June said. "I understand that I'm the last person you expected to see here. I won't get in your way." Reginald stepped up, looking at a pocket watch.
"I am afraid I must go as well." "No one is going anywhere until we choose a painting," Lillian said. "What about this city street scene?"
She wandered over to a bold painting of Paris lit up at night. Parisians strolling the streets in search of adventure.
"Classic," Sylvia said. "Wonderful choice." "Or is it a bit modern and flashy?"
Lillian said. Sylvia sighed.
"I was just thinking that. It is exactly that."
"Perhaps we should lend our opinions," Elizabeth said, turning to Reginald and taking a deep breath. "We are the ones who will be looking at it every day." Reginald rolled his eyes and looked at his pocket watch.
"Let us take Paris at night."
"I like the one of the little girl dancing by the Seine," Elizabeth said, gravitating to the painting hanging in the far corner. It was one of June's favorites, too. "She looks so happy, so free." The opposite of many marriages.
"Perhaps we should get the husbands involved," Lillian said.
"Yes, the husbands," Sylvia said, "as long as you can tear Arthur away from that vault of his." The dig was quick, but it hit its mark. Lillian visibly bristled.
"Mother," Reginald said, "sometimes your humor can be a bit prickly."
"Think nothing of it," Lillian said. "One must grow up with wealth to appreciate true class." Sylvia's face turned as red as a tomato, and she seemed to be vibrating. Amelia sidled over to Elizabeth, who was still staring at her favorite painting. "This is the one, then," Amelia said. "I believe it's the perfect combination between the classics and the modern." "A blend," Elizabeth agreed with a nod. "Just like us." She turned to see if Reginald was listening. By now he was staring at the exit like a trapped prisoner. Elizabeth turned red and swallowed. "We will take it," she said. "But, darling—" "Please, Mother. You are choosing everything. My wedding dress, the flowers, the venue. You would not even let me hire a cocktail server. Let this one choice be mine. S'il vous plaît." "Very well," Lillian said. "But if you insist on that one, you will display it in a back room where guests are not allowed." "I will have it wrapped and delivered straight away," Amelia said. "Thank you," Elizabeth said. "I like how it makes me feel." "Excellent choice," Amelia whispered. Elizabeth beamed. "Now that is settled, I must be on my way," Reginald said. "I am late for our meeting." "See me home first, darling," Sylvia said. "I must check on Flora." "I am afraid I do not have time to drop you home, Maman," Reginald said. "But my driver can see you home. My meeting is close enough to take a stroll." "Who is this meeting with?" Sylvia asked. "Your father did not mention anything about it." "It's only business, Maman," Reginald said. "Future prospects for the perfumes. But I'd rather not say too much until it has all been hashed out." Lillian held up a finger. "Miss Dumas, I do not have the time to conduct an interview. Do I have your word that this woman you recommend will make a good cocktail server?" "You have my word." "What about a bartender? We lost one of those as well." "I will find someone," Amelia said. "Wonderful. I shall have an invitation delivered to the gallery, so they will have all the details. Tell them to show up 2 hours before the time listed on the invitation." "Perfect," Amelia said. "I cannot believe you do not trust me to find anyone," Elizabeth sulked. "The bride should not be involved in such things," Lillian said. "My daughter will never need to deal with the help. I never deal with the help either, but in this situation—" She glanced over at Sylvia. "Some assistance was necessary. We have standards to uphold." Sylvia's mouth set in a straight line, but she did not try to defend herself. With that settled, they headed for the door. Elizabeth was the only one who turned to say goodbye. Reginald waited until they were out of sight before heading for the exit himself. June looked at Amelia. "Thank you." "You are welcome," Amelia grinned, then nodded to the door. "Go on, then," Amelia whispered. "I know what you want to do." June smiled. She had indeed been intending to follow Reginald. Her friend knew her all too well. Reginald was a fast walker, and June had to two-step it to keep up. Luckily, he was so fixated on wherever he was going that he did not seem to sense her behind him. A block from the destination, June realized where he was headed. Genevieve's club. June hoped she was wrong. Her heart squeezed for poor Elizabeth. Imagine marrying a man with such a wandering eye. Sure enough, she soon spotted Genevieve outside the club, smoking a cigarette, surrounded by a posse of admirers. Was this her usual break time, and Reginald knew it? June hugged the shop side of the footpath. If either of them spotted her, she could quickly pretend to be looking in the window of a boutique. But neither of them so much as glanced her way. Genevieve's face did portray a sense of surprise when she spotted Reginald. June slipped into the crowd. From here she could see the pair standing close together. Behind Genevieve, a flashy poster listed the past 2 months' shows on her tour. June casually maneuvered around the crowd and over to the advertisement, pretending to look at it. Now they were standing directly behind her, facing the other way. The conversation was getting heated. June was well versed in French, but they were slightly drowned out by the sounds around them. Voices, motor cars, the clop of horses' hooves, and a cacophony of voices carrying on dozens of conversations around her. "Get away," June caught Genevieve saying as the singer switched to English. "Get away." Reginald did not seem to be heeding her wishes. He was pleading with her. "I need to see you." Genevieve ended the discussion with a resounding slap to Reginald's face. Immediately after, the two of them seemed as shocked as June. Reginald put a hand on his now red cheek as they stared at each other, open-mouthed. Genevieve let out a cry, then turned and ran back into the club. Before June had a chance to hightail it out of there, Reginald whirled around and locked eyes with her. His pupils were so large his eyes looked black. But it wasn't just his eyes that sent a chill up her spine. Despite his fair skin and ginger hair, there was a darkness about him. "Were you following me?" He glowered at her. June shook her head. "I was checking Genevieve's schedule. How was I to know you were here, when you very clearly said you had an important business meeting to attend?" Reginald turned red in the face. "I happened to see Miss Delacroix on her break, and I stopped to say hello." "I saw that." "Why are you always around?" June paused. "Because there's a killer still out there," she said, "and I'm going to find him." Reginald's eyes narrowed to slits. "Stay away from me, and stay away from my family," he said. "I'm warning you." Warning her? "Do not dare tell Elizabeth." "About your business meeting?" Reginald crossed his arms. "I am trying to secure Miss Delacroix as a singer for our pre-wedding soirée. That is all." "Interesting," June said, "given how Elizabeth reacted to seeing Genevieve on the steamboat." She gestured to the poster behind her. "And if you can read, she is already booked up." Reginald took a step forward, his eyes alive with fury. "Leave us alone." "Us? Meaning you and Genevieve? Or you and Elizabeth?" Reginald's mouth dropped open. He stepped toward June. "Leave us alone, or I will make sure your boyfriend is found guilty of murder." Before June could respond, Reginald took off, muttering to himself as he disappeared into the crowd. Reginald Picard, it seemed, had quite the temper. He was jealous and possessive, the kind of man one could easily imagine plunging a knife into another man's chest. Chapter 19. Cal King had worked his magic, and Inspector Laurent granted Jack an approved work release. But he insisted it would be a temporary arrangement. They stood in the lobby of the police station, and June's heart fluttered when she saw Jack coming down the hallway, a look of astonishment on his handsome face. He still hadn't seen June standing by the entrance. Inspector Laurent handed Jack a small bag with his wallet and keys. "Do not get too comfortable. Once Cal King releases you from custody, you will find yourself right back here." "Cal King?" Jack said loudly. "Who is Cal King?" "I find your American humor puzzling," Inspector Laurent said in a tone that suggested this was a crime in and of itself. Before Jack could respond, he spotted June, and his face lit up. He strode toward her, picked her up, and swung her around. "You're a sight for sore eyes." He set her down and beamed at her. "Let's get outside," June said, "before he changes his mind." They burst out the doors and into the crisp fall air. They didn't speak again until they had put considerable distance between themselves and the station. Then Jack stopped and whirled around. "Why do I get the feeling that I owe this freedom to you?" In the distance, June noticed a tall man in a trench coat and wide-brimmed hat watching them. and she was pretty sure it was Cal King. June would break the news to Jack in regard to his new job soon, but she wanted to give him time to decompress from his ordeal. Jack leaned in and whispered, even though no one was listening. Inspector Laurent mentioned someone by the name of Cal King. Isn't that the man you asked me about on your visit? I'll explain, in due time. But first, we should celebrate. You pulled off a miracle. Jack winked and rubbed his hands together. I don't know what to do first, he said. Maybe we should hop in my plane and see where it takes us. There will be plenty of time for that, June said, sooner than he realized. But I'm not the only one who wants to celebrate your freedom. Drinks with Amelia? Jack guessed. June grinned. Until the wells run dry. Jack laughed, and they linked arms. Let's skedaddle before whatever magic spell you cast on Inspector Laurent wears off. June felt a twinge of guilt as they began walking the streets of Paris. Had she simply arranged for him to be switched from one type of prison to another? Cal King was not a good man, and now Jack would be flying for him, privy to the same secrets that Nate was, secrets that may have gotten him killed. What had she done? The only thing she could, that's what. And she'd made it clear to Cal King that Jack would fly for this one upcoming game and no more. Not to mention she fully intended on going with them. She needed to fill Jack in as soon as possible. Jack bounded down the street, then stopped and extended his arms to the sky. Maybe I don't need my plane. Right now, I feel like I could fly. It would be wise to keep your feet on the ground for now, June said. You'll be in the air before you know it. A sad-looking woman nearby pushed a cart of roses. Jack was over to her in a flash, and when he returned, there was a smile on the woman's face, and he was holding at least a dozen roses. One for you, he said, handing June the rose. Mademoiselle, he called to a passing lady. For you. Her face registered surprise as he thrust the rose at her. Merci, she said, taking it. She walked away, but not without turning her head a few times. A little girl holding a man's hand was next to receive a rose. She squealed, and the father frowned. Jack handed him one as well. Turn that frown upside down, he said. The man's moustache began to twitch. June couldn't help but laugh. He whirled around. Do you smell that? He said. Chestnuts! Before she could reply, he dashed off toward the cart that was indeed selling chestnuts. He returned with a full bag, tossing them into the air one at a time and catching them in his mouth. Tastes like freedom, he said. Shall we try baguettes and oysters? Jack! Maybe she should tell him sooner rather than later, before he got too excited. There's something you should know, June said. There's a condition to your release. I trust you, Jack said, but I'm all ears. June could feel eyes on her, and she glanced up to see the man in the trench coat with the hat pulled low. Her guess had been spot on. It was none other than Cal King. Jack followed her gaze. Do you know him? Jack asked. On this, Cal approached. I see she has not told you, he said. I haven't told him yet, June said. I was about to. Jack threw a confused look to June and turned back to Cal. You're standing here now. Why don't you tell me? Cal laughed, a sound that set June on edge. I'll let her do the honors. Cal King turned on his heels and walked away. Soon he disappeared into the crowd. Jack whirled around and stared at June. Who was that? That was your new jailer.
Hold that thought, Jack said. I have a feeling we're going to need that drink.
Cheers!
Amelia, June, and Jack clinked glasses as Genevieve Delacroix sang in the background. She'd reserved them one of their best tables, and even comped them with a bottle of champagne to mark the occasion. Now, Jack said when he had poured the last drop out of the bottle, what have you gotten me into? Although his tone was serious, there was a glint of mischief in his eyes. June began to talk, filling him in on everything that had happened since they last spoke. Jack listened intently, and when June finished, there was a moment of silence. "Maybe we can figure a way out of it," June said. It was an impulsive thing to do. "It's brilliant," Jack said. "This way we can find out exactly what Nate got himself into."
"But it might be what got him killed," June said. "We have to be careful."
Jack shook his head. "There's no we. I never meant to drag you into this."
"No one dragged me into this," June said, "and no one is going to drag me out. Like it or not, we are in this together." "I wonder if someone in either the Auclair or Picard family is involved in this secret gambling ring," Amelia said. June nodded. "Or both." Applause broke out as Genevieve finished a set. "Hopefully my interview with Lillian will be a success, and I'll find out more at the pre-wedding soiree tomorrow evening."
"What pre-wedding soiree?" Jack asked.
June was une demoiselle de Champagne, a champagne girl, one of 6 women dressed in a silver flapper dress with a small apron, holding gold trays of champagne aloft, weaving her way through the elite guests gathered in the Picard mansion. The blonde wig that she'd purchased in a Parisian boutique seemed to be doing the trick. No one from either the Auclair or Picard family had yet to look at her twice. Even Elizabeth, who was in on the disguise, didn't recognize her the first time June passed her. But that may have been because Elizabeth was preoccupied with her outfit, no doubt designed by her mother, a puffy peach dress that looked more suited to a parade than a pre-wedding party. June wished Elizabeth could speak her mind and inform her mother that their sense of styles did not match. From the expressions June had caught on her face in earlier times, her wedding dress was no exception. On the other hand, Elizabeth Auclair was fiercely loyal to family, and that was a noble trait. Jack, who had slotted in as a bartender, was wearing a hat that covered his hair, thick black glasses, and a moustache. He was stationed at one of the makeshift bars, dressed all in black, making drinks while surrounded by female guests. Even with the disguise, women flocked to him. He didn't seem to mind. As the evening began, he caught her eye and winked. June winked back. They were officially undercover. Much like the extravagant outer gardens designed to show off their new wealth, the interior of the Picard mansion embodied the same qualities. Before the start of dinner, which was to take place in a separate dining room, the main activities took place in a lavish ballroom. The ceilings that stretched to the sky were framed by decorative plasterwork and gilded moldings. A massive centerpiece was suspended high in the air from ropes in the center of the room, attached to a thick wooden beam. The ropes ran the length of the beam and were secured to hooks at the end. It was made from a wrought iron birdcage. A pair of glass doves were perched inside, reflecting colorful prisms of light around the room. A small jazz quartet performed on a raised stage, and June was not surprised to see that Genevieve Delacroix was not among them. Guests were dressed even fancier than they had been on the steamboat, men in expensive suits and women in extravagant ball gowns. Guests were not shy to pluck glasses of champagne off June's tray, and each time it was empty, June headed out of the ballroom into a long, marbled hall, lined with closed doors, and made her way down to a buffet room off a grand kitchen. There she loaded her tray with more glasses of bubbly, and the process started all over again. The next time she walked in, she interrupted 3 other champagne girls gathered in a huddle. They were talking excitedly about something and holding a black and white photograph. June drew close enough to see that it was an autographed photo of Genevieve. The ink in the signature practically gleamed. "You're so lucky to get that," one of them crooned. "Reginald was very kind," the young woman holding the photograph said. "Ask, and you shall receive." No doubt Reginald relished every excuse to see his favorite singer, but it seemed equally plausible that he was also trying to gain favor with these champagne girls. June couldn't help but worry that Elizabeth was in for a life of heartache. "You'd better put that away before the bride-to-be spots it," one of the girls trilled. "With the war behind us, there's no need to start another one." They erupted in joyous laughter until they spotted June, at which point they clammed up. En masse, they picked up their trays and exited the room. June headed back to the hallway. She was nearly to the ballroom when she caught sight of a mahogany door ajar. Through the slit, she could make out Martin Picard and Arthur Auclair, speaking in hushed but intense voices. She edged a bit closer. "We are still on schedule," Martin said.
"Never mind that," Arthur said. "Are we clear with Inspector Laurent?"
What were they up to?
"He has not been back to question Reginald, if that is what you are asking."
Martin crossed over to a small bar cart and poured himself a drink. Arthur followed him, his cane pounding the floor as he walked.
"But why did he let that man out of prison? It leaves a seed of doubt."
"Apparently they made some sort of temporary arrangement," Martin said. "Inspector Laurent was mum on the details."
"I do not like this," Arthur said. "Not one bit."
"Whatever this arrangement is, the inspector assured me that Monsieur Hayes will be locked up again soon."
"He had better be," Arthur said, "or we will have to take matters into our own hands."
Were they threatening to kill Jack? What secrets were these men desperate to keep hidden?
"Reginald is poised to take on the political world," Martin said, plunking his empty glass back down on the bar cart. "Fear not, we have come too far to let anything stop us now."
Chapter 20. As Martin and Arthur headed for the exit, June quickly stepped away from the door and continued to the ballroom. By now it was abundantly clear that the only concern these families had was keeping Reginald's reputation intact, no matter who they had to take down in the process. June was only steps away from the ballroom when the second-to-last door on the left burst open and Reginald himself stumbled out. His hair was mussed and his tie askew. He quickly fixed himself up before hurrying to the ballroom. June paused, pretending she needed to adjust her balance. Seconds later, a young woman came out of the same door as Reginald, a champagne girl, just like June. Her hair was also mussed, her lipstick smudged. June crossed over to her. "You will want to straighten yourself up." The young woman blushed. She lifted a glass of champagne from June's tray and tried to see her reflection through the bubbles. She straightened her hair and wiped off the smudge of lipstick. She put the glass back on June's tray. "How do I look now?" "Guilty," June said, handing her the tray of champagne. "Take this before someone wonders what you've been up to." The woman's mouth dropped open. "We were planning a surprise for Elizabeth." "I have no doubt she would be very surprised." Promise you won't say anything. You will spoil it. You should hurry along before someone wonders where you are. Wide-eyed, the woman held the tray aloft and hurried to the ballroom. Despite already thinking of him as a rake, June could not believe Reginald was cheating on Elizabeth at their pre-wedding soiree. Mere feet away from the ballroom. Should she tell Elizabeth? Was there any chance June had misunderstood what was going on? No. Before she could think better of it, June slipped into the door from which Reginald and the woman had just exited and quietly closed it behind her. She found herself in the pitch dark. She leaned against the door, her heart beating rapidly in her chest, waiting for her eyes to adjust so she could look for a light source. Soon, shapes began to take form in the dark. Bookshelves, a desk, a large globe on a stand. June found a switch near the door, and soon a dim light illuminated what appeared to be a study. Was this Reginald's private office? June headed for the desk. The top was cleared of every single item and recently polished. She slipped open the top left drawer and began to sift through the contents. Paperwork and notebooks that seemed to be all about business filled the first drawer. Books and newspapers the second. But in the third drawer, the only item was a receipt. She picked it up and examined it. Maison La Rose was listed across the top. It was from a fine jeweler. June scanned it. According to the receipt, Reginald had purchased 2 diamond bracelets. Both were purchased on the same day, and the receipt was dated prior to the event on the steamboat. June needed to follow up on it. She memorized the name of the jeweler before slipping the receipt back into the drawer. Then she headed for the exit, flipped off the lights, and cracked the door open to make sure no one was in the hallway. She entered the hall, gently shut the door, and headed back to the champagne room to fetch another tray. June was halfway to the ballroom when she saw a giant ball of peach coming toward her. This time Elizabeth did a double take. "My word," she said in a loud whisper. "June, is that you? I did not even recognize you." "That's the point," June whispered back. Elizabeth hurried over, holding up the hem of her dress. "You look lovely," June said. Elizabeth harumphed and took a glass of champagne. She paused for a moment and then took a second one. "My mother is slowly killing me with fashion," she said. "Too slowly." June laughed. "You are very kind to wear her creations." "I do not feel kind. I feel like my heart has been replaced by a black stone." Her vehemence startled June. "I'm sorry. You deserve better." Elizabeth exhaled, sending a piece of her blonde fringe airborne. "I can tolerate all of them except for my wedding dress. Should a bride not have a say in her wedding dress?" "I think you should," June said, "not to mention the groom." "Have you tried speaking to your mother about it?" "If I get even close to saying I do not wish to wear it, she throws a fit." She downed a glass of champagne and set the empty flute on June's tray. "How is the secret mission going?" she asked. "Have you learned anything that will help Jack?" Apparently, she hadn't recognized Jack either. Their costumes were working. "Not yet," June said. She didn't dare mention that she saw Reginald coming out of his office with one of the champagne girls. She felt awful, but Elizabeth was already aware of Reginald's proclivities, and as much as June liked Elizabeth, she had to remind herself not to get too close. Even nice young brides-to-be could be murderers. "I had better get in there before someone reports me missing," June said. "Keep up the good work," Elizabeth winked, and then flounced off down the hall. Once back in the ballroom, June couldn't help but notice that Sylvia Picard was leaning against Jack's bar, no doubt flirting outrageously. Jack caught June's eye and wiggled his eyebrows. Sylvia let out a loud laugh, as if he was teasing her. June navigated the room until all the glasses of champagne were gone, at which point she headed for Jack with the tray and Elizabeth's empty flute glass. She set the glass on the bar. Jack had lipstick marks on his cheek. "Sylvia kissed you?" June asked, handing him a napkin and pointing out the spot.
"Not only Sylvia," Jack said. "Flora Picard planted one on me as well."
"The little minx," June said with a laugh. "That kind of behavior seems to run in the family." June leaned in and told Jack about Reginald exiting his office all mussed up, followed by the champagne girl.
"At his own pre-wedding bash?" Jack said. "Elizabeth does not deserve that."
"No," June said. "She does not." She sighed. "But one thing at a time."
"And what did you find in Reginald's office?"
June's mouth dropped open. Jack knew her so well. "A receipt from a jeweler's," she said. "I believe it was for the diamond bracelet Elizabeth was wearing on the steamboat, and the broken diamond bracelet I found lying on the deck."
"He bought her 2 diamond bracelets?"
"Strange, isn't it?" Jack shrugged.
"Maybe that is how people with vast amounts of wealth behave."
"Maybe. Or maybe only one of them was for Elizabeth." June scanned the ballroom until she caught sight of Reginald. He stood with Martin and Arthur, and all 3 of them seemed to be scowling.
"Maybe one bracelet was for his mother," Jack suggested. "But I doubt it."
"There is only one way to find out," June said. Jack gave her a look.
"Let me guess. A visit to the jeweler?"
"Why, Jack Hayes, it's as if you can read minds."
"Better I read yours than you read mine."
He flashed a mischievous grin, revealing a dimple. At times it was maddening that he could be so effortlessly charming. Just then, a man dressed in the same black suit with white shirt approached the bar.
"You can take a break now,"
he said to Jack.
"They'll be giving a toast, and then Reginald and Elizabeth will take to the dance floor."
Jack took off his apron and came around the bar. "This is perfect timing," June said. "We can slip out to the back gardens." Jack lifted an eyebrow.
"Why, June Parker, exactly what are you suggesting?"
"Flora buried a little treasure box in the flower beds. This is the perfect time to dig it up."
"I should have known," Jack said. "But a man can dream."
It was a crisp evening, and June found herself staring at the fat yellow moon hung over the garden, casting a pale light on the manicured flower beds. "Gorgeous," she whispered.
"I'd say,"
Jack replied, his eyes on her.
"Even with that blondie wig."
June was glad for the coverage of night, for her cheeks were burning. "This way," she said, heading for the back of the garden, trying to remember exactly where she and Flora had sat. "Look for a stone bench on our right."
"There,"
Jack said, pointing. Sure enough, June could make out the bench. "That's the one."
"Is the box buried in front of the bench or beyond it?"
"Just beyond it." June pointed to the stretch of garden beds on the other side of the stone bench.
"Are you going to dig with your bare hands?"
He patted his pocket.
"I keep forgetting I no longer have that knife."
He gasped, and then shook his head.
"I cannot believe I said that."
He swallowed hard.
"I won't ever forget you, Nate," he whispered.
"He knows that," June said. "And you've had so much to deal with. You haven't had time to properly grieve him."
"I don't think it's really hit me yet,"
Jack said.
I keep thinking Nate is going to jump out from behind some wall, roaring with laughter that I fell for his shenanigans."
"I wish that were true," June said. The best way to help Jack grieve was to find Nate's killer and put him or her away forever. She looked around until she spotted a long and pointy rock. "I'll dig with this."
"Hurry," Jack said. "If I see anyone coming, I'll start whistling."
June ran over to the section of the garden where she remembered Flora burying the box. She tapped around with the stone until she heard it make contact with something hard. This had to be it. She began to dig, and soon the metallic surface of the box came into view. She dug faster until she could pry open the lid. It was filled with small objects. A tiny golden spoon, a pocket watch, a marble, a spool of ribbon, and an ostrich feather dyed a deep jade color. Lillian's missing feather. It was partially hidden beneath the other items. June could only see the top portion. She was just reaching for it when a whistle rang out. She froze, and soon she could hear approaching footsteps, along with a pair of voices. She shut the lid and quickly covered it back up with dirt, then placed the stone next to it so she could find it again. She rejoined Jack, and together they were about to make their exit when the two new arrivals were nearly upon them, Sylvia and Martin Picard. There was nowhere to hide. They were about to be caught. And even though they would hopefully think they were a bartender and a champagne girl sneaking away from their work duties, there was a possibility they could be recognized. They would be tossed out of the party, and June would never get this chance again. They exchanged worried glances. What excuse would they have for being out here? Suddenly, Jack pulled June into him and began to kiss her. Clever boy. A familiar feeling washed over her. She remembered what his kiss felt like, the soft urgency, his hand resting firmly on the small of her back, the feel of his chest crushed against hers. For a moment, she lost herself in the moment, and the world melted away. Sylvia and Martin passed them by without a word of reprimand. It worked. Jack finally pulled back, and their eyes lingered on each other for a moment as they tried to catch their breath. The spell was broken by Sylvia stumbling around and slurring her words.
"She's as drunk as a sailor,"
Jack whispered.
"I have had just about enough of you hanging on young men,"
Martin was saying.
"This is our son's pre-wedding celebration. You are my wife, a reflection on me, and I will not tolerate such nonsense."
He should be lecturing his son, but June was well aware that women were held to different standards. "Mais non, where is the fun in that?" Sylvia said.
"This is not about fun. We are trying to build our reputation, and here you are making a fool of yourself. Again."
"My darling, I am sorry. I am sorry," Sylvia slurred. "I cannot help it if I am just a very friendly person, no?"
"We have bigger matters to discuss when you are sober."
"Such as?"
"Reginald and his little shopping spree, for one. Imagine if she found out. It could ruin everything."
Sylvia waved her hand and stumbled forward. "Boys will be boys."
"Not just boys. You seem to share the same trait."
"Who are you to talk? You are the one throwing money at that police inspector. We will have nothing left if you are not careful."
"I have already received an earful from Arthur Auclair," Martin said. "I do not need you chiming in as well."
"Arthur?" Sylvia said. "What right does he have to talk? Him and his secrets. That vault of corruption." Vault of corruption? In the distance, a bell began to ring.
"They are about to begin the dance," Martin said. "It won't look good if we are nowhere to be seen."
They turned around and headed back to the house. June glanced back at the garden. Lillian's missing feather was in the box. I didn't get a chance to see everything.
"There's no time," Jack said. "Once the dancing starts, people will be ordering drinks again, and we will be missed for sure."
Jack was right. "We'll find another time," June said with a sigh. They made sure to stay well behind Sylvia and Martin as they followed them back to the ballroom. The crowd parted, revealing Elizabeth. She proceeded to the center of the room, stopped beneath the bespoke centerpiece, and smiled at the crowd. She scanned the room, no doubt looking for her groom-to-be. "Late, as always," Elizabeth quipped, and the crowd laughed.
"Here I am,"
Reginald said, holding up his hand and waving to the guests as he began to walk toward her. He had straightened himself up since his little dalliance in the office. But before he reached Elizabeth, from directly above, the giant centerpiece began to swing. Alarmed, June traced the ropes with her gaze and was shocked to see a figure, dressed all in black, standing near the place where the ropes were anchored. June saw the flash of a large knife. The person's hand was making a sawing motion. Realization struck. They were cutting the ropes. The glass doves, encased in an iron cage, were moments away from crashing down on poor Elizabeth's head. Chapter 21. "Watch out! Above you!" June raced toward Elizabeth as the centerpiece began to fall. Elizabeth froze, staring at June with a look of confusion on her pretty face. June doubled her speed, grabbed Elizabeth around the waist, and attempted to pull her out of harm's way. Instead, she took them both to the floor just as the centerpiece smashed down, landing in the exact spot where only moments ago Elizabeth had stood. Screams rang out as the crowd rushed in.
"Mon amour,"
Reginald said, hovering over them.
"That could have killed you."
He reached down and helped Elizabeth to her feet. Jack rushed over and helped June. Her wig was skewed, and she felt dizzy. Would she draw more attention to it by trying to fix it?
"What a terrible accident!"
someone cried. That was no accident, June said. Would this be the moment when everyone finally realized that Jack was not their killer? Someone was over there cutting the ropes. June pointed out the frayed ropes. The figure in black was long gone.
"Who did you see?"
Sylvia stormed up, followed by Martin, Lillian, and Arthur. "I don't know. It was only a glimpse. I saw a knife and a person dressed in black. They were sawing the ropes."
Sister! Sister!"
A figure came rushing toward them. Henri. He grabbed Elizabeth and squeezed her.
"You almost died."
"June saved me," Elizabeth said. As soon as the words were out of her mouth, she gasped and slapped a hand over her mouth. "I am so sorry." "It's okay," June said. The jig was up.
"June Parker!"
Reginald marched over and yanked off the wig.
"You!"
Sensing Jack behind him, Reginald whirled around and studied him. June gave him a warning look, and Jack turned to head back to the bar. Reginald stepped in front of him, blocking his path.
"Not so fast."
"I need to sit down," Elizabeth said, trying to draw Reginald away.
"Come, darling,"
Lillian replied, taking hold of her.
"Thank goodness for the dress I made. I think it buffered your fall."
Reginald ripped off Jack's moustache. Jack yelped and slapped his hand over his mouth.
"Jack Hayes and June Parker," Reginald bellowed. "What on earth are you doing here?" Snooping around, are you? Arthur Auclair said, joining the small circle that was closing in on the duo. Again? Throw her out at once, Sylvia said. She wagged a finger at Jack. As for this one, I can dole out his punishment in private. June held up her hands. We're going, but you need to report this incident to Inspector Laurent. June looked at Elizabeth. Someone had been trying to kill her. The question wasn't just who, but why. The ropes could have loosened on their own, Martin said. I told you I saw a person dressed in black cutting them with a knife, June said. The ropes were loosened by the hands of a killer. Everyone craned their necks and stared at the beam. I do not see anyone, Flora said, coming up from behind. Maybe it was a monkey. Maman, Sylvia said, there are no monkeys in Paris. She paused. Except for the one in the square that bangs on those tiny little cymbals. She mimicked the action. It could have escaped from the zoo, Flora said, sidling up next to her. Or a circus. She was wearing all red today, from her shoes to her hat. Or the zoo, Sylvia said. Or a circus. It was no monkey, June said. Why are you all insisting on ignoring the facts that are right in front of your faces? Why would someone want the centerpiece to come crashing down? Reginald asked. Because you and Elizabeth were headed for it. But Elizabeth had been the only one standing underneath it. Was it just dumb luck that Reginald was late to arrive? Or had it all been planned? Hopefully that is a question our inspector will try to answer, June said. Well, it was not any one of us, Sylvia said. We were all down here. Although any one of us could have hired a person to do it, Reginald pointed out. All around them, mouths dropped open. I am not saying we did. I am just saying it is a possibility, no? Elizabeth rose from her seat and made her way back to June, the hem of her peach dress swishing on the floor. Are you saying someone wanted that thing to come down on our heads? She stared at the broken cage and glass doves with fresh horror. Someone definitely wanted it to come down, June said. I can't say anything else for sure. I'll show you out, Martin said, grabbing Jack's arm with one hand and June's with the other. Darling, Flora called. Did you happen to bring any chocolate? I'm sorry, June said to Flora. Next time. There will not be a next time, Martin said, or I will see to it that both of you are behind bars. Neither June nor Jack slept well the night after Elizabeth's close call, but the adrenaline of the evening was still coursing through them, and it was torture to wait for the jeweler to open the next day. They made sure to be there 10 minutes before the sign turned to open. When it finally did, they strolled in, arm in arm, casually discussing the items displayed in the window. The jeweler, a short man with thick glasses and a squint that seemed to be a permanent part of his face, watched their every move. It wasn't until Jack gravitated to a section of diamond rings glittering from a glass case that he scurried over to assist. Are you looking to get engaged? He asked, as his eyes flicked to June. Excellent choice. June wasn't sure if he was talking about her or the diamond rings. We're thinking about it, Jack said. Someday, maybe. June couldn't help but notice his neck had gone red, and he didn't turn to look at her. How romantic,
the jeweler said as his eye began to twitch.
I would suggest that you had better think fast before someone else beats you to it.
Now it was June who could feel a flush in her cheeks. She was relieved Jack was looking everywhere but at her.
I'm not sure she'd have me quite yet.
He stared at the rings.
And she would be right.
He's like a good wine, June said to the jeweler. He'll get better with age. She patted Jack on the back.
The timing isn't quite there yet, Jack said. But in the meantime, I want her to have something to remind her that I'm always thinking about her. Nearly every minute of every day.
The last bit was said under his breath, and June felt a flip in her stomach. It's like watching flowers grow in a garden, June said cheerfully. It can be tortuously slow. But the moment a flower is in lush bloom, it's worth all the time and trouble. The jeweler's head was on a swivel as he took in the conversation, with a mix of confusion and amusement.
How about a little pre-thinking about thinking about it gift? The jeweler suggested. That is exactly what I'm looking for, my good man, Jack said. A little warm-up gift. A bracelet, perhaps.
This time, when he looked at June, a smile played at the corner of his lips. Darling, she said, you spoil me.
Jack grinned. A bracelet it is.
What is the lady's taste? The jeweler asked. I did see a lovely bracelet the other day on Elizabeth O'Clair, June said, but I'm sure that's too dear.
Nothing is too dear for you, Jack said.
He looked at the jeweler.
Reginald Picard told me that you could steer me in the right direction.
The jeweler's eyes lit up.
Mais oui, let me steer you directly into our private room.
He gestured to a velvet curtain on the far wall.
Right this way.
They passed through the curtain and entered into a smaller room where additional glass cases held gems so large it was nearly blinding. They maneuvered around the cases until June spotted a bracelet exactly like Elizabeth's.
That one is stunning. Ah, our eternity bracelet. You have very good taste, mademoiselle. In fact, Reginald Picard liked it so much, he bought 2. 2? Jack asked. Is that the latest trend? I would certainly love it if it was, the jeweler said. But no. You will see, there are 2 versions of it in slightly different shapes.
He pointed out the bracelet next to it. Sure enough, one bracelet had round diamonds, the others were oval-shaped. The broken bracelet she'd found on the steamboat had been the round one.
He wasn't sure which one she'd like best, so he bought 2.
How generous, June said. But if that was the case, wouldn't he have given them both to her at the same time and let her choose?
The jeweler nodded. You can have her initials carved into it as well. Interesting, Jack said. Did Reginald do that? He did indeed. On one bracelet he etched EP for Elisabeth Picard, and on the other, GD for his Grand Désir.
Grand Desire? Which one did Elizabeth end up choosing? June asked.
Je ne sais pas, the jeweler said. He has yet to tell me.
GD. June very much doubted it stood for Grand Desire. Had the other bracelet been meant for Genevieve Delacroix? Was his crush more of an obsession? June thought of the broken bracelet on the boat. It had Elizabeth's initials on it, yet Elizabeth was supposedly wearing her bracelet. And if one of them had been meant for Genevieve, that could only mean one thing. Reginald had given each woman the wrong bracelet. Elizabeth no doubt had been told the initials meant Grand Desire. Genevieve, on the other hand, would have known that EP was meant for Elizabeth Picard. But a broken bracelet suggested that Genevieve had ripped it off her wrist. In that case, she initially accepted the bracelet. Did she then spot the initials and fly into a rage? Didn't that suggest a jealous lover? Or did Reginald tear it in a rage because Genevieve rebuffed it? Either way, was Reginald trying to kill Elizabeth so that he could marry Genevieve? It was quite obvious that he could not get out of this marriage in any conventional way. The thought that Elizabeth might be engaged to a killer was chilling.
Pardon my question, but do the links ever break loose?
Jack was asking the jeweler. The jeweler's face hardened.
No, never.
He shook his head.
Perhaps we are not the right jeweler for you.
Jack had insulted his precious jewels. He gestured to the door through which they'd entered. Once outside, June posited her theory to Jack.
Genevieve Delacroix, he repeated. If that's the case, he does sound like a man obsessed.
The feeling isn't mutual, June said, from what I've been told.
People lie.
They do. But I've observed her around him as well, and in every instance it was Reginald who seemed love-struck.
Those train tickets are intriguing, Jack said. If Nate had been planning on going somewhere with someone, I feel like he would have told me.
Even if that someone was Elizabeth? Jack acknowledged that with a nod.
No, perhaps not if it was with Elizabeth.
Even so, my bet is that Reginald purchased the tickets. Flora, our little thief, stole them, but returned them to Nate, whom she kept referring to as a train conductor.
Because she likes things to match, Jack said.
She likes things to match, June confirmed. I think it's a way of holding on to her memory.
But if Reginald was going to run away with Genevieve, why murder Elizabeth?
Perhaps it was because Genevieve said no. Maybe she rejected his advances, his tickets, his diamonds. Men like Reginald probably do not like hearing no for an answer. Perhaps he erroneously assumed that the only reason Genevieve wasn't falling into his arms was because of Elizabeth.
If you are correct, that means Elizabeth Auclair is about to marry a monster.
A monster who wants her dead. The thought was sobering, and for a moment they fell silent.
I do hope that Elizabeth is on guard, Jack said. Her life may depend on it.
They began to walk, navigating the cobblestone footpath and glancing into the windows of nearby boutiques. Ahead, June saw a poster of a couple boarding a train. The translation of the French commentary amounted to encouraging people to have a romantic getaway. June stopped in her tracks. Suddenly, she thought of the conversation she'd overheard when Reginald cornered Genevieve outside the club. Get away. Genevieve had switched to English for that statement. Get away. What if she hadn't been telling Reginald to get lost? What if she was talking about a trip?
What is it?
Jack said, glancing at the poster.
If you fancy a trip, we could take my plane.
He winked. That's right, June said. You could fly us anywhere. Just like Nate could have flown Elizabeth anywhere. The other day I heard Reginald and Genevieve arguing. I thought she kept saying, get away, as in, leave me alone. But what if she was admonishing him for asking her to get away?
I think you're onto something. The figure you saw cutting the ropes. Could you tell if it was a man or a woman?
June thought about it. With such dark clothing, and from a distance, I honestly don't know.
Everyone was down here, but I suppose the killer could have an accomplice.
June mulled it over. The champagne girl. The one she saw coming out of Reginald's office shortly before the centerpiece came down. Had she been hired to cut the ropes? Maybe that's why he pulled her into his office during his own pre-wedding party. Men with that much money and power could probably convince young women to do almost anything for them. He is devious enough to get someone else to do his dirty work, that's for sure. It's the perfect alibi, Jack said. And didn't he make a point of stating that any one of them could have hired someone? He certainly did. Question is, what are we going to do about it? We need proof, June said. Somehow, we need to find proof. Or, Jack said, we need a confession. If only it were that easy. Either would work, June said. But we're working against a killer's timetable. Jack's face mirrored the seriousness of the situation at hand. You think Elizabeth is a target? I wish it weren't true, but yes. I think whoever this killer is, and whatever the reason, Elizabeth O'Clair is in the way. Chapter 22. June and Jack said their goodbyes and parted ways. Jack had to leave for an agreed-upon check-in with Inspector Laurent. June continued to wander the streets of Paris. She needed to clear her head. Every new piece of information made less sense. Every puzzle piece mystified her further. How did Elizabeth fit into this? Did the person who stabbed Nate attempt to kill Elizabeth tonight? What were the odds there were two killers? She was dragged from her thoughts by a familiar feeling. Someone was following her. She glanced in a nearby window, hoping to see if she could catch someone trailing close behind her. But given the number of people on the footpath, men, women, and students going about their day, it was impossible to tell. She continued on her way, glancing periodically in windows. At the next corner, the buildings were divided by an alleyway. She slipped into the alley and hugged the side wall. From here, she would be able to see everyone pass her by. It was the fourth man, dressed in a black uniform rimmed in red, who stopped in his tracks and looked around. Gaston! Following her again. He must have realized June was no longer ahead of him because he stopped and looked around. When their eyes met, he froze and his eyes widened. Got you. Before he could run away, June stepped forward. Courez pas, she said. Don't run. You obviously want to talk to me. Gaston gulped and glanced around. Why are you following me? She said. Should I report you to the police? No. He put his hands up. Sweat dotted his forehead. I wanted to warn you. You seem to be the only one asking questions. Warn me? She frowned and took a step toward him. What's the warning? He dabbed his forehead with a handkerchief and scanned the area. I heard about what happened at the mansion, he said. The centerpiece. He had obviously been speaking to someone at the party. It was frightening, June said. What a terrible accident. If he was trying to find out if it was intentional, he wasn't going to learn it from her. He shook his head. I don't want another death on my hands. Another? June took a step toward him. I tried going to the police for help, but when I arrived, Inspector Laurent was with Reginald and Martin Picard. He stared into the distance. They won't help me now. I'll help you, June said, leaning in and lowering her voice. But you have to tell me what's going on. He gulped. Sweat was now trickling down both sides of his face. Not here, he said. It's not safe. He was extremely paranoid. The only question was, did he have a right to be? Where would you like to go? Meet me at the steamboat this evening. I alone will be closing down the ship. It will be safe to talk. I have left a note for Mademoiselle Elisabeth Auclair to join us as well." He glanced around, still paranoid that someone was lurking about. "S'il vous plaît, just tell me what this is all about." He shook his head. "This evening. Don't be late." Arguing with him would get her nowhere. It was his secret, and he was setting the terms. "I'll be there." "Good." He took a few steps away and then stopped. "I will tell you everything, but promise me, you will not say a word to anyone. Not even a whisper." "I promise," June said. "How do I know I can trust you?" "I suppose there's no way to know for certain," June said. "But you've come this far, so you're just going to have to take a chance." He concentrated for a moment and then nodded before heading down the street and disappearing into the crowd. That evening, June arrived at the steamboat just as Elizabeth was approaching from the opposite direction, carrying a small pastry box. Perfect timing. When Elizabeth caught up, they paused for a moment at the ramp. "Do you have any idea why Gaston wants to see us?" Elizabeth asked. "He left me a note, but it was all so mysterious." "I tried to pry it out of him, but no luck," June said. "I'm eager to find out." Just then, Gaston's head popped up at the top of the ramp. He gestured urgently for them to board. Once up on deck, he continued to the stairwell that led down to the cabins. June pointed to the pastry box in Elizabeth's hands and raised an eyebrow. "It is a chocolat croissant that arrived at my door this morning via special delivery. Since Reginald and I got engaged, we are constantly receiving little surprise gifts. I have a wedding dress to fit into, but it occurred to me that Gaston might like it." They hurried down the stairs to where Gaston was waiting. He ushered them over to the side of the deck, away from the quay. June loved being near the river. There was something calming about the rippling body of water and the boats gliding down the Seine as the seagulls cried and circled above. Gaston could not stand still. His head swiveled around the deck as if someone might be listening. Elizabeth attempted to comfort him in French. If June had brought a bottle of whiskey, she would have given it to him. "Here," she said, taking the croissant from Elizabeth and handing it to him. "Elizabeth brought you a chocolate croissant. Maybe a few bites will calm you down, and then you can tell us what has you so upset." Gaston grabbed the box. "Merci," he said. Elizabeth beamed. "You are most welcome." He shoved the entire croissant into his mouth and ate it ravenously. Elizabeth and June exchanged a look. Gaston then hoisted his finger in the air. "Oh!" he mumbled amidst a mouthful of flaky pastry. He headed toward the steps to the cabins, presumably to fetch a glass of water. "He is a strange one," Elizabeth said. "I am starting to feel like this is a waste of our time." "He must know something about the night Nate was killed," June said. "I do hope he spits it out." Gaston was only feet from the stairs when he stopped. "Gaston?" June called. Still clutching the now empty pastry box, he staggered around in a circle until he was facing them. His face was beet red, and foam was pooling around his mouth. "Mon Dieu!" Elizabeth yelled. He began to stagger toward them, eyes wide with panic. His breath was coming in ragged gasps. He frantically tapped his head, then pointed across the deck. June followed the trajectory of his finger to the far corner of the boat, but could not figure out what he wanted. "Gaston, try to calm down," June said. "We are going to get you help." She turned to Elizabeth. "Quickly, see if you can flag anyone down." "What is happening to him?" "From the looks of it, he's been poisoned." Elizabeth let out a shriek. "The croissant!" Crumbs still littered Gaston's face, all around his mouth. June knew Elizabeth wanted to be reassured that it couldn't possibly have been the croissant. But she could not do that. That is as good a guess as any. "Why?" Elizabeth cried. "Why?" "Let's put that aside for now. We have to try to help him." Elizabeth nodded and ran toward the side of the boat, facing the quay. Gaston tapped his head again, gasping for breath, foam bubbling at the corners of his mouth. He pointed once more, this time to the string of lights. "Lights?" June asked, as Elizabeth hurried toward the ramp. He nodded vigorously, then made a cutting motion across his neck and pointed to himself. "You killed the lights?" The vigorous nodding increased. "Gaston," she said, coming to his side. "Did you murder Nate?" He shook his head and pointed outward. "Somebody told you to kill the lights?" He clutched her hand and nodded. He brought his fist up toward his open mouth. He looked like a fish out of water, desperate for breath. He was still trying to tell her something. He pointed across the ship once more, then fluttered his hands near his throat. In his delirium, perhaps he thought he was choking. "We can talk about this later." June was desperate to help him, but she had nothing at her disposal. "Is there any first aid on board?" His eyes were starting to roll back. He let go of her hand. His entire body loosened, and he slumped down on the deck, face up. "Gaston! Gaston!" She glanced toward the stairwell. If there were any supplies, they would be down there. But before she could even head to the stairs, Gaston's breath rattled, and then stilled. "Elizabeth!" she yelled. "Elizabeth!" His eyes were open and staring. He was gone. She glanced at the empty pastry box, which had fallen to his side. Elizabeth said the croissant had been delivered to her. If that was true, it was yet another attempt on her life. But what if it wasn't true? What if Elizabeth knew the croissant was poisoned? What if she needed to stop Gaston from telling what he knew? The previous attempt on Elizabeth's life could have been staged. Elizabeth might not be in danger, but she might be the danger. June did not want to think such an awful thing, but she had to sift through the facts. Footsteps sounded, and soon Elizabeth appeared, face dotted with sweat. "I could not find anyone." Her eyes flew to Gaston lying on the deck. She took in his dead man's stare. Her hand flew to her mouth. "Is he—" June nodded. "He's gone." "Mon Dieu! Mon Dieu!" Elizabeth was going to panic. June needed her to stay calm. "We need to find a radio and call the police," June said. Elizabeth pointed to the pastry box. "I killed him," she said. "I killed him." "You didn't know the croissant was poisoned? Or did you?" "It was left for me," Elizabeth said. "For me!" "Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves," June said. "We will tell Inspector Laurent everything." She suddenly stilled and stared at June. "Did he say anything to you?" "He indicated that he was the one who killed the lights on the boat that evening." "Do you think he is the killer?" "Is that what you want me to think?" June wondered. "No. He was desperate to tell us something." She had to think this through. Gaston was the one who plunged the steamboat into darkness. He had been about to tell her who had given that command. But now he had taken that secret to the grave. One thing was for sure. Gaston hadn't confessed to Captain Fontaine. Was he simply afraid to lose his job? Or were there more sinister reasons he kept him out of the conversation? June ran to the side of the boat and looked up and down the quay. It was eerily quiet. They needed to summon the police, but she could hardly imagine what Inspector Laurent would do when he found June standing near another dead body. At least Elizabeth was here to back up her story. There had to be a radio on the boat, no doubt somewhere near the helm. "Stay here. If anyone comes down the quay, call for help." "What are you going to do?" "Find a radio." June hurried to the entrance of the boat, where she spotted a ladder leading to the upper deck. The wind whipped her coat as she climbed. Once she reached the top, she was facing a cramped wheelhouse. As soon as she neared it, she noticed a smaller room adjacent to the steering gear, and sure enough, the room contained a wooden cabinet with dials, wires, switches, and headphones dangling from a hook. Now that she'd found the radio, there was only one other problem. She had absolutely no idea how it worked. She chose a switch in the center of the console and pushed it up. Nothing. She tried another switch. Nothing. A red dial facing her remained still. She threw the 2 switches back down and chose a third. This time she heard the faint sound of static and the red dial began to waver. She picked up the headphones and put them on. She was greeted by static. She examined the board again. One knob read modulation. She turned it. More static. A label next to another switch was labeled send. She flipped it. A high-pierced whine sounded. She shut it off. "Allô?" she called. "Allô?" Suddenly, a flaking label attached to the console caught her eye. She leaned closer until she could read it clearly. Harbor Patrol, 1,400 meters. Call sign FPR. Hands shaking, she slowly turned the dial. Past 200, 300, 500, 800. When she reached 1,100, she slowed down even further. Finally, she landed squarely on 1,400 and held her breath. Through the headphones, she could hear the moment the static cut off and a beep sounded. "Hello! Call sign FDR, do you read me? This is an emergency." The static suddenly cleared and the radio began to crackle. "Allô?" A voice answered. Male, French. June nearly wept with relief. She hurriedly explained that she was calling from the steamboat and was reporting an emergency. He asked for her call sign again, and she repeated it. After a bit more back and forth, as they struggled to hear each other, it was finally over. Help was on the way. As June predicted, Inspector Laurent was not happy to find her on the steamboat with a dead crewman. However, his expression softened when he saw Elizabeth. But before he could say a word, Captain Fontaine appeared in front of June, screaming in French, and looking as if he wanted to grab her and shake her. "Calm down," Inspector Laurent said, turning to the captain. Captain Fontaine took a step back, but he continued to rage from a distance. "Join me at the railing," he said to Elizabeth and June. Soon they were standing far enough away that the captain could not overhear them. "Start from the beginning," he said. They took turns telling him everything with barely a breath in between. How Gaston had been following June. How, when she finally stopped him, he said he had something he needed to tell her, that it was urgent. "He left word with me to meet him as well," Elizabeth said. "And I am the one who brought him the chocolat croissant." "Someone delivered it to Elizabeth this morning," June said. "I almost did not bring it, but I am not eating too many sweets before my wedding. It was a last-minute thought that he might like it." Her voice caught. "It is all my fault." "Mademoiselle, you cannot blame yourself," Inspector Laurent said. "Especially when the croissant was meant for her," June added. Did he understand where this was going? Perhaps Nate had never been the target after all. Elizabeth could have been the target all along. Inspector Laurent stared down June. "Let us suppose for a moment you are telling the truth." "I am telling the truth." "What did Gaston have to say to the pair of you?" "I was on the other side of the boat," Elizabeth said, trying to flag someone down. I did not get to hear his confession." Inspector Laurent nodded sympathetically and turned to June for an answer. "He conveyed to me that he was the one who killed the lights on the boat," June said. "But I believe he did it at the request of someone else." Inspector Laurent crossed his arms.
"And who might that be?"
"I wish I knew. I could not understand what he was trying to communicate."
"And yet you easily understood that he killed the lights, but he did it for someone else."
June nodded. "I was asking him questions, and he was acting out what he was trying to say."
"I can't accept charades as evidence."
"Inspector, please. I know you do not like me."
"I do not like liars, Mademoiselle Parker."
"Inspector Laurent, if June is a liar, then I am one as well." Elizabeth lifted her chin. "And I assure you, I am no liar." Inspector Laurent gave a quick nod.
"Pardon-moi, mademoiselle. I know you speak the truth."
"Don't you see what's happening?" June's patience with the inspector was wearing thin. "Someone is trying to murder Elizabeth. I believe she has been the true target from the very beginning." "First the centerpiece, and now this," Elizabeth said. "I am sorry to tell you that the first incident was right here on this steamboat," June said. Elizabeth's mouth dropped open. "You mean they weren't trying to kill Nate?" "I think he must have sensed the killer sneaking up behind you. He stepped in front of you to protect you." She glanced at Inspector Laurent. "That's why he was stabbed in the chest and not the back. As you suggested early on, he sensed the killer's approach and whirled around." Elizabeth's hand once again flew to her mouth. "Oh, Nate!" She shook her head. "But why would someone want to kill me?"
"Do you know what I find peculiar?" Inspector Laurent said.
"Do tell," June said when he didn't elaborate.
"Mere days after your friend Jack Hayes is let out of prison, there is yet another murder."
"This again? Did you hear what I said? Someone is trying to murder Elizabeth. First the killer tried to stab her, only Nate got in the way. Then someone cut the ropes to the centerpiece at the Picard mansion. Only I pulled her out of the way. And now a man has been poisoned by a croissant that was personally delivered to Elizabeth." Inspector Laurent knew all of this, but given he did not seem to be taking up the reins, it bore repeating.
"And what is the common denominator to all these incidents?"
Inspector Laurent thrust his index finger in the air.
"June Parker and Jack Hayes."
"Jack was nowhere near this steamboat today," June said. "And I was not with Elizabeth when she received that croissant." "I have already said as much," Elizabeth said. "Inspector, this had nothing at all to do with June."
"How do you know she is not the one who purchased and delivered it?"
He was maddening. "Then why would I allow her to give it to Gaston?" June said. "And why would I stay here to face you again, when of course I knew you were going to try and blame it on me or Jack? And what would be my motive?" "She has a very good point," Elizabeth said. "And if you arrest her, you are also going to have to arrest me." She stared at him as if daring him to do just that. If only she could have summoned this kind of courage when it came to the man she was going to marry.
"The two of you are free to leave," Inspector Laurent said. "But stay available. I will have more questions."
June nodded. "Of course," Elizabeth said. "The pastry box is next to Gaston's body. I'm sure you'll want to visit the bakery and find out who purchased it." June couldn't help but say.
"Do you hear this?" Inspector Laurent said to the police standing behind him. "She wants me to follow the crumbs."
The policeman laughed. June did not reply. She found nothing humorous in the matter. Merci, June said. There is one more thing I must bring to your attention. Inspector Laurent glared at her.
Oui.
June swallowed. Flora Picard was the thief on the steamboat the night of the engagement party. She is harmless, but her memory is failing. I think matching things is her way of trying to hold on to her memory.
And now you are trying to disparage the name of a sweet little old lady?
No, not at all. I adore Madame Picard. But that evening, Sylvia caught on to what she was doing and demanded she return the objects. Flora attempted to do so, but she returned them to the wrong people. Inspector Laurent was staring at her open-mouthed. Don't you see? She could have delivered the murder weapon straight to the killer. June, Elizabeth said, linking arms with her. Let us take our leave. Gladly. She didn't want to be there any more than Inspector Laurent wanted her there. As they headed off the boat, her mind spun with questions. Who had ordered Gaston to kill the lights? Was Elizabeth telling the truth about the croissant? An image of the vault at the Auclair's import-export shop flashed into her mind. What had Sylvia Picard called it? Vault of corruption. Somehow all these pieces had to tie together. She thought of the feather in Flora's box of treasures. What was it she said? Who would do such a thing to a feather? Were they the ramblings of a senile old lady, or was there something to it? June needed to get another look at the feather in that box. June was so lost in her thoughts, she didn't realize Captain Fontaine was following behind them, until he grabbed June by the arm and spun her around. "Captain!" Elizabeth said, sounding as alarmed as June felt.
You must leave Paris,
he said.
at once.
His grip was strong. Let go! You're hurting me. Release her at once. Elizabeth stepped up. Captain Fontaine had the decency to look sheepish and let go of her arm.
You must leave,
he repeated. I am sorry for your troubles, but I've done nothing wrong.
You are sinking my ship.
No, a murderer is to blame for everything that has happened, and I am not a murderer.
But you are the one running here and there, poking your nose where it does not belong, stirring up the waters. If you leave, we can all go back to normal.
Your crewman has just been murdered. What about justice for him?
You are out of your depth,
he said. Did he only speak in nautical metaphors?
If I see you anywhere near my boat again, you will be sorry. Very sorry.
People were starting to stop and stare. He glanced at them, tipped his captain's hat, and strode away, leaving passers-by staring at June as if she was a criminal. She felt Elizabeth's arm in hers once more. Let us clear out of here, she said. I know just the place. Chapter 23. Elizabeth brought June to a wine bar with stunning views of the river. They found a table by the window and waited in silence until a bottle of wine and 2 glasses were delivered and the wine was poured. When the server left, Elizabeth raised her glass. But before they could clink, she drank it in one go, then poured herself another glass. Why would anyone want to kill me? She shook her head. I cannot think of a single reason. June had been thinking about this. Maybe someone is trying to stop this wedding, she said softly, including Reginald himself. Elizabeth seemed taken aback. But that is nonsense. Everyone wants this wedding to happen. June thought of the server girl coming out of Reginald's office, the pair of them looking rather harried. The centerpiece was meant to kill either you or Reginald. There was no other explanation. But why would anyone want to stop our wedding? June was in an impossible position. Elizabeth had her guard up. Confronting her about Reginald's behavior was only going to harden her. Maybe it is a political rival of Reginald's, someone threatened by his ambitions. June was grasping at straws. Elizabeth's face stilled. I think you are mistaken. I think you cannot accept that Jack murdered Nate. June took a sip of her wine, lest she lash out at this comment. She set it down and took a deep breath. Elizabeth was afraid, and she was desperately trying to change the narrative. Here's what I know for a fact, June said. Jack did not kill Nate. Elizabeth crossed her arms. You might believe he did not kill Nate, but you cannot know it for a fact. I know Jack. I would stake my life on his innocence. Elizabeth took a moment and seemed to ponder this. Her shoulders slumped. I believe you. Thank you. June meant it. She liked Elizabeth, and she had to keep in mind that this would be a lot for anyone to process. And perhaps you are not the target, but there is a killer at large, and we all need to be careful. Elizabeth stared into her glass. You said that Flora is the thief, but I thought that Nate caught this person in the act, and that is why he was killed. Oh, June said. She had dismissed that theory entirely when she discovered Flora was behind the missing items. Did Elizabeth know anything that could change her mind? And now? It seems impossible to me that Flora did this. I cannot imagine it, June said. I think she is stealing partly because of her memory, but also because she feels as if no one pays attention to her anymore. I suppose that explains why things were returned to the wrong people. Flora often becomes confused. Flora also likes things to match. Your brother Henri was wearing a blue suit, and he ended up with a small blue vial. Like the perfume samples came in? From what I've heard, yes. Just like those. Elizabeth tilted her head. Where are you going with this? Remember how Henri got sick? Elizabeth nodded. How can I forget? He thought the small bottle was moonshine, and I saw him take a sip of it. The fact that Henri recognized straight away that it did not smell like alcohol had saved his life. You are saying he drank from a perfume bottle that he found? Elizabeth put her face in her hand and sighed. A tiny sip, but it certainly worked its way into his system. I think, had he taken any more of it, he would no longer be with us. You think he was poisoned? Just like Gaston? June nodded. Just like Gaston. Elizabeth's mouth dropped open. That is why you were asking about those perfume vials. Yes, June said. There was no sense in lying. Then it must be one of the Picards. They are the makers of perfume. Possibly. But those vials were being passed out all over Paris. Anyone could have poured out the perfume and substituted it for poison. What if it was simply perfume? Would that not make him sick? Perfume could make him sick, but the way he was foaming at the mouth and the amount of pain he was in with such a tiny drop, it had to have been a very potent poison. But if what you are saying is true... June could see that Elizabeth was struggling to put the pieces together. Are you saying that the killer intended to poison me? But when the vial was stolen, this evil person had to hatch another plan? And quickly, June said. Imagine this. Flora stole the murderer's poison, but then returned Jack's knife to them. No doubt the killer would have panicked, then been delighted at what had been given him or her. A new weapon and a scapegoat. Killing someone with poison was a detached form of violence, a way to kill without getting one's hands too dirty. But if June's theory of what happened was correct, this killer also had no problem with the new close contact method. A knife to the back, which turned out to be a knife to the chest. Given it was dark, and the boat was jostling, the killer may not have even realized the wrong victim had been stabbed until the lights came back on. If only June had been watching their faces. My word! Elizabeth straightened up and pushed away her glass of wine. And what a stroke of luck! The killer must have realized that Jack would be blamed for my murder. Exactly. And poor Nate is dead, because of me. June was not surprised she was still ruminating on it. It was a lot to take in. If it helps, I've no doubt that if Nate had to do it over again, he wouldn't change a thing. Elizabeth swallowed hard and nodded. Tell me who you think did it. This felt like a bit of a trap. If I knew that, Elizabeth wagged a finger, you must have someone in mind. I have no proof. June paused. And I don't want to upset you by asking a bunch of questions. I am not, how do you say, a hothouse flower. Ask your questions. Is there any chance that Reginald doesn't want to get married? This again? Elizabeth tilted her head in surprise. I want to say no, but Reginald can be very stoic. I can't always read him. I suppose anything is possible, but I do know that I wasn't Martin Picard's first choice of brides. Why do you say that? I overheard him telling Reginald that Inspector Laurent has an eligible niece, and maybe he should be marrying her instead. Was that the motive? Martin was the one who had been buddying up to Inspector Laurent. No doubt he wanted him in his pocket for situations just like this one. Would he have even more leverage if Reginald was married to the inspector's niece? Was Martin Picard trying to kill off Elizabeth so he could switch brides? Inspector Laurent did not have the Eau Claire's prestige, but he certainly could open doors for the Picards, or look the other way when crimes were committed, all of which would help Reginald achieve his political goals. This was an interesting tidbit. June needed to think on it some more. You know what we should do? Elizabeth said, her voice animated. Tomorrow, we should go to the perfume shop and find out about those vials. They came in different colors. Maybe the shopkeeper will remember if anyone recently came in and fetched a blue one. It's a good idea, but perhaps I should go alone. Someone is trying to kill you, Elizabeth. I don't want to place you in any more danger. I appreciate your concern, but it feels good to be doing something. I need to do this not only for myself, but for Nate. As long as you don't continue to blame yourself, June said. That is the last thing Nate would have wanted. Unless you're the killer, and then the blame lies squarely on your shoulders. When Elizabeth and June entered the perfume shop the next day, the clerk reacted as if royalty had just stepped in. Miss Eau Claire, he said, giving a half bow. To what do I owe this great pleasure? A scent for the wedding, perhaps? He gestured to the numerous vials on the shelves behind him, a symphony of offerings. June could see how creating different scents was a work of art, not to mention a little bit of science. I believe my mother-in-law is working on choosing my wedding perfume, Elizabeth said. Mais oui, of course. He bellied up to the counter. Perhaps something for after the wedding? Elizabeth shook her head. If she was embarrassed, she didn't let it show. I wanted to inquire about the small sample vials, the ones that were handed out during the grand opening. Oui. I remember some of them were blue. Oui. He arched a thin, dark eyebrow. What about it?
What about it? Elizabeth repeated. She threw June a panicked look. I am afraid I am influencing my dear friend a bit here, June said. In England and America, there is a little wedding tradition. The bride needs to carry something old, something new, something borrowed, and something blue. The clerk tilted his head. This is a new one on me. The same for me, Elizabeth said. But it is delightful, no? Something old, something new, the clerk said. He looked to June. Something borrowed, something blue, she finished. But you want to carry a vial up the aisle? He stopped and laughed at the rhyme. A vial up the aisle. In English, that is funny, no? I find it so, Elizabeth said. She joined the clerk in laughter. It's just for luck, June said. She won't need to actually carry it up the aisle. She could rub it for luck instead. Now she was just making things up, but at least the clerk was engaging with them. That is settled then, Elizabeth said. Do you have any blue vials? The clerk shook his head. I am afraid Monsieur Picard has picked up all the remainders. Reginald? Elizabeth asked. Or Martin? Reginald. Why would he only pick up the blue ones? Elizabeth asked. There was a small manufacturing defect on the blue vials. I believe he collected them in order to confront the manufacturer. He stopped and cocked his head. Or perhaps he wanted them for the wedding. Something blue. No, June said. I am afraid that only applies to the bride. Quel dommage. What a pity. Elizabeth and June nodded and took a moment to look disappointed. Merci beaucoup, Elizabeth said. But of course. Elizabeth strode for the exit before the clerk could even say goodbye. By the time June exited the shop, Elizabeth was leaning against the building, her breath coming out in jagged little gasps. What is it? June asked. She hated seeing Elizabeth this upset. Reginald had no reason to take those vials, Elizabeth said, unless he wanted to hand them out to his dalliances. You deserve better. He promised all that nonsense was going to stop after we are married. Perhaps it will. Then why would he need those vials? I do not believe for 1 minute it is to confront the manufacturer about a defect. They were only samples after all. But blue is Reginald's favorite color. If he honestly plans on stopping this behavior, why would he want them? I don't know. Elizabeth gave June a look. Do you remember how he fawned all over Geneviève at our engagement party? I do, June said honestly. I suppose there is no changing him. Maman says it is just what men do. Not all men, June said. You do not have to accept behavior that is unacceptable. There is a lot riding on this union. Elizabeth chewed on her bottom lip. I cannot let them down. I know it's complicated, but don't forget, it's your life. Elizabeth gave a laugh. Is it? She sighed. But family is everything. You can love and protect your family, but they shouldn't be the reason you marry. Careful, Elizabeth said. You are starting to sound like Nate. She smiled, but it never reached her eyes. Au revoir. Elizabeth kissed June on each cheek and headed off without another word. Chapter 24. After June and Elizabeth parted, June needed a sympathetic ear. When she arrived at the gallery, Amelia took one look at June's face, closed the doors, and made them both a cup of tea. They each curled up on a velvet settee, and Amelia listened intently as June caught her up on the events of the past several days. Another murder, she said.
This is troubling indeed. Gaston was going to tell us the name of the person who asked him to kill the lights. June was sure of it. What does Jacques think of all this? He doesn't know about the recent murder. He had to check in with Inspector Laurent, and then he was going to visit Nate's hangar to do some maintenance on his plane. He was preparing for their upcoming flight, but June left out this bit. Instinct told her that imparting such information to Amelia about Cal King and the hidden society could place her in danger. There had been more than enough death lately, and although she was not the guilty party, she wondered if there was some truth to Captain Fontaine's comment. Was she keeping things stirred up? Perhaps. But that didn't mean the killer would simply stop if June went away. It would only make it easier to kill Elizabeth. In that sense, June was more than happy to be an unhappy distraction. Just then, a knock came at the front door. Amelia groaned and got up to answer it. When she returned, she was holding a folded note. She looked at June. "Tell me it's not a threat," June said. "It is not a threat. It is an invitation." "How intriguing." "For you." "Me? Who's it from?" "Liliane Auclair. She would like you to come to her design studio." Amelia gave June a look. "Whatever you do, do not let her dress you." June laughed. "There's no chance of that." She placed her hand under her chin and mulled it over. "I cannot imagine why she wants to see me." "There is only one way to find out." June was afraid she was going to say that. Amelia held up the note. "She has left you detailed instructions. She even drew a little map. Are you coming with me?" "Darling, you know I would," Amelia said. "But I suddenly realized that I have absolutely no desire to do that." North of the Tuileries Gardens, where the Rue de la Paix began, June followed the map and arrived at the Place Vendôme. It was a luxurious square in the shape of an octagon. In the center stood Vendôme Column, erected by Napoleon to celebrate the Battle of Austerlitz. Not only was it near the Ritz, they were also surrounded by jewelers such as Cartier and couture fashion houses. June suspected it was Liliane Auclair's name that granted her a space here, rather than her designs. June did not intend to be harsh. It was admirable that Lilian was following her passion, even if her skill didn't quite match her ambition. It wasn't until June located the studio that she remembered it resided above the Picards' latest perfumery. Suddenly, the mystery of how Lilian had been able to secure a coveted space here was solved. It seemed the Picards had given her full reign over the upper portion of their shop. The wedding had yet to take place, but already these families were deeply intertwined. June passed through the perfumery to the back stairs, as directed in the note. A clerk behind the counter didn't even look up. As she ascended, June could hear a female voice humming. June found herself in an open room with large oval windows facing the square. Next to the door sat a box overflowing with scraps of colorful material. Mannequins lined the room in outlandish outfits, bright colors, varying lengths of fabrics, and whimsical touches. In the center of the room, Lilian stood in front of a wedding gown on a dress form. The dress flared out wider than most carriages, all lace and tulle. It looked as if it would swallow Elizabeth whole. "Madame Auclair," June said when Lilian still had not turned around. "It's June Parker." "Give me a moment," Lilian said while keeping her back to her. She was wearing a green pantsuit with flowy material that ballooned at the ankle. June quite liked this one. Lilian Auclair was original, if nothing else. June took a moment to peruse the dress forms. Several in particular caught her eye. A line of feathered headdresses, similar to the one worn by Genevieve on the steamboat. only these were white. "Are you admiring my headdresses?" Lillian finally put down her thread and needle and looked at June expectantly. "Absolutely," June said. "I was wondering, did you ever locate the missing feather?" "As a matter of fact, I did not, and the thief did not seem satisfied with taking just one. For now I am missing another one." "Another one? Had Flora been in here recently?" Lillian nodded. "See, the one at the end?" She pointed to the last headdress in the lineup. These were all white, and the band was adorned with crystals. "I keep very close track of my feathers, and one is definitely missing." Was this a mere coincidence? Or was Lillian trying to feather a little suspicion on everyone but herself? It was impossible to think that she would murder her own daughter, although, sadly, these things did happen. "I would have been humiliated had I not noticed it ahead of time, but I suppose that does not matter anymore." Had the wedding been cancelled? "Why does it not matter anymore?" "I cannot believe you, of all people, are asking me that question." As June feared, she had not been invited here for a friendly chat. But if this meant they were all taking the threats to Elizabeth seriously, June was fine with that. "How is Elizabeth? How do you think she is?" "I take it you have all heard the news about Gaston and the poisoned croissant." "Mais oui, we are beyond troubled, and my daughter is terrified. She is afraid to leave the house. We had to scale back the wedding. We cut our guest list in half. I am afraid we shall never hear the end of it." It appeared that no matter what she did or said, everyone had decided to blame June. There was no use trying to change any of their minds. "Is this the reason you invited me to come see you? To give out to me?" "Mais non." Lillian's face stilled. "Do you really think someone is trying to kill my darling daughter?" June didn't know what she was expecting, but it wasn't this. The look of concern etched on Lillian's face rang true. "I am sorry to tell you that I do indeed think that." "But why? Why would anyone want to hurt her?" "I wish I knew." "I do not know what you were thinking, dragging her into some meeting with a boatman." She shook her finger at June. "You act as if you are looking out for her well-being, when all you are doing is putting her in danger." "That was never my intention, and the crewman summoned each of us. I had no part in extending an invitation." "But did you try to talk her out of it?" June couldn't say what she wanted to say. That Elizabeth had enough people trying to control her life, and she was not going to be one of them. If I had known what was about to happen, I would certainly have left her out of it. "Do you really think he was poisoned by that croissant?" "I'm certain, but the coroner will have to be the one to pronounce the manner of death." Lillian stared mournfully at the wedding dress. "If not for these attempts on Elizabeth's life, this dress would have been the talk of the town." "No doubt." "As I mentioned, the wedding will be a small affair, and it will take place in the Picard Gardens. However," June waited, "is it your belief that we should have a skeptical eye on the Picard family?" June didn't have to be a fashion designer to know she needed to thread this needle carefully. "Has something happened to make you think one of them is involved?" "I cannot think of a thing," Lillian said. "I was hoping you could tell me." "I heard a rumor that Inspector Laurent has an eligible niece," June said. In normal times, June was never one for idle gossip, and she went out of her way to avoid it. But these were not normal times. She wanted to know if Lillian was aware of this. "So, it is true." June had her answer. "That's exactly what I overheard Martin say. That this niece would make an excellent politician's wife.
It was Sylvia who put a stop to it. She said their reputation would be in shreds if they were the ones to cancel the wedding.
Is there any chance Martin or Sylvia know that you overheard their conversation? June asked.
I do not believe so,
Lillian said. I was as quiet as a mouse. She walked to the nearest window, where she gazed out at the square.
So, you see why I wanted to meet with you.
I understand your concerns, but is there something you want from me?
Lillian huffed and whirled around to face June. I cannot go to Inspector Laurent with my suspicions, and you seem to be nosing around anyway. But what can I do? It is Inspector Laurent's niece we are talking about here. We have nothing but conjecture, and he has made his disdain for me quite clear. I hardly think asking him if he wants his niece to marry Reginald and suggesting it could be someone's motive for murder would bring any good down upon us. Lillian lifted her chin. Then what are we to do?
I know you said you were limiting wedding guests to family only, but both Jack and I survived a war, and we learned a thing or two about watching our backs.
What are you suggesting?
That if we were invited to the wedding, we could be an extra pair of eyes, and you can focus on having the best wedding possible under the circumstances.
I did not think of that. Lillian placed her finger on her chin. I suppose we can tolerate 2 outside guests.
She put her hand down.
And this time you will not have to wear any silly disguises.
June laughed, and to her surprise, Lillian joined in.
That will be all,
Lillian said with a wave of her hand. June headed for the door, but stopped when she spotted a little blue vial on a nearby shelf. She edged closer to it. There was something different about this vial. It was the exact same size and shape as the perfume vials, but this particular one had a name on it. Maison des Elixirs. An apothecary. Maybe the blue vial hadn't been from the perfumery. If she visited the shop, she could inquire about what types of poisons would sicken a person who took the smallest drop, and quickly kill if the dose was higher. Something odorless and clear. Lillian's voice sliced through June's thoughts.
Why are you staring at my poison? Poison? Oui, there are little mice running around this studio, chewing on my precious feathers and beads with their sharp little teeth. The little devils. I cannot have that.
What kind of poison is it, exactly?
I have no idea. The man at the shop said it was the best choice.
June definitely needed to pay them a visit. By the time she was back in the square, she was feeling rather pleased with the visit. It had been more informative than she could have ever imagined. Wonders never ceased. Chapter 25. The time for Jack and Cal King to officially meet was here. June had just opened a bottle of wine and set out 2 glasses and a cheese plate when the knock on the door came. She opened it, and there stood Jack with a bottle of his own. He peered around her and saw the setup.
Great minds think alike,
he said with a wink. She took the bottle and ushered him in. Jack poured the wine, and they clinked glasses and cheered.
I appreciate your willingness to host, he said. I'm afraid if Mr. King saw my flat, he'd never trust me to fly a plane.
June believed it. No matter how innocent his questions sound, he's testing you. But most importantly, he's trying to suss out if he can trust you.
Trust me to keep his dirty little secrets.
Powerful secrets. Deadly ones, too. Jack headed for the windows.
It's too bad your flat doesn't face the front. We could see him coming.
I'd rather have the skyline. Jack paced as they waited, and they filled each other in on the past few days. Jack had spent them getting Nate's plane in top shape and studying his fly log.
You were right. he said. "It's a different location each time. I'm hoping this evening he at least clues me into the destination."
"I don't know whether or not it needs to be said," June said, "but I'm coming with you."
"You have a lot of good ideas," Jack said, "but that's not one of them."
"I've been involved in this from the start. You can't leave me out now."
"There's no way Cal King would approve you coming along."
"You could try to convince him." There came a rap on the door, and they both jumped.
"Showtime,"
Jack said. He set down his wine and headed for the door. Cal King entered like he owned the flat, his presence filling every corner of the room. He stopped short when he saw June.
"What is she doing here?"
"This happens to be my flat," June said. "Jack's place is out of order."
"June is nothing if not discreet," Jack said.
Cal glowered.
"I'd appreciate it if you leave the room."
June wanted to argue, but she had a better idea. "Fine. I could use some fresh air anyway."
"That's it?" Cal asked. "No arguments?"
June stopped. She'd overplayed her hand. During her other meeting with Cal, she'd been confrontational. She'd swung too far in the opposite direction.
"Do I smell a setup?"
Cal sounded suspicious. June turned around and met his eyes. "If you must know, I'm furious," she said. "But not with you, Mr. King. With Jack." Jack's eyes widened and his mouth dropped open. Cal raised an eyebrow.
"Lovers' quarrel?"
"Before you arrived, Jack informed me that I could not come along for the ride. He knows how much I love to fly." Cal was watching her intensely, but his face was hard to read. Was he buying it? "I understand that this is his job, but I shall not stay here and listen to other people talk about all the fun they're going to have without me." Cal continued to stare, but then he broke out a grin. Jack handed Cal a glass of wine. Cal lifted it.
"A spirited woman, but one with a head on her shoulders. I'm sure Jack will take you flying another day."
"He'd better," June said. She headed for a table near the balcony doors, where she had purposefully left her handbag. She stood with her back to Cal and Jack and ever so quietly nudged the balcony door open a smidge as she pretended to adjust the curtains. Handbag on her arm, she headed for the door, lifted her coat and hat from the rack, called out one more goodbye, and left the flat, slamming the door shut behind her. But instead of proceeding to the exit, she went directly to the flat next door. The neighbor had moved out a few weeks ago, and it was still vacant. In the past, June had been called on to water his plants whenever he was out of town. He'd always kept a key under the small mat in front of the door. She lifted it, and sure enough, the key was still there. She unlocked the door and quietly stepped inside. Unfortunately, the walls were thick, and no vents were located between the wall they shared with June's sitting room. However, once in a while, if they each had their balcony doors open, they would be able to hear each other. And given Cal and Jack had strong voices, she was hoping for the best. She stepped out onto his balcony, hugged the wall, and edged as close to her flat as she could. Soon she could hear Jack and Cal conversing. After the clinking of glasses and the smell of a cigar, Cal was done with the small talk. He began grilling Jack about his plane, his punctuality, his gambling habits, but most of all, his discretion. Jack handled himself flawlessly, and as the conversation droned on, June could hear Cal's tone relax. June was starting to think this had been a waste of time, when something Cal said caught her attention.
"Although girlfriends are not invited, I do hope there's room on that plane for a showgirl." "A showgirl?" Jack asked. Nate knew what I liked. He would always invite one along for the ride. Are you as eager as Nate was to make me happy? You bet I am. A showgirl, Cal said. That is what would make me happy. I want to walk into those games with someone absolutely stunning on my arm. I'll get right on it, Jack said. Excellent. Personality is not an issue. Cal laughed, and June could hear Jack doing his best to laugh with him. A showgirl. Well, if that was what he wanted, that was exactly what he was going to get. A showgirl? Genevieve lit up at the prospect. How intriguing! The minute June devised her plan, she knew just who to ask for an outfit, but that wasn't the only reason for the visit. June wanted to know if Elizabeth's suspicions were right. Had Reginald given her a blue perfume vial as a gift? What if Genevieve's insistence that she did not return Reginald's affections was a lie? What if she was the one who wanted Elizabeth out of the way? Then again, there was that slap. Genevieve was either tired of Reginald's moves on her, or she was in love with him. June needed to find out which way the wind was blowing. She arrived at the Starlight Club an hour before it opened, and luckily Genevieve ushered her right in. She looked stunning in a deep purple dress and headpiece. Just before the door shut, June caught a glimpse of Henri Auclair skulking around the corner. Henri had to be aware of Reginald's attachment to Genevieve, but was Reginald aware of Henri's devotion? I see the magician extraordinaire is here again, June said. Henri? Genevieve laughed. Poor thing, but he is good for a bit of gossip. I heard all about that terrible business with Elizabeth and the falling centerpiece. June hesitated. Had he also told her that June and Jack were in attendance? Most likely. Terrifying, June said, playing it safe. They stepped into the club, where the lights were dim and the bartender was wiping down the counter. Candles on the tables in front of the stage were waiting to be lit, and the red velvet curtain was down. The faint smell of ale permeated the room. Anticipation hung in the air. There was something magical about the hush of a club just before the opening. Genevieve stopped near the stage and looked June up and down. Can you dance? Genevieve demonstrated a few impressive steps. I've been known to attend a dance or three. Excellent. Sing? It's a costume party, June said. Luckily, I will not be required to perform. How fun, Genevieve said. She gestured for June to follow her backstage, and soon they were in Genevieve's dressing room. It was a cozy and cluttered space. Ribbons, lipstick tubes, and a feather dotted the counter under the mirror. Most of the glittery dresses were neatly hung on a rack in the center of the room, but a few were thrown over the backs of chairs. Take your pick, Genevieve said. You might be a tad smaller than me, but they should fit. She sat in a chair across from the mirror and applied dark red lipstick before fussing with her hair as June perused the rack. June had been waiting for Genevieve to mention Gaston's death. With the number of people she interacted with every night, it stood to reason that someone would have mentioned it by now. His death was recent, but news of a murder always spread quickly. June would be shocked if the news hadn't leaked. Either Genevieve was waiting for June to bring it up, or she did not want to engage in gossip. But didn't gossip and show business go hand in hand? She hadn't hesitated to gossip the first time June met her here and wanted to discuss Nate's murder. Was it strange that she hadn't brought it up? Or was June reading too much into it? You have gone quiet all of a sudden, Genevieve said. Something on your mind? It's just so hard to choose.
June stood in front of the rack, marveling at the designs. I take it none of these are Lillian's creations. Genevieve laughed. I am only forced to wear her creations if she hires me. I ran into Reginald the other day, June said. Oh? Genevieve arched an eyebrow. Where was that? I paid a visit to one of the Picard's perfume shops, and he just happened to be there. The lie slipped easily off June's tongue. I am sure he stays very involved with the business. I asked the clerk if he had any of those mini vials left, the one they gave away when they opened a new store. I see. Their perfumes are expensive. Did he give you a sample? Apparently there are none left. And did you know Reginald wanted all the blue vials to himself? Genevieve shook her head. Why would I know that? I just thought maybe he gave you one. Genevieve laughed. Darling, I do not need samples. I can afford a bottle. The clerk seemed to think that he wanted them to give away to his dalliances. Genevieve's mouth dropped open. That is a very bold thing for a clerk to say. Reginald should have tossed him out by his ear. She gestured to the rack. Do you know which outfits you would like? Genevieve either had nothing more to offer on the subject of Reginald and his other crushes, or she was bored of it. A black flapper dress edged in fringe caught June's eye. She pulled it out of the rack. Perfect choice, Genevieve said, looking at her through the mirror. With your black hair and blue eyes, you may just attract unwanted attention. Thank you, June said, but I think I should complete the costume with a wig. Something that would make me unrecognizable. I take it you don't want to wear the blonde one you donned at the pre-wedding party. June froze. She knew. Moments later, Genevieve was howling with laughter. I told you. Henri is an endless well of gossip. I'm sorry I didn't mention it, June said. But Jack and I are trying to find a killer, Genevieve said. There is no judgment here, ma chérie, and I am happy to hear you have that handsome pilot by your side. He's free for now, but if we don't find the real killer, I fear Inspector Laurent will be breathing down our necks. And this time, are you really going to a costume party? No, June said. But for your own safety, that's all I can say. You can tell me all about it when you return the dress, Genevieve said. She then gestured to a cupboard in the corner of the room. You will find plenty of wigs in there. June chose a long red one, the hair falling down in waves. She tried it on. Perfection, Genevieve said. Don't forget, bas and talons, ma poule. Pardon? Stockings and heels, ma chérie. Stockings and heels. Chapter 26. The night of the poker game had arrived, and June showed up at the hangar in her showgirl costume, ready for whatever shenanigans lay ahead. Billy and Jack stared at June open-mouthed for so long that they could have been fountain statues spitting water. June was no stranger to wearing heels, but in these she felt like she was a skyscraper. She had no idea how Genevieve walked in these heels, let alone danced. The dress, stockings, matching black headpiece with a single feather, and heels were so far from June's personality, and coupled with the layers of makeup that Amelia had helped her slather on, she felt like an imposter. Billy and Jack were still looking at her. Stop staring, she said. Jack grinned. Wow, Junie. Wow, Billy repeated. If Jack hadn't clued me in, I never would have guessed it was you. Perfect, June said. Because tonight I'm not me. She glanced at the plane. Let me guess, she said. You're going to make me sit in the back surrounded by a couple of strange men. Jack glanced at a clipboard which had the flight roster. If by strange you mean Arthur O'Clair and Cal King, then oui. The plane flew 4 people. They would be a full house. Jack nodded. And if Cal King hasn't revealed that I'm the pilot... Jack picked up large goggles and a helmet. I, too, will be unrecognizable. I'd recognize you, Billy said. Jack gave him a look. Not helping. Are you sure you can pull this off? Billy sounded like he had his doubts. We have to play their game for now, June said. But with a little luck, after tonight, we'll be beating them at it. They'll be here soon, Billy said. Are you going to speak French? Mais oui, June said. I'm going to pretend I barely know a word of English. But if you do switch, don't forget to speak with a French accent. I can only speak a little, June said in a French accent. Spot on, Billy said. At least to these non-native ears. You might as well get in, Jack said. Otherwise, they'll probably have you squeeze into the middle. Once more, June eyed the tiny plane. Don't worry, Jack said. The flight is less than an hour. Where are we going? The French countryside. Our destination is a vineyard and a champagne house. Unlike many of the gambling dens of ill repute in Paris, it seemed this group pretended to be civilized gamblers. The elite. June entered the plane and buckled herself in. Moments later, the men walked into the hangar, led by Cal King. They were already smoking cigars and waxing on about the poker game this evening. Cal King poked his head into the plane. He reached out his hand to June. Mademoiselle, he said, you are a true beauty. His hand was firm, and he squeezed hers a bit too long. Merci, she said, opting for a tone of voice much lighter than her usual. She smiled and rejected the idea of batting her eyelashes. I'm looking forward to your performance this evening, he said. Her English is very rusty, Jack said. No worries. Cal repeated his statement in French. June smiled and nodded. They weren't even in the air yet, and her stomach was doing flips. Performance? Of course. Why else would a showgirl be coming along? June had been so worried about her outfit and accent that she hadn't thought this through. Oui? June batted her eyelashes. Cal King flashed his teeth. Magnificent, he said, as if she had just broken into song. Maybe they would drink so much that they'd forget all about a performance. They would quickly realize she couldn't sing and that she was a fraud. Cal King took the front passenger seat. Her disguise must have done the trick, for there wasn't so much as a flicker of recognition from Arthur O'Clair when he arrived. He stood outside the plane, clutching his cane and smoking a cigar, seemingly reluctant to put it out. Hop to it, Cal finally barked. Arthur tossed the cigar onto the floor of the hangar, squished it with his dress shoe, and climbed aboard. He barely glanced at June. No doubt they were used to Cal King having a new woman on his arm at every game. Once everyone was buckled in and Jack reviewed a few safety protocols, the plane hummed to life. The men began talking the minute they taxied out of the hangar. I wonder who the golden token winner will be this evening, Arthur said. That is always part of the fun, Cal said. Waiting to see. Arthur cleared his throat. If I may be so bold, so far no one has shown up to collect Nate's winnings. Your point? Cal sounded on edge. If she were Arthur, she'd watch her step. I cannot help but think of Nate's golden token. He took 1/3 of his winnings to pay for his lodgings, and he wanted it all in cash, no items. I needed time to accrue the remainder.
which I did in due time. I informed him he could pick it up, but, well, you know the rest.
No items. June was trying to process what this meant.
Keep it allocated to him for now,
Cal King said.
Nate's sister may very well inherit the token.
Even though none of them knew she had it, at the mention of the golden token, June found herself holding her breath. Before anyone could comment further, they were exiting the hangar, taxiing down the runway, and finally lifting off. The conversation ceased for a moment as the plane became airborne. As the fields fell away and the skies opened up, June's excitement grew along with the vibrations in her body. She could see why Jack and Nate loved to fly. It was nearing sunset, and hues of pink and orange were starting to paint the horizon. June felt as if one of Amelia's paintings had come to life around them.
It is just that I believe Nate's winnings should go back into rotation,
Arthur said after they'd been cruising for a while.
You know the rules, Cal said. If the winner chooses to gift his token to someone else, that person has 2 months in which to collect the winnings. The clock has only begun to tick.
Arthur harumphed.
What is your problem? He was a pilot, not one of us. And as his employer, not to mention yours, I made an exception. I allowed that pilot to participate in 1 game. Never expected him to win, but that's part of the excitement of the game. Keeps it unpredictable. Fair is fair. And dead is dead,
Arthur mumbled.
His winnings should stay in the vault.
Stay in the vault? June was grateful she managed not to gasp. That's why everything about that vault was so hush-hush.
If I allow that money to go back into the pot, it will be anarchy. The winner of the last game is dead, murdered. Players will think all they have to do to collect winnings is to start killing off the other players. Is that what you want?
Cal King's voice was so sharp it cut through the sound of the engine.
Mais non.
Arthur was turning red.
But he did not even put up the usual wager. No, he did not, because I gifted him a seat at the table. It is my enterprise. Are you challenging my authority to do so? Mais non. No. It was quite generous of you.
From the look on his face, Arthur did not appreciate generosity.
Are you quite finished questioning me?
Cal said.
Oui. My word is my reputation. I will not sully it. Of course, of course. Not another word on the matter, then.
Arthur pursed his lips and remained silent. No doubt he was mentally thrashing Cal King with his cane. What a revelation. Cal King was using the Eau Claire's vault to stash illegal gambling winnings. Did the Picards know the Eau Claire's were under Cal King's thumb? June highly doubted it. After all, the Picards were marrying into that family for their stellar reputation. If word got out that the Eau Claire's were allowing a criminal like Cal King to store illegal gambling winnings in their vault, their reputation would be torn to shreds, and the Picards would have called off the wedding. The real question was, had one or any of the Eau Claire's killed to protect this secret? June's thoughts were interrupted by Cal. She could feel him staring at her.
I love the fringe on your little outfit,
he said. Cal's big hand landed on June's knee. Just then the plane jerked and dipped. Cal's hand flew away.
Apologies,
Jack said, smoothing it out.
Turbulence.
June was grateful for Jack's interference and relieved when Cal's hand did not find its way back to her knee. She couldn't help but think of everything she'd just learned. Exactly how much money had Nate won? Silence fell as Arthur and Cal stared out their windows. It was as if June was no longer there. Hopefully she would disappear even further from their thoughts once the games began. Otherwise, she was going to have to fake an injury or illness to avoid performing. Before she knew it, they were approaching an open field, and Jack was preparing them for landing. The touchdown was somewhat bumpy, which thrilled the men. They whooped and Jack laughed. June was a bit wobbly when Cal King helped her out of the plane. Between the ride, the heels, and the soft dirt of the field, she was having trouble walking in a straight line. In the distance, she could make out a large estate house, grey stone shimmering in the last of the evening sun. She could only imagine the beauty when the skies darkened, stars appeared, and the moon shone over it. Between the field and the house lay a lush vineyard, and it soon became apparent that they would be walking through it to reach the back grounds of the manor house. Jack stayed by his plane and waved as they headed off. Without him, June was feeling a bit shaky about this plan. If Inspector Laurent learned she was here in disguise to snoop around, no doubt he would bring his wrath down upon her. The trip through the vineyard was relatively quick, and soon June was stepping onto the extravagant grounds. Lanterns had been strategically placed to illuminate a glowing path to the orangery, where the games would take place. It was a grand stone structure with a pitched glass roof, and it was not only the most ornate, but it was also the largest orangery June had ever seen. Men in suits lined up to greet the hostess, a rotund woman in a blue beaded dress who stood at the entry doors. There did not seem to be any other females present, including showgirls. Would they think it odd that she was the only performer? Perhaps June could pretend the rest hadn't shown up, lest these men expect some sort of entertainment. The scent of grapes ripening on the vine mixed with wood-burning fires filled the crisp night air. When June reached the entrance, Cal King stopped to introduce her to the hostess, who tilted her head and examined June from head to toe.
"I thought we were done with this sort of frivolity,"
she addressed Cal King as she stared at June.
"Did someone promise that?"
Cal King's tone was light and playful.
"Do you forget Reginald Picard's drunken misdeeds with the one from last month?"
Cal King grinned.
"How could we have the games without entertainment?" Cal said. "I, for one, cannot wait for her performance."
Cal King nodded to the hostess a final time and disappeared inside.
"Are you going to enter, or are you just going to stand there?"
the hostess barked. "Excusez-moi," June said. "Je rêvasse. I am daydreaming."
"I would suggest you focus on your upcoming performance."
The hostess lifted her chin and pursed her lips. June's stomach turned. How on earth was she going to pull this off? She took a deep breath and entered the orangery. Inside the massive stone structure, it was warm and glowing. Fires were lit in a total of 3 wood-burning stoves spaced out evenly on the periphery, and sconces on the wall lit the way. Fruit trees in pots lined the periphery of the orangery, no doubt moved out of the way for the round tables. A total of 10 filling the middle of the space, topped with linen tablecloths. Each table had a stack of playing cards and a jar of silver tokens. It wasn't until June edged over to the closest one that she confirmed they were the same design as Nate's coveted gold token. She realized that the men had already put up the money. No cash would be exchanged here because it was all in the vault, and the winnings would be retrieved at a later date, when the tokens were presented. It was a smart way to deal with so much money. No doubt, when fueled with alcohol and loss, trouble could erupt at any moment. Keeping the treasures at bay assured that no loser could abscond with the winnings. And if, for any reason, the games were raided, no money was exchanging hands, and therefore no laws were being broken. Well, not in any way that could be easily proved. Cal King had thought of every detail. No wonder he attracted the wealthiest of players. Cigars rested in boxes on the tables, along with bottles of champagne and flute glasses in tableside buckets filled with ice. In addition, a bar cart packed with hard liquor and smaller glasses was positioned on the side opposite the champagne buckets. A drink for every taste. These were men who expected the best of the best. Men who took the true pleasures of life for granted. Had she not been in disguise, not to mention persona non grata with this hostess, she would have loved to find out the history of the vineyards, the champagne they produced, and tour the marvelous manor house, not to mention this orangery. June always knew that people were quick to judge each other based on money and status and appearance. But for a spell, the war had stripped all that pretense away. When a soldier was bleeding, there were no divisions, nor were any nurses better than the others. And although there were a few doctors who often felt superior, for the most part they were just human beings, working together for the good of each other. And even though, during those troubled times, June had longed to get back to life as she knew it, it was moments like these when she realized that some people had learned nothing at all. And they were determined to continue lives in which they pursued all the superficial offerings. That might be a form of existence, but in June's mind, it was no life at all. As June stood and took it all in, she suddenly felt a presence behind her. Cal King. He placed his hand on the small of her back.
Let us play first, and then, when we finish a round, you can take to the middle of the room for your set.
Her set? Blimey. Oui, monsieur. She was going to have to think of something. During the war, there was a lot of singing, from the soldiers and the nurses when times were tough and spirits were low. And she had seen plenty of jazz singers, but she wouldn't have more than one song in her.
Once we start playing, no disturbing the men. Some will try to lure you to their table, call you their good luck token, and if you're not careful, try to pull you into their lap. When liquor flows, so does bad behavior.
From the tone of his voice, he was more amused than appalled. I do not wish for that to happen, so you will not even know I am here. She felt a little foolish with her put-on French accent and phrasing, which she hoped would disguise her English and American upbringing. But she was in the thick of it now, and there was nowhere to go but forward. She was either going to have to figure out a way out of the performance, or she was going to have to do her best to sing a song. Maybe by then they would be so plied with liquor they wouldn't notice she wasn't exactly a professional. As the men drank, and won and lost, the numbers at the table began to dwindle. The losers hung around the periphery, imbibing even more. Cigar and cigarette smoke created a thick cloud above them, until the hostess shooed them outside, all the while apologizing profusely to her citrus trees. Cal King stayed out of the games. He was smart enough to know that the best way to win was not to play, but there was no doubt he took a piece of everyone's pie. A few times June caught a glance of Jack outside, weaving in and out of view. It was dark, and no doubt both of them longed to go home. June was relieved when finally, after at least 5 hours of gameplay, a single cheer rang out from the winner of each table, followed by applause. Workers moved in to clear the tables and set up the final game, consisting of the recent winners. June soon came to understand that the grand winner would receive the golden token. As the final game began, men crowded in to cheer on their favorite. It seemed to last forever, and at times it was so quiet all one could hear was the clink of chips as they were tossed into the middle of the table, But finally, a gleeful shout from the golden token winner rang out. A bottle of champagne popped, and hollers sounded for the grand winner.
"Gentlemen," Cal King said, "as per usual, our golden token winner can collect from the vault in 6 days' time if you want cash, and 10 days if you prefer an imported item. As usual, refer to the list you received with the invitation. Items, as you know, can take several days to authenticate."
Arthur wasn't just hoarding cash for Cal King, he was also procuring items. No doubt many of them had been stolen during the war. She heard someone say in passing that the winnings totaled 200,000 francs. It was a jaw-dropping number. The kind of money only the elite could afford, namely the 50 men in the room. She could only imagine how much each elite gambler had to wager, and how much Cal King took in. Henri should count himself lucky that he gambled and lost at much lower levels, otherwise the Auclairs would be in debt to King in perpetuity. Nate, being gifted a seat at the table, had struck gold, and then never lived to enjoy it. Something else King had said stayed in June's mind. Cash or items. That was another reason Cal King wanted to use the Picard vault. Items that expensive would not be found lying about the warehouse. Just then, a jazz band struck up as the final players pushed off from the tables. Before June knew it, the tables were being folded and cleared, and the men began to fill the space. The night was far from over. They would now party to their heart's content.
"And now, welcome to the stage, our sole performer."
Cal King looked her way.
"What is your name, sweetheart?"
June froze. What was her fake name? Apple something. She stared at him until finally it came to her. "Apolline Rose," she said, hoping the tone conveyed that her silence was because she expected him to know the famous Apolline Rose.
"Apolline Rose," Cal King announced. "A floral goddess, if you will."
The men whistled and cheered. Damn it! Should she fake a headache? No. She had to sing. Her brain raced as she slowly walked up to the makeshift stage. Finally, it dawned on her. There was one song the nurses liked to sing at the end of a long day when they were pining for home, missing their lovers. Mon homme. And despite it not being a romantic song when you listened all the way through, it was at least one she could pull off. She would have to sing it in English. Perhaps it would seem worldly, and these men were too drunk to care. She was nearly to the small set of steps leading up to the stage when she passed Reginald Picard. The look he gave her was that of a hungry wolf. It gave her the chills. She continued her procession to the front of the room. The band leader looked at her expectantly. "Mon homme," she said. He nodded, and the band began to play. June began to sing the mournful song about a man who wasn't good to a woman. But yet she couldn't stop loving him. She surprised herself by getting into it. And she was right. The men did not care that she was not a perfect singer, as long as she turned on the charm. "My man, you are everything." As she reached the part where she vows to return to him, she stepped down to the tables, interacting with the men, but really, desperately, hoping she could make a quick exit. The men cheered. It wasn't until she sang the last line about loving him forevermore that she looked up to see Jack hiding in the back, just outside the door, his eyes glued to her.
"Bravo!"
Cal King called. Unfortunately, June was positioned near Reginald's table, but even so, she never could have imagined what happened next. Suddenly, Reginald's arm was wrapped around her waist, and he pulled her into his lap. As she struggled to get up, he laughed.
"Ah, a feisty one, I see,"
he slurred.
"Enough," Cal King said. "Let her sing."
Reginald released her with a smirk, and when June sprang up, she accidentally jostled the table, sending a bottle of champagne toppling into his lap, soaking him through and through. He roared with anger and shot out of his chair. He lunged for her, hands curled into fists. Before June could react, Jack was right there, pulling him off of her. Reginald stumbled back, toppling a chair and bumping into a game table. He glared at Jack, and then, like a battering ram, put his head down and charged. His head hit Jack's stomach, and the two of them hit the ground with a grunt. The crowd gasped. Cal King stormed over and began lambasting them in French. At his request, several men pulled the men apart. Jack got to his feet, hair mussed and shirt torn. He made eye contact with June, then gave a nod. He was okay.
"That will be the end of our festivities,"
Cal said, his tone like ice. It was over. June did it. She wouldn't have to come up with another song, even if it meant seeing Reginald for the pig he really was. Nate had been right. Elizabeth needed to get as far away from this man as she could. And that temper! She could easily imagine him committing murder. Jack was suddenly by her side. He took her arm and escorted her out.
"That was quite the exit,"
Jack said once they were outside. The night air was cool. The moon shone down on them, and crickets chirped.
"And that song. Haunting. Beautiful."
He stared at her.
"You never cease to surprise me, Apolline."
June laughed. The nurses used to sing Mon Homme under the stars.
"I would have loved to hear that version as well."
June smiled, and then shook her head, feeling guilty for the brief distraction. They were here for a reason. I'm surprised they let Nate play, given the audience here tonight. That seems unusual.
Cal King took me aside and said if I was loyal enough and didn't say a word to anyone about how these games work, I might be able to sit at a table one day. Apparently, Nate earned his place.
Indeed. June couldn't help but think that if Nate hadn't won the golden token, he might never have approached Elizabeth, and he might still be alive. Then again, that could very well mean that the killer would have hit his or her mark, and Elizabeth would be dead. All June knew was that, unlike the poker tournament, this killer's game was far from over. Chapter 27. The flight back was uneventful and quiet. Was King mentally counting his money? When they landed, Cal King gestured to Arthur.
"My driver will drop you at the warehouse."
He turned to Jack.
"Nice flying, good fellow. If you change your mind and wish to continue our arrangement, do let me know."
He then approached June, took her hand and kissed it.
"You make an excellent showgirl, Mademoiselle Parker," he whispered. "If your new career as a private detective doesn't work out, there's a place for you in showbiz."
June could feel her cheeks heat up, and her heart began to thud. He'd known all along. No wonder he pushed her to sing. Cal King winked, whistling as he strolled to his vehicle.
"Come along. My driver will take the two of you home."
Neither of them argued. It had been a long night.
"To June's flat, please," Jack said. "I'm going to see her in."
Cal didn't engage them in conversation, and June allowed her eyes to close.
"What are we doing here?"
June opened her eyes. The question had come from Jack, and he sounded panicked. She had fallen asleep. She looked out the window. They were idling in front of the police station. Inspector Laurent stood a few feet away, underneath a street lamp, something silver dangling from his hands. It took June a moment to realize what it was. Handcuffs. "No," June said. "No."
"The flight is over," Cal said. "The inspector wanted him back."
The driver exited the vehicle and opened the door on Jack's side.
"Freedom was nice," Jack said, "while it lasted."
He sounded morose, but not surprised. June wanted to argue, but what was the use? Inspector Laurent stepped up to the car.
"Welcome back,"
he said. Jack got out and allowed himself to be cuffed. June scrambled out of the car. "You know Jack isn't the killer," she cried. "You know it."
"My investigation is ongoing," Inspector Laurent said. "You knew the terms when I released him."
Elizabeth was the target, not Nate, and Jack had no reason to kill either of them. You have to see that now.
"I do not owe you any explanations. Miss Parker, if you will get back in the car, we can drop you off at your flat,"
Cal King said.
"Otherwise, we will be moving on."
"It's okay, Junie," Jack said. "Get home safe." She wanted to fight. She wanted to argue. But there was nothing more she could do tonight. "I'll get you out again," June called just before Jack and the inspector disappeared in sight. "I'll get you out." When June awoke the next morning, sunlight was filtering in through her windows. It was afternoon. She drank a cup of coffee while staring out the window, trying not to think about the fact that Jack was once again waking up in jail. She needed to contemplate her next moves. She could at least pop into Maison des Elixirs and find out what kind of concoction might be poisonous in certain doses, and readily available. She had time to bathe, as well as give Genevieve's stockings and dress a washing. They should be dry by tomorrow, and she could return them. June wanted to regale Genevieve with tales from the eventful night, including Reginald Picard's rakish behavior, but not give her enough details to spill any of Cal King's secrets. Despite still feeling groggy from their all-nighter, there was no time to waste. The little bell above the door chimed as June entered the apothecary's shop. It smelled pleasant, like a mix of lavender and mint. Walls of colored glass vials took up every inch of shelf space, and a round table in the middle of the shop displayed containers filled with a variety of fragrant herbs. The lighting was dim, lending a note of secrecy to the experience. A thin, balding man with a mustache and tweed suit hovered over the containers, scooping herbs onto a miniature scale. He was mumbling to himself. Or perhaps he was speaking to the herbs. It was quite some time before he looked up and acknowledged June. "Do you have an appointment?" he asked in French. "No, monsieur, but I'll only take a moment of your time." The pharmacist removed his eyeglasses, polished them, and slipped them back on as he waited for her to continue. "I'm afraid at my place of work we have little critters running around. Mice. A friend of mine came here recently and purchased something that did the trick, but she warned it could also be poisonous to humans. Silly me, I have forgotten what it was." "It sounds like you're speaking of Fowler's solution." He held up a finger, then walked the length of the shelves until he pulled a canister off it and set it on the counter. Fowler's solution. Of course. She'd heard talk of it during the war. It contained arsenic, and it wasn't just effective in killing rodents. It could also be used to treat syphilis. "Yes, that's it," June said. "Do you get a lot of inquiries for it?" June asked.
I hope I'm not the only one with a rodent problem. You would be surprised, he said. Rodents and anyone who is particularly into the, how shall I say, nightlife, often need treatments for their little misadventures. I understand, June said. I must say, you've made me happy about just having a mouse problem. The pharmacist laughed. Merci beaucoup, June said. She paid for the Fowler's solution and headed out the door. She wasn't exactly sure what she was going to do with the poison, other than try to get Inspector Laurent to take it and compare it against the poison from the blue vial. An afternoon fog had rolled in, and there was a distinct chill in the air. Up ahead, a glamorous woman stood in front of a shop as if waiting for someone. Despite the cold, her long coat was unbuttoned, and she was twirling a strand of pearls around her finger with a gloved hand. Although she was a stranger, there was something nagging June about the encounter. She spent the rest of the walk home wondering what that could be. June's thoughts continued to swirl long after she arrived home and made herself a cup of tea. The woman outside the apothecary. June suddenly realized why she had sparked a memory. Her mind returned to that fateful evening on the steamboat. She thought about people and their habits, Flora and thievery, Henri and his magic, Arthur and his cane. She recalled the broken diamond bracelet, the train tickets in Nate's pockets, the missing feather. Objects began to swirl in her mind, everything from posters in windows to luggage bags sitting by doors. June thought of Gaston and his desperate need to tell her and Elizabeth something. How he kept pointing across the boat, his hands fluttering. She thought of Reginald, currying favor with young cocktail servers by handing autographed photos. The centerpiece crashing down after that figure dressed in black soared on the ropes. Till death do them part. This killer had already made 3 attempts to end Elizabeth's life. There was no reason to think they would stop now. And there was only one more place where they would all be gathered. The wedding. She needed to come up with a plan, and quick, because she was the only one who could stop the killer. Chapter 28. Elizabeth and Reginald's wedding day was finally here. The ceremony was going to be held in the Picard Gardens, and it seemed the weather had conspired with them, for it was a sunny and calm day. June donned a lavender chiffon dress and a small hat in the same shade. It was not her normal color palette, but she did not want any of the guests to focus on her. It would be better to blend into the background. A few days ago, she had invited several people to her flat so she could explain her plan and the roles they would need to play. They took some convincing, but finally they all agreed to June's instructions. She asked Elizabeth to stay after the rest had gone and gently broke it to her who she believed the killer was. If the plan went awry, or if, God forbid, something happened to June, Elizabeth needed to know who to watch out for. Once the shock wore off, Elizabeth readily agreed to follow June's instructions. Even though the outcome was going to entirely change her future, Elizabeth was more than ready for this nightmare to be over. The minute June arrived at the mansion, an attendant ushered her into the house and brought her straight to the parlor room situated near the back gardens. Surrounded by ornate furniture, gilded paintings, and floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the lavish gardens, Inspector Laurent had gathered everyone together to discuss the security he had arranged for the occasion. June knew the killer would easily outsmart it, but there was no use telling him that. He had already grudgingly agreed to allow June to implement her plan, with the caveat
that once it failed, she would cease poking her nose into his investigation forever. Elizabeth wore a white silk robe, her hair in curls, with the veil attached. Her makeup beautifully done. Her wedding dress was positioned front and center on a mannequin, covered in a sheet. Lillian stood by the dress she created as if it was the guest of honor and needed protection from the rest of them. Flora, Sylvia, and Martin were gathered near the floor-to-ceiling bookshelves. Flora was caressing book spines. Martin was eyeing Reginald, who was pacing the back of the room in his tuxedo, and Sylvia's attention was on the bar cart, as if she were planning on grabbing a bottle and spiriting away. On the opposite side of the room, Arthur sat in an armchair, gripping his cane. It was decorated with roses and white ribbons, no doubt at Lillian's behest. Henri was positioned near the door, standing behind a wrapped gift nearly the size of him, an excited grin planted on his face. Strangely, the box had holes punched into it, and at one point June could have sworn she saw the box move. Elizabeth lingered in the middle of the parlor as if she wanted to be far away from all of them. The doors were cracked open, and through the gap they could see there was a hive of activity in the hallway as servers, chefs, florists, and attendants moved in and out of the back gardens, setting up for the big day. June caught Elizabeth's eye, and the bride-to-be shook her head slightly. June had asked her to notify her of any last-minute changes to the day, any change at all, in personnel or schedule. Apparently there was nothing to report. Inspector Laurent finished his lecture and set them free. June immediately headed outside. The gardens were magnificent on a normal day, but with the wedding decorations, they had transformed into something out of a fairy tale. The altar, which stood at the far end beyond the fountain, formed a magnificent archway covered in white and pink roses. Rows of chairs were set up in front of it, decorated with white ribbons. Near the aisle, an organ was set up, awaiting its player. As June scanned the crowd, she had to keep in mind one thing. Just as she had let several people in on her plan, the killer may be using other guests and employees to play a part in their deadly plan as well. June had to be on the lookout for anything, even slightly out of the ordinary. Earlier, Inspector Laurent reluctantly accepted the Fowler's solution, then he had dug up Flora's box in the garden and confirmed June's other suspicion. No doubt it was the only reason he was allowing her one chance to prove her theory. Soon, guests began to filter into the gardens and take their seats. Reginald stood at the altar, mopping sweat off his brow with a fancy handkerchief. June felt a sense of panic wash over her. Was this going to work the way she hoped it would? The organ began to play the wedding march, and heads swiveled to the back of the gardens as people craned their necks, hoping to catch a glimpse of the bride. Instead, Arthur stood alone at the end of the aisle, his face red.
"Apologies, dear guests," he said. "My daughter has asked for a slight delay."
The crowd murmured and began shifting in their seats, all heads turning toward the parlor windows, now covered by the curtains. This was it.
"We would ask that you all stay out here. Our servers will soon bring glasses of champagne. Relax, and we will make an announcement when she is ready to proceed."
Was the killer listening? Would they make their move?
"Is there anything the matter?"
Reginald asked Arthur. Sweat had broken out on his forehead. No doubt he was worried Elizabeth was slipping out the front door.
"She simply needs a moment to breathe."
"Very well," Reginald said, sounding perturbed. Guests rose from their seats and began to mingle. The organist began to play soothing music. Champagne flowed. June positioned herself near the back entrance, watching everything unfold. She saw Inspector Laurent check his pocket watch and slip inside the mansion. June waited several more minutes, and then she too snuck inside. She passed the parlor doors and walked down the hallway until she reached the corner, where a large potted plant was situated. She slipped behind it. From here, she had a view of a large mirror situated on the opposite wall, and it was angled toward the parlor room doors. June would be able to see the second anyone tried to sneak in. The minutes began to slip by, and no one approached the parlor doors. What if June's theory was all wrong? If the killer didn't strike today, there was no way June could predict what would happen next. They would lie in wait and strike when no one was looking. But by then, Elizabeth would already be married. Just then, an attendant in a plain grey suit, with a hat pulled low, walked down the hall toward the parlor room, holding a large vase of flowers in front of his or her face. Showtime! June's heart began to pound, and she could feel her adrenaline soaring. The person hesitated at the parlor doors, looking left and right before adjusting the vase in one hand so they could reach for the knob with the other. The door creaked open and the attendant slipped inside. June edged her way closer to the doors, praying Inspector Laurent was in position. But just as she was getting closer to the entrance, the doors popped open again and the attendant slipped out, sans flowers. He looked up and made eye contact with June. A stranger. He continued on his way. June slumped against the wall. It wasn't the killer. From outside came the sound of the organ mixing with voices. The parlor door cracked open, and the inspector popped his head out. He caught June's eye, frustration planted on his face. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, June heard the sound of footsteps coming down the hall. Instinctively, she raced for the parlor doors, gently shoved Inspector Laurent back inside, and followed behind him. "Quick! Someone's coming!" She glanced at the wedding dress, now unveiled, as the bride stood with her back to the parlor doors. June was suddenly grateful for the size of the dress, a mountain of tulle and lace and beaded pearls. Long blonde hair flowed down, barely visible behind the long veil. "The curtains!" June said, pointing to the windows situated in front of the bride. June and the inspector dashed toward them, each hiding behind one, barely getting into position before the parlor doors slid open. If someone was indeed sneaking up on Elizabeth, they were doing an effective job of staying quiet. June could only imagine what was happening. The feather gripped in the killer's hand, outfitted with a syringe filled with arsenic. Seconds ticked by. Just as June thought the killer must have changed their mind, she felt a whoosh of air. "Die!" she heard a garbled voice say. "Die!" June and the inspector flung open the curtains and were greeted with the sight of a figure dressed in a long black dress and veil, plunging a large white feather into the back of the bride's neck. But when it bounced off the hard surface instead of sinking into soft flesh, the killer cried out in shock before stumbling back. "It's a mannequin," June said. The killer's head jerked up, and even through the black veil they made eye contact. June whipped the veil off the mannequin, and then the wig, exposing the plastic head. The killer turned and ran, but by the time she reached the parlor doors and flung them open, she was greeted by the police, the Picards and the Auclairs, barring the exit. Elizabeth herself pushed forward, still wearing her white silk robe. "This ends now," she said, tilting her chin in the air, her voice wobbling with fear. "Feather!" June yelled. "She still has it." "That's right, I do." The killer lifted the feather, revealing its pointy needle. "Come any closer and I strike." She made an attempt to disguise her voice, but there was no mistaking the sultry tones. Genevieve Delacroix began slowly backing up. "I'm going out this window, and anyone who tries to stop me will get this plunged into his neck."
"You will not get away with this,"
Inspector Laurent said.
"Genevieve Delacroix, you are under arrest for the murder of Nate Sparks and the attempted murder of Elizabeth Auclair."
"Soon to be Picard," Reginald said, pushing his way in. "Not on your life," Elizabeth said. Head snapped toward her.
"Darling,"
Reginald said. "Do not darling me. You are the reason she wants to kill me. Your lover. Of how many years?"
7,
Genevieve said.
"But who's counting?"
She took another step backward, holding the feather like a shield.
"I will thrash you with my cane,"
Arthur Auclair said, barging his way in. He looked down at his hands. There was no cane.
"Where is it?" he said. "I just had it."
"Such a lovely cane," another familiar voice said. All heads snapped to Flora. "Maman," Sylvia said. "It would have made a perfect weapon. What did you do with it?" "It is in the garden where it belongs," Flora said. "Such lovely flowers on it." Inspector Laurent whipped out a pair of handcuffs.
"Drop that syringe and put your hands behind your back, Miss Delacroix. There is no escape."
But Genevieve was already situated near the back window. "You think I planned all of this without an escape route?" She shook her head. "You fools." She reached back with one hand, and soon the window was going up.
"Out of my way!"
Henri Auclair yelled. He was pushing the large gift box, tearing it open. Just as Genevieve was turning sideways, trying to get one leg through the window, Henri revealed what appeared to be a cannon made out of cardboard.
"Abracadabra!"
He swiveled it until it was pointed directly at Genevieve, then pulled on a string which sent up a huge cloud of white smoke. Before anyone could react, a dozen white doves flapped into the room, heading straight for Genevieve's head. Genevieve screamed, and when her hands flew to her head to protect the onslaught of flapping wings, she dropped a feather of her own. Inspector Laurent rushed in, grabbed the feather, then quickly dropped it into a small, hard case. "When you are finished with that feather, will I be getting it back?" Lillian asked. Horrified faces stared at her. "What?" Then, as Henri began collecting his doves, the inspector cuffed their killer. He then snatched her veil away. Genevieve's face was set in stone, her eyes like daggers. Her head whipped around until she saw June. "I should have known. We could have been friends. Why did you have to stick your nose where it does not belong?" "Friends that kill are no friends of mine," June said. "This is all you're doing." Reginald advanced, red in the face.
"How could you?"
"How could I?" Genevieve screamed. "How could you?" Reginald did not respond. Elizabeth jabbed her finger at him. Tell them what you did." Reginald clamped his lips shut.
"Everyone calm down,"
Martin said.
"It is not too late to salvage this."
"It is much too late," Elizabeth said. "But you need this marriage to happen as much as we do," Sylvia said. "A deal is a deal." "Tell them," Elizabeth said to Genevieve. "Tell them why you have been trying to kill me." Genevieve crossed her arms and glared at the bride-to-be. "GD," Elizabeth said, putting it all together. "It did not stand for Grand Désir." She turned on Reginald. "You gave us the wrong bracelets." Reginald's face turned red, and he stared at his feet.
"How on earth did you figure out she was the killer?"
Henri asked, turning to June.
"Present the rest of your evidence, Miss Parker,"
Inspector Laurent said. Little things began to add up, June said. The bracelets, the missing feather, a pair of brand-new luggage bags in Genevieve's flat, positioned by her door. She said she had been on tour, suggesting that's why the luggage bags were there. But later I saw her schedule in the window of the Starlight Club. It happened to be right next to a poster advertising a romantic getaway on a train. Inspector Laurent pulled the train tickets out of his pocket and held them up.
"Those tickets out to the same romantic destination that was listed on the poster."
But the real clue was in Genevieve's schedule. You see, all of her performances were in Paris. That's when I realized that the luggage bags had to be for something else. A romantic getaway.
"Is that all the evidence you have?" Genevieve said. "I am a star. No one will believe you."
"There is more,"
Inspector Laurent said, once again nodding to June.
"You are the one who completed this puzzle. The floor is yours."
June took a deep breath. Gaston knew you were the killer. He was going to confess that you asked him to kill the lights. He was trying to tell me it was you by pointing in the direction of the stage and fluttering his hand near his throat and mouth. I assumed he was trying to tell me that his throat was closing up, but he wasn't. He was trying to show me it was a singer. Poor Gaston. When he realized why you asked him to kill the lights, he was racked with guilt.
"One might say he deserved what he got," Genevieve said with a huff. "Even if that stupid croissant wasn't meant for him."
I may never have put it together this quickly had I not passed a woman on the street twirling a pearl necklace around her finger. That's when I remembered that you were doing the very same thing on the boat that day, twirling a pearl necklace around your finger. And I realized a pearl necklace is a pretty good match for a pearl-handled knife. Flora remembered something about men. She was probably thinking of your many admirers.
"That is it,"
Flora exclaimed. You were very helpful, June said. What a strange thing to do to a feather, indeed. Flora was commenting on the fact that you turned it into a syringe. My feathers, Lillian cried. Made into weapons. She collapsed into a nearby chair. Genevieve did not speak, but the expression across her face was proof that she knew this was the end. And the centerpiece, Elizabeth said. In the ballroom? It was Genevieve I saw cutting the ropes, June said. Earlier, a few champagne girls were exclaiming over signed photos of Genevieve. The ink from the signature looked fresh. I figured Reginald had given it to them, but it didn't dawn on me that Genevieve must have very recently signed them. She was at the mansion during your pre-wedding party.
I had nothing to do with any of this, Reginald said. Nothing. I did not need your help, Genevieve said. You treat your girls so poorly, they were more than happy to let me in. All I had to say was that I had a special decoration for the lucky couple and that I needed help installing it. And it would have worked, too, if not for you. June did not have to look at Genevieve to know she was glaring at her again. Why? Elizabeth cried, approaching Genevieve. You are famous, glamorous. You had the world at your feet. Why did you do this? Genevieve stared at Elizabeth for a moment. Her tough exterior soon crumbled. Tears ran down her face, along with streaks of mascara. Reginald was supposed to marry me. We were going to run away. He bought us train tickets and made me a promise with diamonds. Her lips curled into a snarl, although I did not appreciate that the diamonds had your married initials, she said to Elizabeth. That's when I knew he was never going to fulfill his many promises. When I knew I had to take matters into my own hands. Reginald's face had gone red. It is you I should have killed, Genevieve said to Reginald. You have broken me. Reginald did not say a word. He set his jaw and stared. He had a part to play in all of this, but only Genevieve would be punished. The world wasn't always fair, but June liked to believe that justice would eventually be served. Until then, Reginald Picard would have to spend the rest of his life battling with his own worst enemy, himself.
I'd say you won your case there, Junie.
June whirled around to see Jack approaching, pushing the group. He was all decked out in a suit and looking more handsome than ever. Jack! She turned to Inspector Laurent. You released him.
Despite what you might think of me, I am thorough in my job, Inspector Laurent said. I followed that broken bracelet to a jeweler who confirmed that Reginald had purchased 2 of them, and I had the contents of the blue vial analyzed by the pharmacist. He confirmed it was arsenic. Now that you have given me Fowler's solution, the coroner can confirm the poisons are a match. And, lastly, when I followed up on the croissant that was purchased, the baker said the woman was wearing a hat with a veil, much like the one you wore this evening, Genevieve. But she also remembered she was singing to herself. If only I had been as convinced as Miss Parker, I could have acted sooner.
He turned to June.
You did have one thing wrong, however.
What is that? June was genuinely curious.
I paid a visit to the train station. Reginald did not purchase those train tickets. Genevieve did. It was an ultimatum. Either Reginald got on that train with her, or she was going to ruin his upcoming nuptials.
He turned to Genevieve.
I am sorry you chose the murderous route, but at least your future inmates will enjoy your singing.
He loved me, Genevieve cried. Me, 7 years. Arthur Auclair stepped forward.
Did you think so little of my daughter, of my family?
Reginald's face went beet red. He looked at the ground.
Genevieve and I were in love, Reginald said. But I had to do what was right for my family, my political career. There is no chance of that now, Inspector Laurent said. And just to be clear, my niece is out of the running.
We can fix this, Martin said. Reginald will turn a corner. You'll see. He will never even look at another woman. He can look at all the women he wants, Elizabeth said. This wedding is off. She looked at her parents. I am sorry. We will find another way. You have another way, June said. She reached into her handbag and removed the golden token. I received a letter from Nate's sister. She agreed that Nate would want you to have this. It's his winnings. She turned to Arthur. I'm sure you know how much he won. It was Arthur's turn to flush red.
It is a considerable amount. Beginner's luck.
It was not luck, June said. He did it for love. For Elizabeth. But why did she kill that handsome pilot? Sylvia asked. She was slow to catch on. It was an accident, Elizabeth said. Nate must have sensed Geneviève sneaking up on me while I was watching the fireworks. He moved in front of me to protect me. In the dark, with the boat moving, she struck the wrong victim. Geneviève pursed her lips and looked away. We are all casualties of a cruel world, she couldn't help but say.
I would say you have reached your finale, Inspector Laurent said. The curtains have closed.
He led Geneviève out the door. For a moment, everyone stared at each other in silence.
Let us go, Lillian said. The sooner the better.
No cake? Flora asked. It is such a lovely cake. Elizabeth laughed. It would be a shame to waste it, she said. Let us throw ourselves a "we are not getting married" party. The next morning, Jack, June, Arthur, and Elizabeth stood at the entrance to the vault. Arthur took the golden token, slipped inside, and returned with a leather satchel filled with cash. A lot of cash. Are you sure? Elizabeth said. It's yours, June said. It was Nate's decision.
He would want you to be happy, Jack said. It feels good to know that we are honoring his wishes.
He will be forever in my heart, Elizabeth said. We had better go, June said. She clasped Elizabeth's hands. Enjoy your life. You deserve it. Elizabeth squeezed June's hands and then let go. Where are you off to?
It's a grand day for flying, Jack said. My plane would like to stretch her wings.
We are going to collect our friend Amelia and make a day of it, June added. And where will you land? Elizabeth asked. Jack grinned.
We'll figure that out when we get there.
Give me a moment, Elizabeth said. She pulled June aside. I may not be the best person to give advice on matters of the heart, but I am not going to let that stop me. She leaned closer and whispered, Do not let that one get away. He adores you, and you him. It is written all over your faces. I'm going to miss you, June said. They hugged. Please, do not be a stranger.
Want to see a magic trick?
Henri Auclair asked, as he came in through the door and blocked the exit. I can't imagine you can top the releasing of the doves, June said. They stopped a killer in her tracks. Henri beamed.
That was a good one. Actually, we're going to do a trick, Jack said. Watch us disappear.
He winked, took June by the hand, and hurried her out of the shop. The sun was shining, and the whole of Paris was their playground. The smell of baked goods and fresh coffee filtered through the air. A young lad selling newspapers shouted over a saxophone on the street corner, playing Clair de Lune. A nearby fountain sprayed passing children with water, much to their delight.
We have a bit of time before we meet Amelia, Jack said. What shall we do?
Let us stroll and see what finds us, June said. Jack held out his arm, and June wrapped hers in his.
Oui, mademoiselle, let us stroll.
And so they did. After all, they did not need a splashy celebration to enjoy this city. In Paris, one could find magic around every corner. The future was now. In the city they loved, with the people they loved. Life did not get much better than that. June Parker did not know exactly what the future held, but in this moment, her life, as well as her heart, was full.